Chapter 2017. After some movement, the group returned to the exit of the passage and jumped into the passage, rushing towards the entrance of the underworld. Yoshimi, Ryasaka. Pegasus, just a little bit more. When we get back to the surface, we must meet Lady Athena in high spirits. Yiren said to the unconscious Pegasus as they ran. We are almost at Yoshimi Ryasaka, Rangyi reminded. All right, Yiren replied. Almost as soon as the two of them finished speaking, the entrance of the tunnel appeared in front of the four of them. Ito, Rangyi, and Yiren, who was carrying Pegasus, quickened their pace and rushed out of the passage. Don't think I will let you pass so easily, Saint Seiya. Just then, a tall and strong dark Seiya who looked like a giant, wearing a black underworld robe, suddenly stood in front of them and spoke in a ferocious voice. I'm the ugly star deadly beetle stander. I was wondering why the great blood waterfall collapsed so violently, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to see a Saint Seiya. Stander looked down at Ito and the rest and said, although I don't know how you can walk around unscathed, but this is the end for you. Die. As he spoke, the big Stander launched an attack on the group. Bang! An invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of Ito and blocked Stander's attack. Rangyi, Yiren, you two take Pegasus and leave first. Leave this to me. Ito turned his head slightly and smiled at Rangyi. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Rangyi nodded and said. You must live, Yiren said. After that, Rangyi and Yiren did not hesitate. They turned and ran away. Don't worry. 100 of these guys would be the same to me. Ito chuckled. Bastard, how dare you underestimate me, Stander? Stander said angrily. It's just a big beetle. Just right to experiment on you. Ito experimented. After saying this, Ito didn't seem to do anything, but a circle of black light spread out from his feet. In the blink of an eye, it covered a radius of several hundred meters, turning the barren land pitch black. What? Stanley's expression changed drastically. I'm the Lord of Hell. The land where I stand is my land. Ito said with a faint smile on his face. I declare in the name of the Lord of the underworld. I will take away your life, detain your soul, and bestow upon you an eternal death. Ito said softly as he extended his arm and pointed his index finger at the underworld gladiator Stanley. Instantly, Stanley's expression changed. With a plop sound, he knelt down. How is this possible? Stanley's pupils constricted as he muttered to himself in disbelief. Then, Stanley's eyes rolled back, and he fell heavily to the ground. Bang! It seems like I can usurp Hades' authority over the underworld. Ito muttered to himself in satisfaction as he looked at Stanley, who had lost all signs of life and soul fluctuations. Perhaps participating in this holy war and helping Athena defeat Hades is a good choice. Then his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the underworld's land. On the other side, in the stone tower of the Jamil clan on the surface world, several dark blue lights appeared as Pegasus, Yiren, and Rangyi suddenly sat up from the ground. It hurts. Pegasus clutched his chest and cried out in pain. Are you awake? The elder beside him asked. Pegasus turned his head and looked at the elder. This is Jamil. You finally return alive. Pegasus constellation, the elder said as he turned to Pegasus. Jamil, so you're the elder that Yiren mentioned? Pegasus asked in realization. It seems like you've successfully completed your mission. Thank you for your hard work, the elder said. All right, are Yiren, Rangyi, and Chengdu all right? Pegasus suddenly shouted as he remembered something. He turned his head to observe the others. Master Yiren is naturally fine, Yiren said in annoyance. Rangyi nodded at Pegasus and stood up from the ground. She looked at Ito and said, Thank you. It's nothing. This is what a flower protector should do, Ito said with a smile. Rangyi's expression froze, and she ignored Ito. The next moment, Rangyi, the elder, and Ito's expressions froze as they turned to look at the long path leading to the stone tower. Has the underworld king's evil claws finally reached this land? The elder sighed and said softly, At the same time, at the end of the long path connecting the stone tower to the outside, several young men, wearing strange full-body armor that reflected a pitch-black luster, appeared on the ground. They were looking at the stone tower in the distance with a sinister smile. Is that it? That's where the Saint Seiya rats are hiding in the underworld. A young underworld Seiya with black hair who seemed to be the leader said. The rest are just old men, women, and children. Kill them all. Let them return to the underworld. The other underworld Seiya said. Let's go. The leader of the underworld Seiya gave the order to attack with a sinister smile. Immediately, all the underworld Seiya moved and rushed toward the stone tower. However, as they moved forward, the leader of the underworld Seiya had a bad feeling in his heart. You'd better think that this path leads to your hometown, the underworld. Almost at the same time that he had a bad feeling, an ethereal voice reverberated in the sky above the valley. You are. The leader of the underworld Seiya was shocked. His expression changed slightly as he looked at the golden figure that appeared in the gentle white light in front of him. It was the Virgo Saint Seiya, Asimida. Why are you here? The leader of the underworld Seiya asked in a deep voice. Of course, I'm here to release you, underworld Seiya. Asimida said faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange phenomenon with little angels and saints suddenly appeared. A powerful force erupted and blew the underworld Seiya up from the ground like a hurricane. They were thrown toward the weathered stone pillars in the deep valley on both sides. Subjugation of the heavenly demon. The underworld Seiya are flying in the air in an exaggerated manner. Yiren from a unicorn constellation who had run out of the stone tower to check the situation was shocked when he heard the elder's words. What are you doing here this time? That guy. Pegasus, who had sensed the aura of the small universe, knew who it was and said with a displeased expression, Isn't that guy going too far with his words? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Asimida's figure suddenly appeared in front of the stone tower. He looked at Pegasus and chuckled. Do you want me to turn you into a mute again? Looks like you've successfully completed your mission. Quickly bring me to the patriarch, Asimida continued. As they spoke, Pegasus, Yirun, and Asimida walked into the stone tower. Yo, Asimida, Say Ito raised his hand and greeted Asimida, who walked in from the outside. I didn't expect you to be here, too, Asimida said softly as he turned his head slightly and looked at Sei Ito with his closed eyes. Of course, the flower I want to protect is here. Sei Ito turned to look at Rang Yi and chuckled. Rang Yi ignored Sei Ito and quietly took out a bag full of mucklin fruits from his waist. He walked to the elder and knelt on one knee. He handed the bag over and said, This is the mucklin fruit obtained from the underworld. By the way, I've always been curious. What are these fruits used for? Pegasus wondered. You should have heard from Rang Yi that the underworld gladiators are immortals, right? The elder asked, and without waiting for Tianma and Yiren to answer, he continued. These fruits are the only living things in the underworld where living people can't survive. They're the opposite of the underworld clothes made from the minerals of the underworld and can be used to suppress the power of the underworld king's army. In other words, it is a weapon that can seal their souls that are protected by the underworld clothes. Speaking of this, the elder raised his hands and threw the mucklin fruits in the bag into the air. Then, his hands glowed with the light of a small universe. He caught the mucklin fruits that were flying in the air one by one and strung them together in a strange way. But, since such a good thing can be made, isn't it better to do it earlier? Pegasus wondered. Just like this time, sneaking into the underworld. Living people can't enter the underworld. Even the existence of the mucklin fruits was first discovered by Ahimida when his spirit flew into the underworld at the end of his meditation. Moreover, these fruits are useless in this state, the elder explained. Pegasus and Yiren were stunned. Their faces showed a puzzled look. Then what should we do? Pegasus asked. I came for this, Ahimida said. In order to turn these fruits into weapons, you must have a small universe that has reached the ultimate level. The ultimate small universe? Pegasus was at a loss. Yes, Ahimida said. You should have heard of the so-called essence of the small universe, right? The essence of the small universe? Yiren repeated. Yes, Ahimita said. Pegasus, you had an experience in the underworld where all the senses except the six senses were cut off, right? The underworld has no physical body. In other words, it is a world with only senses. You probably rely on something other than the six senses to exert your power. Pegasus was stunned. He really didn't think about his state when he was in the underworld. Ignoring Pegasus, Ahimita continued. That is to say, the feeling beyond the six senses exists, and that is the seventh sense, senses. Among the many Saint Seiyas, why are the 12 golden Saint Seiyas called the strongest? The only reason is that they have the ultimate seventh sense. Sevepsis, Pegasus murmured. Chapter 2018. P.S. Thank you to XF20Zon for your precious monthly votes. P.S. You're invincible in Chidian, but in the end I thought of something. In the underworld, where there shouldn't be any life, why did the dryad seeds bear fruit? I came up with an answer. Could there be a small universe above the seventh sense? The eighth sense, when one awakens it while alive, will one be able to truly comprehend the Tao? Amida said softly. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of violent explosions came from outside the tower. Wow, what's going on? Yiren exclaimed. Is it the Underworld King's army? Pegasus said angrily. As they spoke, the two ran to the side of the tower, hid behind the stone wall, and peeked outside. I'm afraid the Underworld gladiators I defeated have revived. Archimeda said. Damn it, there's no end to this. Pegasus said hatefully. But we have the Gold Saints here. It should be more than enough. Yiren turned to Archimeda and said, as for Ito's Sei, who had always appeared to be very strong, for a Saint Seiya, he felt that the Gold Saint Seiya was more reliable. After all, no matter what, the Gold Saint Seiya had the title of strongest. Unfortunately, Archimeda's answer was like a bucket of cold water that extinguished the hope in his heart. No. Next, it's your turn to fight alone. Archimeda said. Huh? Yiren exclaimed in disbelief. I said, I have something I must do. Archimeda explained. That's right. In other words, in order to trigger the power of these dried seeds, you must improve yourself beyond the seventh sense, the same realm as these dried seeds. In the modern world, to be able to do this, I'm afraid, you're probably the only blind holy Seiya, right? The elder said, handing the string of Mukluan fruits to Amadar. Archimeda naturally reached out and took it. Your eyes. Pegasus, who just found out the truth, exclaimed. Yes, but it's not inconvenient at all. Because of this, I can feel more things than ordinary people, Amadar said in a relaxed tone. Although I don't know what you look like, I can feel it. However, he is very clear about your condition. He even knows that you are still wearing that tattered holy garment. Then, he turned to the elder and said, Elder, take his holy robe. Is that okay? The elder hesitated for a moment before replying. It doesn't matter. It's all useless blood anyway. Amida smiled. The elder's expression shook, and he fell silent. Watch carefully. The teaching will begin now. The elder turned to look at Seito, who had been silent all this time, and said in a deep voice, Understood. Seito smiled. Then he crossed his arms over his chest and slowly walked over to Amadar's side. Seito turned to look at Aishimida and said softly, Sacrificing your life for justice. I have to say, I admire you, Aishimida. Although this world is full of pain, there is still a need for it to continue existing. Speaking of which, moreover, it is also very beautiful. Amadar chuckled. At this moment, with a flash of light, an incomplete, cracked, horse-shaped metal structure made up of a dozen independent metal parts appeared beside the elder. It was the original form of the holy garment of Pegasus constellation. Amadar raised his left hand and used the power of the small universe to break open the skin on his wrist and sprinkled the blood on the holy garment of Pegasus constellation. Look carefully. The elder took out a golden hammer and a golden drill. He placed the drill on the broken holy garment of Pegasus constellation and shouted. In a split second, the small universe on the elder's body burst forth, and as he waved the golden hammer in his hand, ding-dang, it poured into the holy garment along with the golden drill, and the blood filled with the power of the small universe, as well as the power of the star souls in the holy garment. The so-called restoration of the holy garment is to use one's own power and will to activate the soul of the holy garment and draw out their power. They will take the initiative to let the holy garment restore. Our power and the blood of the Saint Seiya are only nutrients and consumables. Don't get wrong. The elder of the Chamir clan said loudly as the holy garment flashed with light. The holy garment is made of, just like that, the elder explained the technical information about the holy garment and the restoration of the holy garment while waving the golden hammer. The Pegasus constellation holy garment emitted a dazzling white light. Done. After about half a minute, the elder put away the hammer and retreated from the Pegasus constellation holy garment. Shwa! In a split second, it became as good as new. The shining bronze holy garment suddenly broke down and once again covered the body of Pegasus, who was watching the restoration process. Pegasus, I'll leave the rest to you. Amadar looked at Pegasus and said softly. Okay. Pegasus, who was feeling the new holy garment, was stunned. He looked at Amadar, who was walking to the side, with a bright face and smiled. I'm really sorry, Amadar. The elder said, an old man like me can't help much. This isn't like you. To tell you the truth, I'm actually in a very good mood right now. Amadar raised his hand to lift a curtain and was about to flash into the passage behind when he heard the elder's words. He stopped in his tracks and turned back to look at the elder. After that, he didn't stay any longer and disappeared behind the curtain. It was a long wooden staircase with a slight curvature. Ishimito walked up the stairs step by step. I used to spend day after day in dark meditation, only caring about accumulating the little universe. Now, the day has finally come when I can use it, Amadar said softly to himself. A good wind. Amadar sighed softly as he came to the room on the top floor of the stone tower and felt the night wind blowing in his face. Good day. Amadar sat down cross-legged, then stretched out the hand holding the pearl and silently stirred up his little universe. In an instant, a vast and deep aura spread out from the top of the stone tower. This little universe isn't a joke. How much does it need to be improved? Yi Run, who was fighting with the dark gladiators, said in shock when he felt the little universe released by Amadar. Pegasus, Rangi, and the other dark gladiators were also shocked by the majesty of this little universe and stopped fighting. They looked up at the top of the tower. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery changed and was filled with ferocious and terrifying ghosts emitting evil auras. Evil tyrant of the sky, demons and monsters. What? That move is demons, monsters, and monsters. The young dark gladiator, who looked like a girl, said in shock. Hurry up and defeat the golden saint on the tower. Then, he ordered the other dark gladiators to attack. Damn it! The other dark gladiators cursed inwardly and attacked the stone tower. It's too late. Come, these demons and monsters are probably the same kind as you. Amadar's voice sounded in everyone's consciousness. Then, the illusion in the surrounding space changed, and the womb Buddha diagram emerged from the void and rushed toward the dark gladiators. It shattered and released a powerful consciousness attack. Skydance Treasure Wheel. Now, fall into the eternal slumber of death. Amidst the screams, the dark gladiators were sent flying and fell to the ground. Their eyes looked to the side as they lost all signs of life. Then, blue fluorescent lights appeared and shot out from the corpses of the dead dark gladiators. Like shooting stars, they shot into the top of the stone tower and into the prayer beads in Amadar's hand, dyeing a few of the prayer beads black. How can this be? The young dark gladiator knelt down and looked at the corpse of the dead dark gladiator in front of him. He said in disbelief, Dead? That can't happen. How can? Whoosh! The night wind whistled, and the soulless dark gladiators turned into dust and were swept up into the sky by the night wind. They completely disappeared. Impossible, the young dark gladiator said softly. Pegasus didn't pay any more attention to the surviving young dark gladiator. He climbed to the top of the tower and looked at Ashimita, who was standing in the middle of the shattered stone room. He called out, "Ashimita, is this Pegasus?" Amadar turned his head and looked at Pegasus with his bright blue eyes for the first time. He smiled and said, "This world is really beautiful. Look, I can see light over there. It should be some small villages." When people live together, although there will be distress and sadness, there will also be laughter sometimes. It is just like what Chang said. You look even more childish than I thought." Pegasus, who had vaguely sensed something from Amadar's expression, lowered his head. Tears flowed down from his eyes uncontrollably. "Whether it was when we met in the netherworld or now, you and the young Athena have overlapped," Amadar said softly. Ashimita, whose body was emitting a magnificent aura, said softly, "Pegasus, please take care of Athena." After saying that, Amadar's body suddenly turned into countless star fragments and flew away with the night wind. He flew into the sky, leaving behind a golden armor that looked like a praying maiden. "You're leaving just like that?" Sei Ito stretched out his hand, and the entire space immediately changed from the stone tower to an endless starry sky. He looked straight at the void in front of him and said softly, "This is..." Amadar's spiritual body appeared out of thin air. "Just think of it as the holy domain," Sei Ito said with a smile. "Then why did you keep me here?" Amadar didn't care too much about Sei Ito's great work and asked in a slightly puzzled voice, "I am very interested in the secret techniques you have. How about you give them to me? They will be one of the bargaining chips for victory in this holy war," Sei Ito said with a smile. "Is this a deal?" Amadar asked in return. "If you think so," Sei Ito replied. "Giving them to you is no problem, but I don't seem to feel the existence of a small universe from you. How can you control them?" After a moment of silence, Amadar was puzzled again. "That is my problem, but there is always a way, right?" Sei Ito chuckled. "Okay then," Amadar said softly. Then he stretched out his hand and sent a thought to Sei Ito. Sei Ito waved his hand and took Amadar's thought into his hand, using a secret technique to preserve it. "Thank you," Sei Ito said gratefully. "I will leave Athena to you," Amadar said. "Don't worry, I have some relationship with Athena. I won't let anything happen to her." At the same time, Sei Ito couldn't help but think of Athena from the Godslayer world, who had a bad relationship with him. Amadar's face flashed with a touch of doubt, but he didn't ask. "Good luck, Amadar." Sei Ito looked at Amadar again and wished him well. "You too," Amadar replied. Then the starry sky disappeared, and the surrounding scenery changed back to the stone tower. The prayer beads that seal the souls of the underworld gladiators have been completed. This way, Athena's army can fight on equal footing with the underworld king's army. The elder looked up at the starry sky that had suddenly become much brighter and said softly, "This is something that Amadar exchanged all of his small universe for. Really, I don't understand what is going on. Damn it." Pegasus, whose face was full of tears, looked up at the silent night sky and cried out. At this time, Sei Ito walked out of the stone tower and looked at the elder, Rang Yi, and Yirun. "I'm going to the sanctuary. Who will send me there?" "What are you going to do?" the elder asked in a deep voice. "Since I have received my reward, I naturally have to do some work. You must know that I am a very trustworthy person." Sei Ito chuckled. "Wait a little longer. I will send you and Pegasus back to the sanctuary later." The elder looked deeply at Sei Ito and said softly, "Up to you." Sei Ito shrugged indifferently. Then he walked to Rang Ye's side and looked at her with a smile. "Rang Ye, let's go look at the stars together." "Not interested." Rang Ye glanced at Sei Ito and replied, "So cold." Sei Ito was stunned. "Huff." Yiren saw this and quickly turned around. He held his stomach with one hand and covered his mouth with the other to prevent himself from laughing out loud. However, his trembling body still made Sei Ito notice his condition. "Oomph, Ito snorted and flicked his finger at Yi-Run, who had his back to him. Ah! The next moment, Yi-Run let out a miserable cry, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Who's there? Thinking that he had been ambushed, Yi-Run hurriedly sat up and scanned the surroundings. However, no one at the scene paid any attention to him. Similarly, he did not find any suspicious figures. Hey, what's going on? Yi-Run raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. Then he looked up at Ito and Rangyi and asked, Hey, did you see anything just now? Yes, I saw it. Ito said seriously. Really? Yi-Run quickly jumped up and asked. Yes, I saw an idiot kissing the earth. Ito said softly. Chapter 2019. At this moment, the elder's expression changed drastically as he looked in the direction of Greece. How is that possible? Elder, what happened? Yi-Run noticed the change in the elder's expression and could not help but ask. Hades has personally invaded the sanctuary, the elder said in a deep voice. What? Tian-Ma? Yi-Run, and Yi-Run exclaimed in shock. Aaron, Sasa, Elder, I want to go back. Following that, Sasa and Aaron's figures appeared in Pegasus' mind. He looked at the elder and said anxiously, Are you sure? The elder asked in a deep voice. Yes, Elder, I want to go back. I want to go back to Sasa and protect her. I also want to teach Aaron a lesson. Tian-Ma said with determination. All right, the elder said in a deep voice after staring at Tian-Ma for a few seconds. Yi-Run, the two of you back off. Why? Yi-Run shouted in dissatisfaction. Hades' power is currently enveloping the sanctuary. With my current strength, I can barely send one person back. Tian-Ma is the most suitable candidate, the elder explained. Yi-Run was reluctant, but he still obeyed and let Yi-Run back off. However, he did not lose his momentum as he said loudly to Tian-Ma, Tian-Ma, you must protect Lady Athena. Do you hear me? Yes, I will definitely protect Sasa. Tian-Ma said firmly. You should call her Lady Athena, you idiot. Yi-Run reminded him in dissatisfaction. It seems that I can only send you back next time, the elder said as he turned to Ito. No need, you just need to open the portal. I have my own ways to resist the influence of Hades' power and enter the sanctuary, Ito said as he shook his head slightly. The elder looked at Ito. He retracted his gaze and looked at Tian-Ma in front of him. Are you ready? Yes, elder. Tian-Ma raised his right hand that was holding the prayer beads and clenched it into a fist. Good. Seeing this, the elder shouted in a low voice. He ignited the mini-universe in his body, strengthened his psychokinesis, broke open space, and created a portal. In an instant, blue light bloomed, forming a huge ball of light that wrapped around the Pegasus. Then, it suddenly shrunk and disappeared from the stone pagoda. That guy's gone. After the ball of light disappeared, Yi-Run noticed that there was one less person in the stone tower and shouted. The elder didn't say anything. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Greece as if he already knew. On a stone platform with a huge statue of the goddess Athena. Pooh! A golden arrow pierced deeply into the chest of a young man with short yellow hair, a red headband on his forehead, and a golden armor with huge wings on his back. Sisyphus. She was wearing a long white dress. A young woman with long purple hair cascading down her back anxiously called out. She was holding a long staff that was as tall as a person and had a golden hoop with the pattern of a bird spreading its wings at the top. The eyes of the gold saint named Sisyphus widened as he knelt heavily on the ground. Bang! Hades! The purple-haired girl had a sorrowful expression as she lowered her head and murmured softly. Then, she raised her head, and a powerful and holy aura erupted from her body. She looked at the black-haired Alan with a furious expression and yelled, Hades! You're finally acting like a goddess of war. Alan had an evil smile on his face as he crossed his arms and controlled a pitch-black longsword. Whoosh! Following his words of praise, a blue light suddenly bloomed in the air beside him and the purple-haired girl, Athena. That light is telekinesis? Alan was astonished. Athena also raised her head and looked toward the center of the light nervously. In the next instant, the light exploded and shot out bolts of blue lightning. Then, Sisyphus, who was wearing a new Pegasus sacred robe, and the leisurely Sei Ito suddenly appeared in front of Athena. Pegasus? Athena was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. You made this king wait impatiently. Pegasus, Alan said softly. My apologies, Alan. According to our agreement, I've returned to defeat you. Sisyphus said excitedly, full of confidence. Sei Ito ignored Sisyphus and Alan's game meeting. Instead, he was sizing up the Athena of this era with great interest. Athena, who had noticed Sei Ito's presence, also looked at Sei Ito with a puzzled expression. How interesting, Sei Ito said softly. It's a pity that she's not here. Otherwise, it would be even more interesting with the two of you standing together. It's you again. Alan looked at Sei Ito with a dark expression and said in a deep voice, It's me. But don't worry, I know that you and Sisyphus are going to talk about your feelings. I won't disturb the two of you, so you can continue and pretend that I'm not here. Sei Ito turned around and looked at Alan with a strange smile. Without waiting for anyone to react, he suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around Athena's waist. He then jumped onto the statue of Athena behind him. The statue was holding the statue of Goddess of Victory, with one hand holding the statue of Goddess of Victory, and the other hand holding Athena's waist as he stood up. Athena, seeing Sei Ito's action, the Taurus Saint Seiya, who was suppressed to the ground by the power of Hades released by Alan, raised his voice and shouted, All right, what are you going to do? He looked up at Sisyphus and asked loudly. Naturally, I'm going to protect her. Now you can let go of your love with Alan. Sei Ito said with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about? Although Pegasus didn't understand, he felt that Sei Ito wasn't talking about something good. I'm not talking nonsense. Look, Alan is waiting for you. Go and accept his love. Sei Ito looked up at Alan and said. PFFF, listening to Sei Ito's nonsense, Athena in his arms finally couldn't hold back and laughed softly. Sasa, Pegasus noticed Athena's laughter and said gloomily, Sorry, Pegasus, I can't help it. Athena looked down at Pegasus and said with an embarrassed expression, Do you want to die? Alan looked at Sei Ito with a dangerous gaze and said lightly, You can't kill me right now. Or, do you want me to let him out? Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and said lightly. Alan's pupils shrank and he fell silent. You don't have much time left. Sei Ito reminded Alan when he saw that he was silent. Big brother Alan. Athena looked at Alan with a worried expression and called out softly, Alan, I'm back alive. Pegasus looked up at Alan and said loudly as if he was announcing something. That prayer bead is... Alan said softly when he saw the prayer bead in Pegasus's hand. Ah, yes. This is the prayer bead that seals the immortality of your underworld dipper army. Pegasus said with a different tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the prayer beads flashed with a little light, like wind chimes floating in the hands of the Pegasus. Then, more than 10 blue lights flew up from various places in the sacred region, flying straight to the platform where everyone was on, and projected into the prayer beads. In an instant, a few of the prayer beads turned black. Sasa, it's been hard on you to maintain the barrier in the sacred realm. It's fine now. Pegasus turned its head and looked at Athena, who was being held in Ito Sei's arms, and said in a gentle voice, Yes. Athena replied softly with a smile. As expected of you, Pegasus. After meeting in the underworld, did you make this string of prayer beads with the melon seed? Alan said softly as his gaze fell on the prayer beads. Amida, the Virgo Saint Seiya entrusted his life to me. This prayer bead is also one. Sasa is also one. Pegasus's face showed some sadness as he said softly. Then he looked at Alan, who was floating in the air, and said, Hey, Alan, what are you doing? The reason why I've been fighting until now is because the three of us agreed to meet again one day. However, this is not what I wanted. Alan, are you really going to be like those guys who destroyed our hometown, the village, and the orphanage and kill my sister as if nothing happened? Pegasus, to the current me, that agreement is also very special. However, we're no longer the same as before. Alan said softly, "Kill my sister as if nothing happened? Wasn't this decided long ago? This is the Holy War. I didn't plan to keep reviving the Dark Saya. It's good that your prayer beads sealed their immortality. Death is equal peace for the Saint Saya, Dark Saya, Sasa, Pegasus, and all of you. Giving the people of the world the peace of death is my mission." "Shut up, Alan," Pegasus shouted angrily. "I don't want to hear this from you." Then he jumped and rushed to Alan's front. "Alan, I promised you in the underworld that I would beat you up. It's like this, Pegasus. But after seeing you today, I suddenly realized." At this point, Pegasus Feichong's figure stopped in midair like a real statue, unable to move. "You're no longer shining like before. In the end, you and our relationship is just that of a god and a human," Alan said as he held the hilt of the black sword with one hand and stabbed it towards Pegasus's chest. "Brother, stop!" Athena shouted anxiously. As if responding to Athena's call, the entire platform suddenly emitted a golden light. Then, a large number of rectangular pieces of paper with Athena's name written in Greek appeared on the platform. They were stacked on top of each other, forming an inner and outer oval circle. The inner circle just so happened to enclose Aaron in it. Chapter 2020. What? Under the influence of the golden light, Aaron's feet stepped on the ground of the Holy Land for the first time. Tisk, as expected of the amulet made from the blood of the previous Athena, the reincarnated Lord God. Although its power has been weakened a lot, it still has such a strong suppressive effect. Seito stretched his arm forward and probed into the light of the barrier formed by Athena's amulet. He felt a strange feeling from his arm and secretly curled his lips. Why didn't I notice it before? The Taurus saint looked at the amulet on the ground in front of him and whispered, "I won't let you continue to stir up trouble in the Holy Land." Pluto, accompanied by an old but not imposing voice, a figure wearing a black robe embroidered with red patterns on the edges, a golden pendant and a jewelry necklace made of gold, and a golden helmet on his head appeared on the platform of the shrine of Athena. "You've been tricked. This is the big cage made by Athena's amulet, the sealed land." Pope, seeing the person who came, the Taurus saint exclaimed, "I have weakened his power. You should be able to move now, Arutaba," the Pope said as he walked slowly towards the platform. Then he ignored Arutaba and looked directly at Aaron, who was slowly getting up in the shrine. He said softly, "I haven't seen you for more than 200 years, right? Hades. I see. Are you one of the boys who survived the previous holy war? You become a sly old fox." Aaron had a dangerous smile on his face and said softly, "Were these amulets left behind by Athena in the previous holy war?" "That's right, because we can't let Lord Athena, who is continuously maintaining the barrier, fall into a defenseless state. However, to be able to achieve such an effect is also beyond our expectations," the Pope said in a deep voice. Then he raised his arm and pointed his right hand with the amulet at Aaron and shouted, "Wake up, Hades!" At this time, Aaron straightened his body. A powerful dark aura erupted from his body and turned into powerful purple lightning that shot out in all directions. Under the surge of this purple lightning, the sacred barrier formed by Athena's amulet was immediately offset. "What?" the Pope exclaimed in disbelief. "Stupid. The amulet from more than 200 years ago can't even be used to delay time. So you should be the one who should wake up?" Aaron waved one arm forward. Aaron said loudly. A light beam formed by the power of the dark purple small universe quickly flew towards the Pope. Bang! In an instant, the Pope was hit from behind and was sent flying backward. He slammed into the wall beside him, causing a large area of irregular cracks to appear on the wall. "Let my knees touch the ground, obstruct my meeting with the Pegasus constellation. This emperor will let you know how serious this crime is," Yaluan said coldly. "Okay." Athena hurriedly replied. She then closed her eyes and stirred up the small universe in her body. A majestic small universe full of sacred aura erupted from Athena's body. "What are you trying to do?" Pegasus, who did not know what was going on, asked anxiously. The Pope in Athena's small universe has expanded to the entire temple, Arudibus said. Then, a large, crisscrossed, huge transparent square formed by countless squares of the same size appeared in the middle of Athena's temple. Then, a dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed, bringing the entire temple, Aaron, Pegasus, the Pope, the Taurus Saint Seiya, Arudiba, the Centaurus Saint Seiya, whose chest was pierced by a golden arrow, as well as Athena and Seito, and disappeared from the sacred realm. The next moment, somewhere above a building surrounded by flowers that looked like it was casually piled up with bricks, there was a sudden appearance of golden light. The temple of Athena appeared in the sky. What's wrong? Where's this place? Pegasus asked with a face full of shock. That giant tower? Is it where the 108 demon stars of the underworld are sealed? Arudiba said with some surprise as he looked at the strange building below the ground formed by the square. Demon Tower, sealed place. Aaron, who also saw the building below, whispered, "Did the space of the two places connect? Yes, Hades. Now that your power is weakened, the small universe of Athena, and I can bring you here," the Pope said. The Pope continued, "Now, if I seal your soul here, the holy war will be over. Okay, hurry up and leave the body of that boy." "My soul," Aaron repeated in a low voice, and then sneered with a smile. "You guys are really cute and stupid. No, it's just a waste of breath to say these words to that kind of guy." At this moment, a pleasant female voice suddenly came from the void, saying, "Please leave it to us." Then, the space above the temple was distorted, and a thick purple thunder energy blasted toward Athena and Seito, who was holding her. "Danger!" Sasa, Pegasus, turned to look at Athena and reminded her loudly. "Athena!" The Pope and Arudiba also shouted nervously. Boom! There was a loud roar, and the thunder and lightning scattered into countless tiny electric arcs, shooting out in all directions. What a warm greeting. The thunder and lightning dispersed, and Seito, who reappeared, looked up at the void and smiled faintly. At this time, Seito was hugging Athena with his arms, and Athena had her head in Seito's arms with her eyes closed, looking frightened and ready to withstand the attack. However, there was not a single wound on their bodies. Obviously, the attack just now was perfectly blocked. Then, the void trembled slightly, and a luxurious black carriage pulled by three strange monsters that looked like pigs and horses appeared in the sky. It was driven by the young underworld knight who had attacked the tower in Gameland, and moved to the temple of Athena, finally stopping behind Aaron. "You suddenly disappeared. It was really worrying." A female voice came from the carriage. Crack! Then, the door of the carriage opened, and a beautiful white leg wrapped with a snake-shaped accessory stretched out. Then, a beautiful woman wearing a black dress walked out of the carriage. Her chest, waist, forearms, ankles, and other parts of the dress were protected by pitch-black armor that flickered with black light. She held a pitch-black spear with a three-pronged tip in her hand, and her long black hair naturally scattered behind her back. This woman was none other than Pandora. Ever since Pandora appeared, Alan, who had transformed into Hades, didn't say a word and dealt with everything in silence. "You seem to still have the attachment of the human Aaron in your heart. Then, let me, Pandora, personally cut off this remaining attachment for you." Pandora, who stepped on the ground, said faintly, "Who is it? That woman?" Pegasus asked with a puzzled face. Pandora raised her left hand slightly, revealing the snake-shaped accessory on it. Then there was a rumbling sound of thunder, and the powerful force of the small universe instantly acted on Arudiba and Pegasus, who were already injured, causing them to involuntarily kneel down and let out a painful groan. "Come on, Lord Hades, please get on the carriage." Pandora, who ignored Pegasus and Arudiba, looked at Aaron and said softly as if she had done a trivial thing. "That woman, Pandora," the Pope said in a deep voice. "Pope, do you know her?" Arudiba asked. "Yes, the woman who released evil into the world, The woman who has been following Hades and commanding the Hades army, the Pope introduced. Humph. A survivor of the previous holy war? As you said, my soul is always with Lord Hades. Pandora, who heard the Pope's explanation, moved her eyes slightly and looked at the Pope from the corner of her eyes as she said softly, "Originally, I should be the elder sister of a young man who was chosen to be the body of Hades to protect and take care of him. That's also the meaning of my existence." Then Pandora changed the topic and looked at Athena, who was in Seito's arms, with a face full of anger and distortion, and said loudly, "However, an unexpected obstacle has appeared in this life. You're indeed a goddess born from Zeus's mind. You're very clever," Pandora said sarcastically. "I don't think I've ever done anything like clever, as you said," Athena retorted without showing any weakness. "How dare you? Shameless," Pandora said in a voice full of resentment and anger. At the same time, she took a step forward and walked towards Athena. "Wait, Pandora, what do you want to do to Lord Athena?" the Pope asked loudly. At the same time, Seito let go of Athena, took a step forward, and stood in front of her. "Don't do anything. I've always felt that I have to meet her face to face," Athena said in an unquestionable tone. Seito shrugged and moved aside a little, allowing Pandora and Athena to stand face to face. "As a goddess, you actually lived in a human's womb and was shamelessly born as Lord Aaron's younger sister. How dare you degrade yourself and disregard your identity to spy on the young man who's the body of Lord Hades? You're as despicable as a thief," Pandora said indignantly. "I don't think that being born as a human is a degenerate or despicable thing. To me, the days I spent with Pegasus and Brother Aaron are irreplaceable even though I've already awakened as Athena," Athena retorted. "Is that your strategy to confuse Lord Hades' heart?" Pandora asked. "That's not a strategy. I'm just," Athena said with a gloomy face. "I sincerely hope that I can continue to live like that with Brother Aaron and Pegasus as a human." Shameless goddess. Pandora was furious when she heard that. She raised her hand and was about to slap Athena's face. Chapter 2021. Pawn. A palm was the first to grab Pandora's wrist. "You," Pandora glared angrily at Seito, who was standing in front of her. "What kind of loss of self-control is this?" "This is different from the Pandora in my memory," Seito frowned and said in a low voice. Immediately after, he pulled Pandora's wrist in front of him with one hand. This sudden movement directly caused Pandora's center of gravity to shift, and she involuntarily fell towards Seito. Seito pulled with one hand again, skillfully wrapping Pandora's arm behind her back. At the same time, he stretched out his left hand and pressed it against Pandora's neck, forcefully pressing Pandora's head to the ground. Bang! Caught off guard, Pandora's face heavily collided with the transparent ground under her feet. Ugh! Pandora instinctively let out a painful groan. "Lord Pandora!" the young dark gladiator exclaimed in shock. "Calm down, Pandora." After saying this, Seito's hand that was pressed against Pandora's neck shook, and a hidden force penetrated Pandora's cervical spine. Immediately, Pandora's expression turned sluggish, and her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Then, without any visible movement from Seito, a black rectangle about 8 meters long and half a meter wide suddenly rose from the ground, turning into a black coffin. It placed the unconscious Pandora inside, closed the lid, and retracted back to the ground, disappearing from everyone's sight. Lord Pandora," the young dark gladiator stuttered as he looked at the place where Pandora disappeared with a face full of shock. The Pope, Pegasus, and the Taurus Saint Seiya, Arutuba, were equally shocked. "Hey, cat demon." Seito straightened his body and looked at the young dark gladiator. Yes. Beast Star Cat Demon Cheshire was like a soldier who had received an order. He suddenly straightened his body and replied loudly, "Go back and tell Donatus and Hypnos to wash their necks and wait. In the near future, I will personally seal their souls," Seito said calmly. Yes, Cheshire replied, loudly with a look of fear. Aaron, you can leave now. Ito turned to look at Alan, who was parked in front of the car. What? Athena and Tianma cried out in confusion. We can't let him go. The Pope shouted. Why did you let me go? Alan asked expressionlessly. The Holy War will only continue if you're still alive. Death God Danidus and Hypnos will remain in the modern world, so you can't die yet. Seito smiled. What do you want? Alan turned around and looked at Seito. You don't need to know that. Seito's expression changed slightly as he said lightly. Yes, I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Alan said coldly. With that, he turned around and walked towards the carriage that was parked in front of him. Stop! The Pope shouted. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a powerful impact landed on his body and sent him flying once again. Bam! Fine, what are you doing? Seeing Seito send the Pope flying, Tianma couldn't believe it. Tianma asked in disbelief. I told you, he needs to continue existing. Seito said calmly. You, Tianma said angrily. Alan, who had stopped because of the Pope's call, glanced at Seito from the corner of his eye before stepping back into the carriage and disappearing behind the closed door. Cheshire didn't dare to hesitate when he saw this. He ran back to the coachman's position in a panic and drove the carriage away from the shrine. Big brother, Athena murmured as she looked at the carriage that was flying into the sky. Don't worry, Alan's soul isn't that weak. Seito said softly. Who are you? The Pope struggled to get up from the ground. He looked at Seito, who was standing next to Athena, and asked in a deep voice. Didn't the elders of Gamir tell you? Seito asked with interest. You came from Gamir? The Pope asked with a surprised tone. Seito ignored the Pope and turned to look at Athena. Yes, Your Holiness, Tianma said helplessly when he saw that Seito didn't want to talk. What's wrong? Athena asked as she looked at Seito, who was looking at her. Nothing, let's go back. Seito retracted his gaze. What a pity, Athena. In this way, Alan will lose the chance to become a human forever. The Pope looked at Athena and said softly. I know, Athena said sadly. Seito, let's go back. After a pause, Athena said softly again. Yes, the Pope replied softly. Then, the Pope and Athena stirred up the small universe in their bodies. They filled the entire shrine with power. Then, just like how they came, they brought the entire shrine of Athena, Pegasus, Rudaba, and Sisyphus with them and disappeared from the sky above the magic tower, returning to the holy realm. Everyone is tired. Let's go and rest. Athena forced a smile on her face. She looked at Tianma, Arudaba, and the Pope and said, Athena, rest early too. The Pope said softly. Okay. Athena replied softly. Sasa. Tianma looked at Athena and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Let's go, young man from Pegasus. Arudaba picked up the unconscious Sisyphus and shouted at Tianma. Hearing the greeting, Pegasus looked at Athena again, then turned around and left the temple with Arudaba, looking back every few steps. The Pope looked at Seito, who was still beside Athena, and frowned as he said loudly, This is the forbidden area of the Holy Realm. Unauthorized people are not allowed to stay here. You should leave too. Pope, you still have Athena's talisman in your hands, right? Give me 2 of them. Seito turned to look at the Pope and said softly, What do you want a talisman for? The Pope asked. Naturally, I have my uses for it. You don't need to know that. Seito replied. The Pope looked at Seito, raised his hand, and took out 2 talismans written with the blood of the previous Athena from the wide sleeve of his robe. He walked up to Seito and handed them to him. Seito reached out and took the talismans. However, he did not put them away immediately. Instead, he handed them to Athena. Add the power of your little universe to the talisman, Seito said. Hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed across Athena's face, but she did not ask any questions. Instead, she reached out and grabbed the talisman that Seito handed to her. She closed her eyes and stirred up the little universe that belonged to the goddess in her body, adding the divine power to the talisman. In an instant, the blood-colored words on the talisman lit up and exuded a powerful divine aura. After a while, the divine aura disappeared, and Athena stopped using the little universe. She opened her eyes and handed the talisman back to Seito. Seito reached out and took back the talisman that had become more powerful. He looked at it in front of his eyes and put it away. He looked at Athena and said again, I remember that Athena can make holy cabinets that seal the souls of gods. Make 2 of them and give them to me. You want to seal the god of death and the god of sleep? Hearing this, the Pope knew what Seito wanted to do. He could not help but ask. That's right. Seito glanced at the Pope and did not deny it. He confirmed it in a low voice. The Pope, who got the answer, did not say anything and became silent. Okay, I'll have someone give you the holy cabinets in 2 days. Athena promised. Also, have someone send me the inheritance of the 12 golden saints. I want to see it. Seito, who got Athena's answer, said again. That's impossible. Before Athena could say anything, the Pope was the first to refute. This is not a request, it's a notice. If you don't agree, then I'll have to get it my own way. If something bad happens, don't blame me. Seito reminded him in a low voice. Are you threatening me? The Pope asked in a low voice. I'm just stating the facts. Of course, if you want to take it as a threat, I don't mind. Seito slowly released his aura. The majestic aura was like the thick black clouds before a storm. It pressed down and covered more than half of the sanctuary. Under the pressure of Seito's aura, the Pope's face immediately turned ugly. His body felt heavy, as if he was carrying a mountain. Done. Seeing this, Athena called out. Hearing Athena's voice, Seito immediately withdrew his aura, and the sky of the sanctuary became bright again. Say, have someone send the secret technique over later. Athena, who was slightly relieved, turned to the Pope and said, Yes. The Pope lowered his head and agreed. I'll be right here. Get someone to prepare it. Seito said. The Pope did not say anything. He bowed to Athena and turned to leave the shrine of Athena. After the Pope left, Seito turned to Athena again and said, All right, now that there's no one here, it's time to confirm it. What? Athena was confused. Is the taste of your lips the same as the Athena I know? Seito chuckled. Without waiting for Athena's response, he stepped in front of Athena, reached out his hands, and pulled Athena into his embrace. He lowered his head and kissed her lips as Athena's eyes widened in shock. He skillfully pried open Athena's pearly white teeth and stuck out his tongue to entangle with Athena's raw tongue. Athena, who was suddenly attacked, instinctively let out a low cry. It took her a few seconds to come back to her senses. She pushed Seito away with both hands and took 2 steps back with a red face. She raised her left hand and covered her lips with the back of her hand. She looked at Seito with shame and anger. It's a little different. There's no taste of death in your mouth. Seito smacked his lips and chuckled. And the other parts of your mouth are not so pure. Is it because you were reincarnated as a human? But there's a different taste to it. How can you do this? Athena's chest heaved up and down in embarrassment. Seito shrugged frivolously and did not speak. Who are you? Athena asked. What? Seito asked. From your words, you seem to know me and even Pandora. But in my memory, I have never seen you before, and I don't feel the aura of other Olympian gods from you. So who are you? Athena put down her hand and said with a straight face, I'm a man who, in another time and space, had a deep relationship with you, Athena. I've done things like what I just did to you many times. Seito placed one hand on his chest and the other behind his back. He crossed his legs, bent his legs, and introduced himself in a gentlemanly manner. Of course, Athena wouldn't be able to figure out what kind of deep feelings he was referring to in a short period of time. In another time and space, Athena was stunned. Yes, in another time and space. Ito Mori straightened up and said, So, you and I are close friends. Therefore, I will help you win this holy war and end it completely on the basis of being able to do so. Athena was silent. She was a little skeptical about Sei Ito's words. Time will prove everything I said. Sei Ito chuckled as he saw the doubts in Athena's heart from her expression. But before that, let's greet each other again. With that, Sei Ito once again appeared in front of Athena. He lowered his head and kissed her lips before she could react. Athena struggled slightly and unconsciously let out a low moan from her throat. At the same time, on the other side, in Hades' castle, what should I do? I can't find the Lord Gemini gods anywhere. Cat Demon Cheshire walked back and forth on the spot while biting his thumbnail and muttering to himself anxiously. You're looking for us? Just then, two huge shadows shrouded the cat Demon Cheshire from behind, and a voice that sounded like multiple echoes overlapped rang out. Lord Gemini gods. Cheshire, who was startled, sat down on the ground and looked at the two black figures floating in the air with a face full of fear. Where's Pandora? At this moment, one of the figures asked. Lord Pandora has been taken away, Cheshire said with a trembling voice. Taken away? By who? An unfamiliar man, but he doesn't seem to be a holy Seiya, Cheshire replied. Oh, also, the man who took Lord Pandora asked me to pass a message to the two of you. Cheshire carefully looked at the Gemini gods in the air and said in a low voice. He said, wash your necks and wait. In the near future, he will personally seal the souls of the two of you. After that, Cheshire did not dare to stay in front of the Gemini gods any longer. He nimbly turned over and ran away on all fours like a real cat. Hat seal us? What shameless boasting. Chapter 2022. Since Pandora has been captured, there is no one to carry out the plan. It doesn't matter. Let it be at ease for 2 more days. However, I am very interested in this new person. Why? Are you planning to do it yourself? No, a mortal isn't worth wasting my time on. Pandora has been captured, hasn't she? Let the Dark Gladiators rescue her. At the same time, we can test the level of the arrogant human and see if he is worthy of being a pawn. A farce. Then we will do as you say. With that, the twin god shadows disappeared into the void. Deep inside Hades' castle, in a dimly lit room, 3 men in luxurious black armor sat together. They were listening to the Dark Gladiator, who was kneeling on one knee with his head lowered, reporting something to them. What? Lord Pandora has been captured? The man in the middle of the 3 said loudly. Who is the other party? The person on the right of the 3 asked. I'm not sure, but Lord Hades and Lord Pandora seem to know that man. The Dark Gladiator who was kneeling on the ground replied. From a voice, it seemed to be a woman. For the Dark Gladiators who were all men, this was a strange existence. Where is that person now? The man in the middle asked again. Sanctuary, the female Dark Gladiator replied. Hearing these 2 words, the 3 figures fell silent for a moment. A moment later, the person on the left of the 3 broke the silence with a sneer. Perfect eye, noble stars minus. Want to avenge the previous humiliation. Let me go to the sanctuary to rescue Lady Pandora. Saying that, the man stood up and was about to walk out of the room. I am afraid you will not be able to come back this time. The man on the right sneered. What did you say? Noble star minus stopped abruptly. He turned around and glared at the man on the right. Isn't that so? To think that one of the 3 giants would be defeated by a mere gold saint who only knows how to play with plants. How humiliating, the person on the right said in disdain. Iagos, do you want to return to the netherworld for a while? Minus asked with a murderous tone. Do you have the ability to do that? The black shadow called Iakoth mocked. All right, stop arguing, the person in the middle said in a deep voice. Let's think about it now. How we save Lady Pandora. There is no need to discuss. I will bring my subordinates to rescue Master Pandora, Minus said. After saying that, he turned around and strode out of the room, ignoring Ayakogos and the other black shadow. I shall leave it to you, Minus, the black shadow in the middle said. By right, you go as well. Find Lady Pandora's location, the black figure in the middle said. Iachos said to the female underworld gladiator kneeling in the room. Yes, Lord Iacos, the female nether gladiator replied. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared from the room. I did not expect that even Lady Pandora would be captured. The black shadow in the middle sighed softly. I shall go and prepare. Ayakogos stood up from his seat and walked out of the room. He said as he walked out, I have passed this matter to Minos. What else do you need to prepare? The remaining black shadow asked. I doubt if that fellow can really rescue Lady Pandora and not be defeated by the gold saint who plays with flowers like the last time. In the end, he was sealed in the rosary made by the Virgo saint. Ayakogos, who was about to walk out of the room, replied. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room as well. These are the cultivation tips for all the inherited skills of the 12 gold saints. The Pope said as he placed a pile of ancient scrolls written on animal skin in front of Seito, who was sitting in front of the statue of Athena. Thank you. Seito extended his hand and opened the scrolls as he thanked the Pope. I hope you will not use these skills to commit atrocities. Otherwise, I will not let you off even if I have to risk my life. The Pope warned sternly after a moment of silence. Seito lifted his head and looked at the Pope without saying a word. He then retracted his gaze and looked at the scrolls in his hand again. Seeing this, the Pope did not say anything and turned to leave the Athena shrine. There were not many gold saint skill scrolls, only slightly more than 20 of them. With Seito's speed, even if he were to read them carefully, it only took him slightly more than 3 hours to finish reading all of them. In my current state, it seems that apart from the crystal wall of Aries that can be driven by psychokinesis, I can also use the space law to replace Gemini's dimensional space and the Devil's triangle dimensional space. I can also drive Virgo's 6 paths of reincarnation and the heavenly dance wheel, as well as the sky evil spirits and monsters created by Amida, as well as the Aquarius constellation's Diamond Stardust Fist and Aurora Execution that can be used directly. The other skills can't be copied. Ito Sei threw the bee skin scroll in his hand to the ground in front of him and lowered his head as he pondered. Furthermore, Leo's lightning speed fist and plasma speed fist, Sagittarius atomic shock, Virgo's sky demon subjugation, Gemini's galaxy astral treasure, and Aries star fragment rotation technique, and other special skills that rely on the small universe's molecular level, can't be learned. It seems that I can only collect these skills and give them to my subordinates who are willing to switch to the small universe to learn and use them. Seito whispered. Thinking of this, Seito did not hesitate. With a thought, he put away the 20 scrolls of golden saint skills in front of him. Then, with another thought, a black square coffin appeared in front of him. Immediately afterward, the black coffin exploded and scattered into countless black light fragments that floated into the air, revealing Pandora inside. The unconscious Pandora's body softened and fell to the ground, but Seito immediately hugged her and let her lie on his lap. Seito's fingers moved lightly and gently slid across Pandora's beautiful face. And after some time, Pandora slowly opened her eyes with a low moan. The first thing that caught her eyes was Seito, who was holding her and looking at the sunset on the horizon. Pandora was shocked and quickly broke away from Seito's arms with a small universe. She turned over and stood on the ground. You're a little excited, Pandora. Seito looked up at Pandora, who was on guard, and said softly with a smile on his face, Where's Sir Hades? Pandora asked in a deep voice. Haven't you had enough? This kind of puppet-like life? Seito asked back. Pandora's heart trembled, but she did not speak. Whether it was in this era, or 200 years later, or the many years before, Pandora, had always been by Hades' side, but she had always been ordered around by the gods and the twin gods. She had to do this and that, and she was completely like a puppet with no freedom at all. If it weren't for the fact that she gradually lost Hades, who was both a younger brother and a monarch, she would have collapsed in despair long ago. What are you trying to say? Pandora asked back. How about coming to my side? From now on, you don't have to pay attention to the gods. You only have to listen to my orders, serve me, and live a free and happy life. Seito reached out his hand and smiled. Ridiculous. After a moment of silence, Pandora appeared to be hysterical and refuted loudly. Who do you think you are? The strength of the gods? No, the strength of Sir Hades is not something you can understand at all. You actually want to use such a ridiculous reason to oppose me. Pandora, who is loyal to Sir Hades. You're really stupid. Then if I defeat Hades, are you willing to come on my side? Saito still asked with a smile on his face. It's impossible for you to defeat Sir Hades, even with Athena's help, Pandora said with a firm expression. You don't need to think about that. You just need to answer me. If I defeat Hades, are you willing to come on my side? Saito's arm was still stretched out as he asked with a smile on his face. Even if you win, so what? If you lose this time, there will be a next time. If you lose the next time, there will be a next time. Sir Hades is immortal. Therefore, I also belong to Sir Hades. Pandora was silent for a moment before speaking again. But at the end of her words, a trace of sadness flashed across Pandora's face. Did you forget what I said when I first met you and Aaron? Saito said softly, I'm a god, a foreign god. Since I chose you, I naturally have a way to free your soul from Hades and the underworld and restore your freedom. So, you only need to answer me. After Hades is defeated, are you willing to come to my side and serve me? Pandora's expression changed, and a trace of hesitation flashed across her face. For a moment, the shrine of Athena became quiet. Forget it. You don't need to answer me now. Use your eyes to witness everything I've done and wait for the final result. Saito withdrew his hand and lightly placed it on his knee, forming a seal. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and said softly. Hearing this, Pandora let out a sigh of relief in her heart. By the way, I heard that you play the harp very well. As a pastime, play a song for me here. Saito spoke again with his eyes closed. Yes. Pandora hesitated for a moment before replying in a low voice. Then, with a wave of one hand, a golden harp as tall as a person appeared from the void. She lowered her body and sat on a small round stool that appeared at the same time. She stretched out her hands and stroked the slender strings, her 10 fingers gently plucking them. In an instant, a melodious sound reverberated above the shrine of Athena. Chapter 2023. Unknowingly, the sun was setting and the moon was hanging in the sky. Countless stars were hanging in the night sky. Just then, Pandora stopped playing her zither and turned to look into the distance in surprise. It seems like you have a lot of supporters in the King of Hell's army. They risked their lives to save you, Saito, who had his eyes closed, said. Just as they were talking, the gold saints of the sanctuary sensed the presence of the enemy from the aura of the dark universe that suddenly appeared around them. Minus, Shurong, and Ares, said with hatred. With a flash, he turned into a golden light and rushed in the direction of the universe. Shurong, on the way, Tiger Cub, who happened to be patrolling the sanctuary, saw him and shouted, Why are you here? The enemy is Minus. He is the one who killed Jabafika. In front of me, Shurong said in a deep voice. Tiger Cub was silent. Then he said, I'll go with you. Okay. Shurong looked at Tiger Cub and agreed. Then the two of them did not stop and rushed in the direction of Minus Universe. With their full speed, the two of them arrived at the border of the sanctuary in a short while. In a desolate valley, they saw the dark gladiators who were using mysterious techniques to kill the sanctuary's holy Saiyas. Stop! Seeing the situation in the field, Tong Hu, whose face was filled with anger, immediately shouted loudly. Sir Tiger Cub, the gold saint who was not completely dead, turned his head and looked at Tiger Cub, who was wearing a golden sacred robe. Hearing the call, Tiger Cub jumped down from the high ground and rushed to the gold saint who was talking. He squatted down and held the gold saint in his arms. Hey, pull yourself together, Tiger Cub said loudly. Tiger Cub, sir. The gold saint who was being held in Tiger Cub's arms shouted again with difficulty. Then his head fell to the side, and he lost all signs of life. It's you. Among the dark Seiyus, a white-haired dark Seiyus with a pair of metal wings on his back, said to Shurong with a gloomy expression. His armor was much more luxurious and beautiful than the dark seers beside him. Minus, Shurong said in a deep voice. How dare you come here? It's just the sanctuary. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Minus sneered. It seems that you have forgotten the lesson that Jabafika taught you. Shurong bluntly exposed the wound. Hearing Jabafika's name, Minus' face changed. His face was full of ferocity, and he said in a cold voice, I came to the sanctuary this time to wash away the humiliation that guy gave me. Unfortunately, he was already dead. This is rather disappointing. You. Shurong was enraged when he heard that. His body immediately erupted with a strong aura of a small universe. A golden spiritual light, mist, immediately enveloped Shurong's body. Together with the golden holy robe on his body, it was extremely dazzling. Seeing Shurong's transformation, Minus did not waste any time and activated his own universe. Then, a dark purple haze of light enveloped Minus. Like a purple flame, it was still leaping about. At the same time, Tiger Cub put down the Saint Seiya in his arms. He tore off the cloak on his back and covered the Saint Seiya's corpse. Then he stood up. Silently, he walked to Shurong's side and stirred up the small universe. He was ready to attack. 2 against 1. Minus said in disdain. Tiger Cub, he's mine, Shurong, who was staring at Minus, said in a deep voice. Be careful. Tiger Cub, who could hear the determination in Shurong's words, withdrew his small universe and reminded him softly. Then, he turned around and walked to one side. His face darkened, and he got into a stance of a bystander. At the same time, the dark gladiators behind Minus did not need Minus's instructions. They tactfully retreated to make room for the battle between Minus and Shurong. Humiliation requires a baptism of blood. Just right, let's start with you, the friend of Jabafika, Minus said in a ferocious voice. Then, I'll be like Jabafika and send you to your death again. And I believe that after this, you won't have the chance to be resurrected again, Shurong replied without showing any signs of weakness. That's Seal. You won't have the chance, Minus said. After he finished his words, Minus moved his hands, and a purple mist of the small universe suddenly appeared around Shurong. Thin and long threads appeared from it and wrapped around Shurong's body tightly. Noble Star's ultimate skill, Star Puppet Line. Now, you my puppet, Gold Saint Seiya of Ares, Minus laughed arrogantly. Shurong, Tiger Cub shouted with a face full of worry. Where should we start? Oh yes, let's start with your disgusting mouth, Minus said softly. After he finished his words, Shurong's right hand uncontrollably slapped his own mouth. Bang! A stream of blood flowed down from his broken lips. Did Jabafika feel this way then? Shurong, who looked like he was in pain, said in a muffled voice. Why? Do you want to experience what he felt then? Then, I'll fulfill your wish, Minus said with a sinister smile. Then, Shurong's body suddenly floated in midair. His 4 limbs uncontrollably twisted in a direction that violated the human body's motion pattern. Shurong looked like he was in pain, but he didn't even make a sound. Shurong, Tiger Cub, who was very worried, couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and shouted, Tiger Cub, don't come over. I've said before that he's mine, Shurong said with difficulty. Damn it, Tiger Cub heard and clenched his fists subconsciously. He scolded loudly with a face full of hatred. What do you think? Minus asked. Shurong laughed contemptuously. Then, an even stronger aura of the small universe was released from Shurong's body. It affected the space and formed an illusion. It changed into a magnificent starry sky that replaced the barren valley. It enveloped Minus and himself, as well as Tiger Cub and a few other dark gladiators who were further away. What? Minus' expression changed, and he let out a low cry. You'd better keep this for yourself. Start dust rotation skill, Shurong shouted. Instantly, a large amount of light fragments appeared around Shurong. They rotated and formed a dazzling vortex that was like the Milky Way. It forcefully destroyed and tore apart the extremely thin threads that were entangling him. Then, It moved toward Minus without slowing down. Minus was shocked. He quickly used his mind to control the wings on his back and placed them in front of him. They formed a shield and wrapped him tightly in a tough underworld robe. Boom! There was a loud boom, and a thick cloud of dust rose out of nowhere, shrouding Minus. Whoosh! Then a strong wind blew away the smoke and dust outside of Minus' body. You actually broke my star puppet strings? Minus, who had half of his wings open and the other half in front of him, looked at the star puppet thread that had been torn into pieces in his hands with an ugly expression. My star dust rotation skill has the power to destroy the Milky Way. Although I can't use that kind of power, it's enough to destroy your star puppet thread, Shur-ong said in a low voice. Do you think that my star puppet thread will be destroyed just like that? You are very wrong. As long as my little universe is not destroyed, my star puppet thread will never be destroyed. Minus said loudly as he spread his wings and waved his arms crazily. He used the star puppet thread at his fingertips as if it was an invisible blade and lashed at Shur-ong, looking at the crazed Minus. Shur-ong did not dodge. Instead, he stretched out one of his arms and shouted, "Come out, crystal wall!" Suddenly, there was a flash of light around Minus. An invisible and transparent wall suddenly appeared in front of Minus and blocked the star puppet thread that was lashing at him. Bam bam. You should have a taste of the star puppet strings yourself, Shur-ong said loudly. The next moment, the star puppet thread that Minus had lashed out paused. It suddenly turned around and lashed at Minus, who could not defend himself in time. Bam 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 bam. A series of muffled sounds could be heard from Minus' body. Minus' body spun and fell heavily on the ground. Bam! Did Sir Minus lose? Looking at Minus, who was in a sorry state, the on-looking dark gladiators exclaimed in disbelief. How could this be? It's that invisible wall again. Minus propped himself up and said with a gloomy face. He remembered clearly that at the end of the battle with Yubemika, it was this invisible wall that had caused the attack that he had used to destroy the village to be reflected back at him. It had caused his plan to be destroyed along with the village to be destroyed. Humph! Then Minus snorted and suddenly leaped into the air. He spread his wings and flapped them fiercely at Shur-ong, who was below him. A tornado with a strong aura of the little universe that was rotating at high speed charged at Shur-ong, gigantic wing whirlwind. Crystal wall! Shur-ong activated the little universe and shouted again. Boom! The tornado was rotating at high speed and was blocked by an invisible wall in the air. It was in a stalemate. Previously, I did not have enough stamina. This time, don't think that you can use it to reflect my unique skill. Minus, who was burning with purple flames of the little universe, said loudly. Shur-ong did not reply. He tried his best to activate the little universe in his body and added energy to the crystal wall to resist Minus' attack. Since it was a tornado, it naturally had the characteristic of a tornado that the longer it rotated, the stronger its power would be. Hence, during the stalemate, the tornado that Minus released became stronger and bigger. In a short while, it expanded from its original diameter of more than 1 meter to its widest diameter of nearly 10 meters. It was even more powerful when it hit the crystal wall. Feeling the pressure from the crystal wall, Shur-ong's face tensed up and he clenched his teeth secretly. Chapter 2024. P.S. Thank you to Wongit and Wing as before for their precious monthly votes. Crackle, 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 phew. Finally, after a period of stalemate, there was a sound of glass shattering. The tornado, which had expanded to a certain extent, swept towards Shur-ong, Tong, who shouted. Boom! The tornado spread and swept up the gravel, which fell to the ground like rain. Crash, 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 crash. Shur-ong crossed his arms in front of his body, leaned forward, and knelt on the ground with one knee. Ha! What lousy crystal wall is it? Minus, have broken it. Landing back on the ground, Minus stood at the edge of the huge crater created by the tornado and laughed proudly. All right, I am no longer interested in fighting with you. Go to hell, Shur-ong of Aries. Minus shouted as he looked at Shur-ong with a ferocious expression. After saying that, Minus flapped his wings again and created a strong tornado that swept toward Shur-ong, who was in the pit. Stardust rotation skill. Seeing the tornado coming toward him, Shur-ong stood up from the ground. He stretched out his arms and activated the mini-universe in his body to create an illusion of the Milky Way. He swept up a misty cluster of stars and threw it toward the tornado that was in front of him. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the tornado immediately tore apart, forming a number of chaotic streams that shot out in all directions. The momentum of the stardust rotation skill that Shur-ong had used did not diminish and continued to fly toward Minus. Seeing this, Minus frowned and quickly used his wings to block in front of him. Boom! There was a dazzling white light, and Minus could not help but slide back a distance. Minus, you are the one who is going to lose, Shur-ong, whose fair face was stained with dust, said in a low voice. Stardust rotation skill. Then, the mini-universe in Shur-ong's body appeared again, and he used his ultimate move again. In the illusion of the Milky Way, a misty cluster of stars shot toward Minus at a high speed. Minus narrowed his eyes. He tightened his body and activated the mini-universe to receive the stardust rotation skill that Shur-ong had used. Boom! Amid the explosion, Minus screamed in agony. Then, the wings of his underworld robe were shattered. Minus, who had several wounds on his body, was sent flying backward. Bang! How is this possible? Minus, who had fallen to the ground, said in a hoarse voice, "How could your attack break my underworld robe? You're too arrogant." Although the underworld garment had a very strong defense, it did not mean that it was indestructible. Don't think that all Gold Saint's ultimate moves are as beautiful and exquisite as Jabafika's. What's more, wasn't your underworld clothes pierced by Jabafika's rose? Shur-ong said calmly. Damn it. Minus cursed as he struggled to get up from the ground. Minus, accept the fate of failure and being sealed. Shur-ong lowered his body slightly and posed as if he was about to make a move. He secretly operated the little universe. His body was burning with golden spirit chi flames as he said in a deep voice, "Star fragment rotation technique." Then he pushed his hands forward and launched another star fragment rotation technique at Minus. The illusion of the universe appeared again. The foggy star cluster, which was emitting dazzling light, flew toward Minus at a high speed. Minus' pupils shrank rapidly as he was hit by the foggy star cluster. Boom! After screaming in agony, Minus, who had lost all signs of life, fell to the ground heavily. Then, a ray of azure spiritual light shot out from his body. Like a shooting star, it flew toward the depths of the sanctuary. Lord Minus has been defeated. This, the dark gladiators, who were watching from the side, murmured in disbelief. Minus is dead. All of you should follow him to the netherworld. Tiger Cub, who had appeared in front of the dark gladiators, said in a deep voice. Damn it! How dare he belittle us? Kill him. Hearing Tiger Cub's words, the dark gladiators, who had regained their senses, said furiously. However, judging from their condition, they seemed to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. They seemed to be hysterical. Then, the dark gladiators moved together and launched an attack on Tiger Cub. Lu Mountain, 100 Dragon Domination. Tiger Cub was unmoved by the attacks of the dark gladiators. He only lowered his body and activated the mini-universe. Then, he stretched his hands forward. He used the ultimate move that he had practiced for a long time. In an instant, green, spiritual light shone. Numerous Eastern divine dragons, which were formed by the energy of the mini-universe, flew out from Tiger Cub's body. They roared and charged toward the dark gladiators. Boom! There was a loud explosion. All the dark gladiators were like pedestrians who had been hit by a speeding car. They screamed in pain and flew into the air. Then, they spun and fell to the ground. Plop, plop, bang. Shur-ong, are you okay? After dealing with the dark gladiator, Tiger Cub hurriedly ran to Shur-ong's side and asked with concern. I'm fine. Shur-ong smiled and said, That's good. I'll send you back. Tiger Cub said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Tiger Cub and Sure Ang's expressions immediately changed. They looked up at the sky at the same time. They saw 100 meters away in the sky a powerful little universe emitting a strong, attacking intent and a black shadow rapidly falling towards them. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of them. Sure Ong and Tiger Cub didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly jumped back and dodged. Boom! Smoke and dust rose and formed a cloud of dust. It shrouded the black shadow that had just arrived. Minus failed again. What a useless piece of trash. A voice that was filled with disdain was heard from the smoke and dust. Whoosh, then, a breeze blew and blew away the smoke and dust. Then, a dark gladiator with a pair of huge wings and a pair of curved horns on his helmet appeared in the pit that he had created. He looked at Tiger Cub and Sure Ong mockingly. "Who are you?" Tiger Cub asked in a deep voice. "A majestic star Garuda, Iagos." The person introduced himself. Majestic Star, the other one of the 3 giants of the underworld. Sure Ong and Tiger Cub's expressions changed. "Tell me your names, Saint Seiya. Then get ready to accept the funeral that I, Lord Iagos, will hold for you," Iagos said arrogantly. He looked as though it was an honor for him to know their names and be killed by him. "Funeral? You? What a joke. Since we can defeat Minus, who is one of the 3 giants, we can also defeat and seal you, Iagos. Let me, Tiger Cub from Libra, deal with you." Tiger Cub sneered and stepped forward. He stared at Iagos in front of him and said, "Tiger Cub," Sure Ong called out softly. "Sure Ong, leave this guy to me. You can help me by the side," Tiger Cub said with a smile without turning his head. "I got it," Sure Ong replied, and then slowly stepped back. "You want to seal me? You're the one who's ridiculous. How dare you compare Minus, that trash, to me? You'll soon know how wrong your deduction is," Iagos sneered. "I'll wait and see," Tiger Cub said with a fighting stance. "Huh." Iagos sneered and suddenly waved his arms. Then a huge X-shaped air blade flew in front of Tiger Cub and landed heavily on his body. Bang! Immediately, Tiger Cub's body was thrown back until he hit the rock wall at the side. He only stopped when he hit the rock wall and created an irregular depression with a diameter of almost 3 meters. A stream of blood flowed down from Tiger Cub's forehead. "Tiger Cub," Sure Ong shouted. "So this is the strength of a Libra Gold Saint? That's all there is to it," Iagos said with contempt as though he had done something insignificant. Then he turned to Sure Ong and said softly, "Now it's your turn." "Wait." At this moment, Tiger Cub's voice was heard again. "Walala." Rocks rolled down. Tiger Cub supported himself with both hands and got out of the depression. He stood on the ground. He raised his head and looked at Iagos with a tough smile and said, "Our battle isn't over yet." Then he walked towards Iagos step by step. "So what if you can last for a long time? You're just delaying your death," Iagos said with disdain. "That's not necessarily true," Tiger Cub replied. "Is that so? Then let me see," Iagos said as he leaped into the air. He crossed his arms and slashed out a huge X-shaped airblade. Garuda wings. After being hit by Garuda wings, Tiger Cub knew how powerful this seemingly ordinary attack was. He didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. He ignited his little universe and gathered all his strength in his right hand. Then he shot out a golden divine dragon into the sky. Lu Mountain Rising Dragon. In an instant, the divine dragon and the X-shaped air blade collided. Boom! Violent waves of air spread out in all directions, visible to the naked eye. However, at this moment, Tiger Cub leaped through the shockwave and arrived before Iagoth, who was hovering in the air. He then swung his fist at Iagoth. Iagos sneered and blocked Tiger Cub's punch with his palm. "Is that all you've got?" Iagos sneered. After saying that, he closed his palm. Grabbing Tiger Cub's fist tightly, he threw Tiger Cub away like Garuda flapping his wings. Boom! In an instant, Tiger Cub fell to the ground like a cannonball. He created a huge depression with a diameter of a few meters on the ground. Oomph! Tiger Cub let out a pained grunt from the recoil. Tiger Cub. Sure Ong ran to the side of the depression and shouted. Boring guy. Iagos said calmly. Iagos said calmly. Then he raised his right hand and gathered a majestic mini-universe energy in his palm. He announced, I'll end your lives here. After saying that, Iagos waved his right hand and sent the mini-universe energy into the ground below. Then, a thick pillar of fire shot up from the ground and engulfed Tiger Cub. Tiger Cub, Shurong, who was standing at the side of the depression, was not engulfed by the pillar of fire. His expression changed drastically as he called out. Immediately after, the pillar of fire that had risen into the air suddenly exploded, transforming into countless flaming feathers that were the size of goose feathers. They rained down in a radius of tens of meters. This time, even Shurong was caught in the middle of it. Shurong had no choice but to activate his mini-universe and cast his secret skill, Crystal Wall, to protect himself. Oh, you blocked it. Iagos looked at Shurong, who was safe and sound under the protection of the crystal wall, with interest. However, before he could do anything, an intense aura of a small universe erupted from below. Tiger Cub, Shurong exclaimed in surprise. Then, the golden dragon soared into the sky and flew towards Iagos against the flaming feathers that filled the sky. The same move is useless against me. Iagos sneered. Then, he smashed his hands forward and created a huge X-shaped airblade to meet the golden dragon. Boom! The two attacks collided and a loud explosion erupted. However, in the next moment, Tiger Cub, who was covered in burns, flew out of the chaotic airflow. He clenched his teeth and punched Iagos' face. Bang! Iagos' head tilted and he fell to the ground. Bang! But before Tiger Cub could launch an attack, Iagotha's figure suddenly appeared in front of Tiger Cub. He grabbed Tiger Cub, whose expression changed slightly, and threw him into the sky. Iagoth turned into a black shadow and chased after Tiger Cub. When Tiger Cub's body reached the highest point, Iagoth used Garuda flapping wings to smash Tiger Cub's body. Tiger Cub plummeted to the ground at an extremely fast speed. Iagotha's figure flapped its wings. Whoosh! Boom! Amidst the clear sound of something breaking through the air, Tiger Cub crashed onto the ground like a cannonball. Cough! Under the powerful impact, Tiger Cub raised his head and coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that although Tiger Cub's body was tough due to his training as a Saint Seiya, his body still couldn't withstand such a high-altitude fall and the enemy's strong attack, causing him to be seriously injured in this attack. Tiger Cub, Shurong, who had removed the crystal wall, quickly ran to Tiger Cub's side and crouched down to pick him up. He called out with a worried expression, Cough, cough. Luckily, I won't die. Tiger Cub forced a smile. Won't die. I'll help you. Iagos, who was floating in the air, sneered. Then, he raised his arms high and used Garuda flapping wings to attack. Shurong did not dare to hesitate when he saw this. He quickly stood in front of Tiger Cub and raised his head to guard against Iagos' attack. However, at this moment, Iagos, who was about to attack, suddenly had a change in expression. He turned his head to look at the depths of the Holy Dominion and said, Consider yourselves lucky. He then turned into a black shadow and rushed into the depths of the Holy Dominion. That direction? Oh no, it's Athena's shrine. Shurong, who had noticed the direction Iagos left in, said with a changed expression. Chapter 2025. Just when Shurong and Tiger Cub had just defeated and sealed Minos and the dark gladiators that came with him, Ikakith suddenly arrived. A black shadow sneaked into the Athena shrine silently. Then, it appeared behind Sei Ito and swung its fist toward Sei Ito's head. However, in the next moment, when the fist was less than a centimeter away from Sei Ito's head, the attacker's body stiffened and its fist could no longer move forward. Pandora, help me introduce the identity of this sneak attacker. Sei Ito, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes slowly and spoke softly to Pandora, who had stopped playing the zither. "She is Bioret of heavenly solitary star Bachimos," Pandora replied. "Her? I didn't expect there to be a woman among the dark gladiators," Ito exclaimed in surprise. He really didn't know that there were women among the dark gladiators. After all, when he was doing his research, the legend of Pluto wasn't completed yet. Even half of it hadn't been serialized yet. There were many things that hadn't been revealed yet. Therefore, the source of the information was based on SS information. Furthermore, the dark gladiators of SS were all men. Therefore, he didn't have a clear understanding of certain situations in this world and could only rely on SS information to deduce. Bioret is the only female among the dark gladiators, Pandora explained. "Then I shall take a good look at her," Saito said with a smile. Then, with a thought, he moved Bioret, who was behind him, to his front and sized her up with interest. Bioret was wearing a full body armor. It was dark red in color, and the surface of the armor shimmered with a dark glow unique to the dark gladiators. A shoulder guard with a long horn similar to that of a rhinoceros was buckled on her left shoulder. She had an oval face, long black hair. If one didn't pay special attention to the gentle contours of her face, one wouldn't be able to tell that she was a woman based on the piercing cold aura emitted from her eyes. On the contrary, she was more androgynous. "Great expression," Ito said softly. "Ah!" At this moment, Bioret suddenly roared. His body erupted with a powerful wave of a small universe, and he broke free from the shackles. He quickly jumped back and looked at Ito, who was sitting under the statue of Goddess Athena. "Lady Pandora, what's going on?" Bioret asked in a low voice. "As you can see, Bioret, I was captured, but it seems that his way of treating prisoners is rather special. He didn't imprison me in a cell," Pandora explained softly. "Is that so? Then it'll make things easier for Lord Iacos," Bioret said. Then he lowered his body slightly and stirred up the small universe in his body. A layer of dark purple spirit chi flames burned on his body. "You actually dared to unleash such an unbridled explosion of a small universe here. You're really bold. The heavenly solitary stars, Bioret." Ito gently smiled. "As long as I can defeat you before those Saint Seiya's arrive and rescue Lady Pandora, there's nothing to worry about," Bioret said with an evil smile, his face full of confidence. Ito heard this and couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. "Are you mocking me? Then let me see. What right do you have to mock me?" As Bioret spoke, he suddenly charged in front of Ito and swung his fist toward Ito's face. Facing the attack, Ito didn't dodge, nor did he do anything. Bioret's body once again stopped moving. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't send his fist forward even half an inch. Binding paths 62, 100-step fence. Then, Ito softly chanted. Suddenly, 5 or 6 steel rods as thick as an infant's arm suddenly appeared in the air. They uniformly flew down and nailed Bioret's hands, legs, and spine, suppressing him to the ground. Bang! The bound Bioret struggled with all her might, but no matter how much she urged her little universe, she couldn't force the steel rods away. "Don't waste your energy. This attack is aimed directly at your soul. Without enough soul quality, unless you raise your little universe to a certain level, you won't be able to break it," Ito said indifferently. Bioret didn't listen and continued to struggle. I don't know if he got some inspiration from Ito-sei's introduction, but he didn't say anything. As the aura of her little universe increased, the steel rods that hadn't moved at all suddenly began to tremble violently. Under the pressure of her little universe's power, they gradually showed signs of collapsing. Extreme burning. It seems like you have a deep obsession in your heart as well." Ito looked at Bioret in surprise. At this moment, a strong wind whistled and a large X-shaped air blade flew straight towards Ito. Ito raised his head and didn't move. He just looked at the X-shaped air blade falling from the sky. Bang! Just as the air blade was about 1 meter away from Ito, it suddenly crashed into an invisible barrier and violently exploded, turning into chaotic streams of air that shot out in all directions. Whoosh! Ekakith appeared in the temple of Athena with a gust of wind, wearing a luxurious underworld robe. Lord Iagoth. Byrat, who had stopped struggling, called out bitterly. Iagoth didn't say anything and silently walked to Byrat's side. A dark purple little universe ignited in his hand, and he punched the steel rod on Byrat's body. Then, with a crisp cracking sound, the thin rod completely shattered and turned into fragments of spiritual light that slowly melted into the air. Byrat, who had regained his freedom, got up and knelt on one knee as he called out, Lord Iagoth, Byrat has disappointed you. It's fine, Iagoth said calmly. Lord Pandora, Iagoth is here to welcome you back. Iagoth looked straight at Seito as he said to Pandora, Pandora, are all the underworld's underworld gladiators as arrogant as him? Seito sighed and asked. Pandora, who didn't know how to answer this question, didn't answer. Lord Pandora, please leave with Byrat first. I will deal with this man, Iagoth said calmly. Just like how she didn't answer Seito's question, Pandora also ignored Iagoth's words and continued to sit on the side of the shrine. Lord Pandora, Byrat asked in astonishment. You don't have much time left, Seito calmly reminded when he sensed the aura of the little universe closing in. It won't take long to deal with you, Iagoth said confidently. Is that so? Seito chuckled. In the next moment, Iagoth's body moved and appeared in front of Seito, as if he had teleported and punched at his head. Seito didn't move, but a transparent wall suddenly appeared beside him and blocked Iagoth's attack. Bang! Iagoth's pupil shrank, and he raised his hands that were filled with the power of the little universe. Two high-speed whirlwinds surged towards Seito from below. The void around Ito, Sei's body shook slightly, creating a ripple. His body directly passed through the intersecting tornadoes created by Iagoth. Then his eyes lit up, and a huge pitch-black coffin suddenly appeared around Iagoth, wrapping him up in an instant. Doubt Breaker Level 90, Black Coffin. Iagoth's blood-curdling scream came from the black coffin. Lord Iagoth, Byrat called out anxiously. Then the black coffin opened and revealed Iagoth, who was covered in blood. Iagoth's body swayed, and he instinctively took a step forward to support his body and prevent himself from falling. However, before he could regroup, several clear streams of water suddenly appeared out of thin air. They turned into ropes and wrapped around Iago's limbs and body. After that, they condensed into an inch-thick layer of ice and sealed Iago's in the temple with a series of cracking sounds. Lord Iagoth, Byrat's expression changed slightly as he shouted. He then turned his head to look at Ito Sei. His body ignited with a small universe that was even more powerful than the one he used to charge at the 100-step railing. He then charged at Ito Sei. Looks like he's your obsession, Ito said in realization. Then, with a thought, a spatial god art was cast on Byrat. No matter how she ran, she couldn't shorten the distance between her and Seito. Then, he stretched his arm forward, the tip of his finger suddenly appearing in front of Byrat, who was not far away, and pointed at her forehead. Byrat's expression turned sluggish after being hit in the forehead. His eyes rolled back as he fell limply to the ground. Plop! At this time, Ito Sei's thoughts changed again, and a pitch-black coffin emerged from the ground under Byrat's body. It covered her, closed the lid, and sank back into the ground. Forget it. I won't favor one over the other. You'll be sealed as well. After sealing Byrat, Seito turned to look at Iagoth, whose body of ice was gradually shattering. Then he extended his hand, which passed through space and landed on the ice outside Iagoth's body. It shattered the ice and landed on Iagoth's head without stopping. Pah! Just like Byrat, Iagoth's head was struck by a strange force and immediately fainted. The black coffin that appeared soon after wrapped around him and sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Almost immediately after Seito sealed Iagoth and Byrat, several golden figures leapt out from the stairs leading to the Athena shrine and landed on the ground. Are you the enemies who broke into the holy realm? A handsome youth with long green hair questioned Sei Ito and Pandora, who was playing the harp. Chapter 2026. P.S. Go to the hospital to see a doctor during the day. There were 3 people in total. One of them was a gold saint with long green hair and a vaguely bottle-like armor on his body. The gold saint had short dark blue hair and 8 golden crab-like claws on both sides of his helmet. He had a wicked smile on his face. The other gold saint had the same blue hair, but a long scorpion tail at the top of his golden helmet. From the details of their armor, it was not difficult to distinguish that they were the gold saints of this generation of Aquarius, Cancer, and Scorpio. I think before you attack us, you'd better ask the Pope or Athena. Seito looked up at the gold saint with green hair and said lightly, "How arrogant. You want us to ask the Pope and Athena for an enemy? Who do you think you are? Special envoys from other countries?" The gold saint with short blue hair said frivolously, "I'm just reminding you not to do anything wrong. If you insist on fighting, I don't mind destroying a few gold saints here." Seito chuckled and said lightly. After saying that, Seito's body slowly released a powerful aura full of oppression. It rushed toward the gold saints of Aquarius, Scorpio, and Scorpio. "Oh, interesting prey. I, Kaludia, love to hunt ignorant guys like you." The Scorpio gold saint stuck out his tongue and licked the long scarlet nail on his left index finger with a hideous smile. "Wait, Kaludia." The Aquarius gold saint reached out and stopped Kaludia, who was about to attack. "What are you doing, Didier?" Kaludia frowned slightly and said with a somewhat unhappy expression, "It's good to ask the Pope. Maybe these 2 guys are really foreign envoys." The gold saint named Didier said lightly, "I don't care whether they are foreign envoys or not. Since the prey has appeared in front of me, there is no reason to let it go." Kaludia grinned. Hey, Kaludia, don't tell me you want to keep it all to yourself." The Cancer Saint Seiya asked with a smile. "If you want to share, I'll leave that woman to you," Kaludia said as he glanced at Pandora, who was not far away. "A woman? It's a little troublesome, but forget it. Women it is." The Cancer Saint Seiya placed his hands on his waist. He scratched the back of his head with one hand and said with a troubled expression. Then, she turned around and looked at Pandora. Pandora's expression changed slightly. She couldn't help but look at Seito, who was still sitting cross-legged in front of Athena's statue. Seeing the Cancer Saint Seiya and Kaludia's actions, Didier didn't say anything and just stood there silently. "Looks like a fight is inevitable." Seito sighed softly. "Don't even think about running away. Master Kaludia will be angry." Kaludia lowered his voice. He said in a deep voice, "Escape? Your words aren't qualified." Seito sneered. After saying that, he glared and a powerful invisible shock wave immediately collided with Kaludia and the Cancer Saint Seiya. Kaludia and the Cancer Saint Seiya felt something was wrong, and their expressions changed slightly. They crossed their hands in front of them to block. The next moment, a muffled bang was heard. Kaludia and the Cancer Saint Seiya couldn't help but slide back. "Hua!" Aquarius Didier stretched out his hands and placed them on the waist of Kaludia and the Cancer Saint Seiya, blocking the 2 who slid back to his side. "Hee. Very good. My blood is starting to boil." Kaludia's eyes were full of excitement as he grinned. "How rare, Kaludia. The 2 of us actually have the same feeling." The Cancer Saint Seiya shook his shoulders and smiled evilly. "That man is mine," Kaludia said. Yes. The Cancer Saint Seiya curled his lips. Kaludia ignored him and once again walked toward Seito. As he got closer, icicles emitting cold air slowly appeared in the air, densely covering Seito's surroundings. They were slanted towards Kaludia. "Ice. Didier, you seem to have met a companion." Kaludia stopped and raised his voice. Didier didn't say anything and silently watched everything in front of him. Then, Kaludia's figure moved and fiercely charged to the side. The icicles changed direction at the same time and shot towards Kaludia like arrows. Kaludia jumped back. As he dodged, the icicles missed, and with a pong-pong sound, they shattered into pieces of ice and covered the ground. While retreating, Kaludia sensed the gap between the icicles and moved. He faced the icicles and charged towards Saito. But before he could take 2 steps, a wave of water rushed towards Kaludia. Kaludia didn't retreat at all. He stirred up the power of the universe and pointed his finger at the wave of water. Pooh! A 2-finger-thick water hole immediately appeared on the wave of water. Then, the red light didn't slow down and shot towards Saito. Bang! A transparent barrier appeared out of thin air and blocked the scarlet light beam, flying towards Saito. At the same time, the waves surged and slammed into Kaludia's body, sending him flying. Bang! Then, without waiting for Kaludia to react, a layer of fine ice crystals suddenly appeared on Kaludia's body and quickly spread. In a short while, Kaludia's body was wrapped in a thin layer of ice crystals, freezing him. However, Saito's attack still didn't stop. The water flowing on the ground trembled slightly and suddenly gathered together. Then, it transformed into a torrent that shot into the air and transformed into a water dragon that roared as it flew toward Kaludia. In the blink of an eye, the water dragon arrived before Kaludia, who was frozen in ice. But at this time, a black shadow flashed. The Aquarius Didier, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly appeared in front of Kaludia. He stretched out his hands and bombarded the water dragon with the cold air created by the universe. In an instant, there was a series of cracking sounds, and the entire water dragon was frozen into ice, maintaining its attacking posture in midair. Seeing Didier's attack, Saito smiled lightly, and then the Cancer Saint's anxious voice sounded in the lookout. Didier, be careful. Didier's complexion changed. He turned his head and looked behind him. A dark green vine abruptly grew out of the frozen Kaludia behind him. It wrapped around his legs like a whip and continued to climb up his body without slowing down. Didier slightly moved his palm and condensed a slender ice blade with the cold air. He waved his hand and cut off the plant that wrapped around his body, dodging Kaludia's attack. However, although he dodged, the plant that grew out of the ice layer around Kaludia didn't die. Instead, it quickly grew new roots and branches, tightly wrapping Kaludia's body as nourishment and growing in a more robust manner. Hey, Kaludia won't be swallowed like this, right? The Cancer Saint said with a strange look on his face. Want to eat this, uncle? That's not enough. Just as the Cancer Saint's voice fell, Kaludia's arrogant voice sounded in the lookout of Athena. Immediately afterward, the aura of Kaludia's small universe erupted and bloomed with golden light, breaking the thick vines wrapped around his body and igniting them. He broke free from the double bondage of the plant and the ice crystal. Kaludia twisted his neck back and forth, making cracking sounds. He looked at Saito and said with a strange smile, "The temperature is good, just right. It's so comfortable that I almost fell asleep." "Is that so? Then I'll let you fall asleep," Saito said lightly. Immediately, the surrounding temperature rose abruptly, and a reddish-yellow flame burned out of thin air, decorating the lookout of Athena like a fiery hell. Digger and Kaludia slightly moved their bodies and silently operated their own small universes, burning golden flames of spirit energy on their bodies. For a moment, the whole scene became austere. Everyone stopped. However, just as Saito, Didier, and Kaludia's battle broke out, an old and majestic voice sounded in the lookout of Athena. "Old man," the Cancer Saint Seiya turned his head and looked at the person who spoke. "Pope." Then Didier and Kaludia bowed their heads and saluted the person who spoke. That's right, the person who came was Pope Seth. Seeing him appear, Saito also had a thought and retracted the flames that covered the lookout. Then, he looked at Seth, who was dressed in Pope attire, and sneered, "You're finally willing to come out? This is Chung, our ally in this holy war." The Pope ignored Ito Sei's words. Instead, he looked at Karudia, and Saint Seiya, and introduced them. "It's good that you know this. You can leave now." Then the Pope said, "Yes." Didier and the other two responded in unison. Then they looked up at Sei Ito and turned to leave the lookout of Athena. "This is the lookout of Athena. Your Excellency, please be careful." The Pope glanced at Pandora not far away and said softly, "I know." Sei Ito twitched the corner of his mouth and said softly. Then he asked, "How's the preparation of the Holy Cabinet?" "It's almost done. It will be delivered to Your Excellency in 2 days." The Pope replied. Sei Ito nodded slightly, indicating that he understood and did not say anything. Seeing that Sei Ito had no more questions, the Pope looked at Pandora not far away again, then turned around and walked slowly up the stairs to leave the lookout of Athena. "Continue," Sei Ito said softly. Then, the melodious harp music, played by Pandora's slender fingers, once again reverberated over the lookout of Athena. Along with the breeze, it spread to the entire sanctuary. Chapter 2027. Author's note: the checkup is good, and there's no need to stay in the hospital. It seems like I was worried for nothing. This is the Holy Cabinet that you wanted. On this day, the Pope came to the shrine of Athena alone and placed 2 small boxes about 10 centimeters long, 6 or 7 centimeters wide, 5 or 6 centimeters tall, with a silver white surface and complicated patterns on the cloth and a curved top in front of Seito. "Where's Athena?" Seito slowly opened his eyes and asked the Pope in front of him. "Athena is in the goddess palace," the Pope said softly. Seito nodded slightly and waved his hand to put away the silver-white holy cabinet in front of him. "Wait for me here." After saying that, without waiting for the Pope and Pandora's response, he disappeared from the shrine of Athena in a flash. The next moment, Seito's figure suddenly appeared in the palace dedicated to the goddess. "I'm leaving," Seito said softly as he looked at Athena, who was standing on the balcony of the palace and overlooking the entire sanctum. Athena suddenly exclaimed when she heard the voice and turned around. "Why are you here?" Athena said nervously. "I'm leaving," Seito said as he walked slowly toward Athena. "Aren't you going to say something?" "What?" Athena was puzzled. Seito's figure suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Athena. He put one hand around her waist and pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and said softly, like a farewell blessing, "Don't be like this." Athena said softly with her hands on Seito's chest, her face blushing. "You have to know that my opponents are Hades' close officials, death and sleep. I might not be able to come back once I leave. Are you really willing to let me leave with regrets?" Seito said with a smile. I will pray for you," Athena said softly. Seito put his head close to Athena's face and said softly, "Of course I will pray for you, but I also want the goddess's blessing kiss. Is that okay?" Athena's heart was beating fast. Her eyes were flustered. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. Then Seito made the decision for her. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes." Then his head gently, he kissed Athena's lips. He put his tongue into her mouth and entwined with Athena's soft tongue. Instinctively, Athena's. "Thank you for your blessing kiss. I'm eyes for you to see. Used to you. To see you to see me, to see you to see you to see you." After a moment, Seito let go of Athena, who was panting, and stepped back with a smile. Athena's face was red, and she stared at Seito angrily, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "Remember to pray for me," Seito said with a smile. Then, his body turned illusory and disappeared into the void. In another place, the elder and Rang Yi, who were walking toward a certain place, stopped and looked up at the void in front of them. "What's wrong?" Yiren looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. "We meet again, Elder Rang Yi." Seito suddenly appeared from the void and smiled. "Arrogant guy. How dare he ignore me?" Yiren saw that Seito didn't even look at him and didn't even greet him. He turned his head to the side with an unhappy expression. He muttered in a low voice, What's the matter? The elder asked in a low voice. I want to have a few words with Rang Yi alone. Seito looked at Rang Yi and said with a smile, Yiren, let's go first. The elder looked at Seito and continued to walk forward while saying to Yiren, who was carrying a big box. Oh. Yiren, who originally wanted to gossip, quickly followed the elder and left Seito and Rang Yi's side. What do you want to say to me? After the elder and Yiren were a distance away, Rang Yi raised her hand and combed her hair that was a little messy from the wind. She asked, Actually, it's nothing. It's just I'm going to Hades City to fight the god of sleep and the god of death, so I want to see you before I leave. Seito said with a smile, as if it was a very ordinary thing. However, Ye's expression changed slightly when he heard this. His expression became solemn. You, be careful. Yi opened his mouth hesitantly and said, Okay. Seito responded softly, then smiled and asked in a joking tone, but as a blessing before the battle, Can you give me a victory kiss? Rang Ye's face froze, and she stared at him with a deep gaze. Forget it, I'm just kidding. After a short silence, Seito waved his hand with an indifferent smile. Okay, I should go. See you later. Wait. Just when Seito was about to activate his power and leave, Rang Ye's voice suddenly sounded. Seito raised his eyebrows and looked at Rang Yi with a tilted head. Rang Yi turned her head to the side and faced Seito and said with a stiff voice, If you can come back alive, I will give you a victory kiss. After saying this, the sharp-eyed Seito noticed that a touch of red climbed up Rang Ye's cheeks, making her look extra cute. It's a promise. Seito laughed. Rang Yi still looked into the distance and did not speak. Wait for me to come back. After saying this, the void trembled, and Seito's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Rang Ye's eyes. Pandora, let's go. Seito, who reappeared in the Sanctum Athena shrine, said straightforwardly. Pandora did not say much. She put away her harp and walked to Seito's side. I wish you all the best. The Pope blessed. Seito suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around Pandora's waist. As the latter's expression changed slightly, he and Pandora instantly disappeared from the shrine of Athena. The Pope, who was left alone in the shrine, turned around and looked up in the direction of Italy, where Hades' castle was located. At the same time, as the void rippled like water, Seito and Pandora's figures appeared in Italy, on the cliff at the edge of the forest around Hades' castle. Pandora, stay here and witness the failure of the twin gods. Seito let go of Pandora and said softly. Pandora, who regained her freedom, quickly retreated from Seito's side and did not say anything. But for your safety and for the fact that you really will stay here and not run around and don't do those useless stupid things, the necessary measures are necessary. We still need to use the necessary measures. Itose turned to look at Pandora and smiled. The next moment, without any movement from Seito, Pandora's body immediately stiffened, and she abruptly sat on the ground. After that, Seito smiled slightly. A black shadow suddenly flew out of his body and shot toward Hades' castle in front of him, leaving the other Seito and Pandora in place, watching what might happen next. Danatus, according to the notice, I'm here to seal you. Hurry up and come out to die. Seito, who flew over Hades' castle, took a deep breath and shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder from the ninth heaven, instantly exploding in the entire sky and penetrating the walls. They swarmed into Hades' castle. Hurry up and come out to die. In Hades' castle, in a house full of flowers and vines, two young men who looked very similar, except that their hair was black and blonde respectively, and the expressions on their faces were different, sat opposite each other. They held chess pieces and played chess on the chessboard in front of them. He really came. The black-haired young man heard the words that were transmitted into the palace. He said with an evil smile on his face, He's just a mortal. Let the people below deal with him. The blond young man moved a chess piece and said expressionlessly, No, I want to do it myself. After all, it's a rare entertainment that comes to me. The black-haired young man moved a chess piece and said with a dangerous expression, "Danidas, hurry up and come out to die." Seito's voice once again surged into Hades' castle's palace. "Looks like the little ant can't wait any longer." The black-haired young man said, "Then let's pause this game for a while. We'll continue after I deal with that ignorant mortal. Hypnos." The young man called Hypnos didn't say anything. He just leaned his body against the tall back behind him. The black-haired young man, Danidas, seemed to have received some sort of answer. He smiled lightly and disappeared from the seat in a flash. In the next moment, in the sky outside Hades' castle, Danidas appeared in front of Seito, dressed in gorgeous black armor. "You're finally out. I thought you were going to spend the winter cooped up in the castle, Danidas." Seito smirked and said with a light smile, "You know that you're in front of God, yet you still dare to be so presumptuous." Danidas's face darkened, and his voice was emotionless. "As expected, compared to Hades, you're much weaker." Seito shook his head and sighed with regret. "You dare to call Lord Hades by his name? Mortal, it looks like you can't wait to be killed by me," Danidas said coldly. "Kill me? That's why I said you're much weaker than Hades. You really have poor taste." Seito sneered mockingly. "Is that so? Then let me see if your strength is as good as your mouth." Danidos chuckled with a sinister expression. In an instant, the surrounding space changed. A strange, trumpet-shaped passageway, formed from twisting, and crisscrossing thin lines, replaced the original blue sky and appeared around Donatos. The black hole at the center of the passageway twisted, producing a boundless suction force that sucked everything in. "This space is the tunnel of the gods, but mortals will be crushed into pieces as soon as they step in here. A person like you isn't worthy of me personally giving you death." Danida's tone was full of contempt as he stated. At this moment, the suction force in the tunnel suddenly increased. It forcefully pulled Seito's body and forced him to slide into the tunnel. "Come, turn into dust and disappear at the end of time and space," Danidas said loudly. In an instant, Seito's body floated and flew toward Danidas, who was in the tunnel. "How is this possible?" Danidas said in shock when he saw Seito's body turn into dust after flying into the tunnel but remaining unscathed. "How can a human stay in this space unscathed?" "That's why I said your eyesight is much weaker than Hades." Seito suddenly flew in front of Danidas and said loudly. Then he turned around and kicked Danidas in the face. Bam! With a dull thud, Danida's body and underworld helmet flipped and flew out. Seito, who had replaced Danidas, used his powerful primordial spirit to sense the space and forcefully close the tunnel of the gods. "You're not a human." Danidas raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression was full of shock and anger. "You're wrong. I'm a human," Seito said calmly. As soon as Seito finished speaking, Danidas immediately retorted, "It's impossible for a human to have such powerful strength." "That's not something you need to know," Seito said disdainfully. Then, with a flip of his palm, the divine sword, Celestial Clouds, appeared in his hand. He looked at Danidas calmly and said, "Now, let me seal you, Danidas." After saying that, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Danidas. He swung the sword at Danida's head. Danidas quickly retreated and dodged the blade. At the same time, he activated the god-level universe in his body and used his ultimate move, Abyss Fear. In the blink of an eye, a large number of spirits flew out from Danado's body and entangled Itosii. Seeing this, Seito sneered. His free left hand immediately formed a hand seal, and he shouted, "Ja!" An invisible ripple spread out with Seito as the center. All the spirits that came into contact with the ripple melted rapidly like snow in a fire and were annihilated into nothingness. "What?" Danidas was shocked. "You're still not good enough to play tricks in front of a Dawa's successor," Seito said coldly. Then, he moved again and charged at Danidas. Danidas came back to his senses. He activated his little universe and channeled power to his hands. He blasted at Sei Ito with the purest energy. This was his second ultimate move other than Abyss Fear, Terrifying Destiny. Sei Ito, who was facing the Terrifying Destiny energy, swung his sword. The Terrifying Destiny energy seemed to be devoured by something and immediately disappeared into the divine sword, celestial clouds. Then, Sei Ito swung his sword again. A powerful dark purple energy immediately flew out of the celestial clouds and bombarded Danada's body. It was the Terrifying Destiny that had been devoured earlier. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, Donados's body turned into a stream of light and shot into the distance at high speed. After completing his attack, Sei Ito moved and quickly chased after him. Chapter 2028. Damn it! Donados cursed with a sinister expression as he flew backwards. His underworld robes had been torn apart. Since you say you're a human, then mortal, die for this god. In an instant, an invisible force spread out in front of Donados's palm and landed on the body of Ito Sei, who was chasing after Donados. This was the power unique to Donados as the god of death, bestowing death upon mortals. In Ito Sei's perception, a powerful rule force that could not be disturbed emerged from the void and suddenly acted on his body. Sei Ito's expression immediately changed. He silently activated the authority of a lord of underworld, and in order to strengthen the power of the authority, he immediately chanted an oracle in his heart. I am the lord of underworld, the overseer of death. No death can affect me. The tyrannical power surged and instantly spread throughout Sei Ito's body, colliding with the gloomy power that had suddenly descended upon him. Then, it silently disappeared from Sei Ito's body along with the power of death. This aura, Donados revealed an expression of disbelief when he sensed the aura suddenly emanating from Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito, who had used the authority of the Lord of Underworld to cancel out the power of death, dashed forward and appeared beside the shocked Donados. He raised his sword and slashed at Donados. Donados, who had already missed the opportunity to dodge, could only raise his arm to meet the attack. It collided with the blade of celestial clouds. Pooh! Blood immediately splattered everywhere, and an arm fell to the ground in a reverse direction. Donados, who had never suffered such pain, instinctively let out a miserable cry. Sei Ito was unforgiving. He activated Blink and instantly appeared behind Donados. He swung his arm. In an instant, there was a muffled PU sound. Donados' head shot into the sky like a fountain and tumbled to the ground. The next moment, the surrounding sky darkened, and a giant-like figure of Donados appeared in the sky. It was Donados' divine soul. Damn it! Donados cursed with a ferocious expression. Since you destroyed my temporary host body, I'll use your body as a replacement. After saying that, Donados' figure dashed forward and disappeared into Sei Ito's body. A pitch-black solid pentagram appeared on Sei Ito's forehead. Donados, you're the one who's looking for death. Can't you just let bystanders do the same? Ito Sei sneered. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated on activating his primordial spirit. He appeared in his sea of consciousness in the form of a spirit body. Donados, you really didn't want to take the path to heaven. There's no door to hell, but you just had to come. You actually want to possess my body. You really don't know what's good for you. Sei Ito sneered as he looked at Donados in his sea of consciousness. Why are you here? Donados looked at Ito Sei in disbelief as he exclaimed in shock. This is my sea of consciousness, my kingdom. Why can't I appear here? Sei Ito sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the empty sea of consciousness immediately changed. A majestic jade hall replaced the original environment and appeared abruptly. Sei Ito's majestic figure sat on top of the jade throne. Donados, who was originally as tall as a giant, stood in front of the steps under the jade throne like a subject of his majesty. He looked up at Sei Ito, who had enlarged. Donados, accept my judgment. Seito's voice was as loud as thunder. It was as majestic as the heavens as it slammed into Donados's divine soul. Donados's face turned pale, and his body involuntarily took a step back. "Who the hell are you?" Donados asked in disbelief. "I'm the Lord of the World," Seito said indifferently. Then he reached out with one hand. He broke through space and grabbed the incomparably tiny Donados. With a thought, he used his mind to create golden stripes formed by Taoist spiritual texts in the void. They wrapped around Donados's body that was covered in black gas like ribbons and temporarily suppressed him. Then, Seito slowly closed his eyes. At the same time, in the outside world, Seito, whose pitch-black pentagram on his forehead suddenly exploded, slowly opened his eyes. Then, he flipped his left hand and took out the small sacred cabinet that Athena had created. He opened it and moved his right hand. Little Donados, who was wrapped in ribbons of golden spiritual texts, appeared in his palm. He threw him into the sacred cabinet that was emitting golden holy light. Then, Seito closed the lid of the sacred cabinet again. He used his mind to take out something that was infused with the power of Athena's mini-universe. He used the blood of the previous Athena to write Athena's amulet and sealed it on the sacred cabinet. Phew! Seito only exhaled softly after doing all this. He flipped his hand and put away the sacred cabinet that sealed Donados. Actually, to be honest, even if Seito didn't use the sacred cabinet, it wasn't impossible for him to seal Donados. However, it wasn't as safe as using Athena's sacred cabinet to seal Donados. After all, Seito had experimented with the characteristics of the mini-universe's power in the holy realm on the heavenly Sin Star, Beast Star, and other underworld gladiators that he had captured previously. He didn't kill any of them, but he still couldn't fully understand all the characteristics of this power. Therefore, in order not to distract himself, Seito finally decided to use the sacred cabinet to seal Donados. Then, Seito adjusted his mood a little and used his mind to activate instant transmission again. He disappeared from where he was and returned to the outside of Hades' castle. "Hypnos, it's your turn." Seito's voice was like thunder, penetrating the outer wall of Hades' castle and reaching Hypnos' ears. Hearing Seito's words, Hypnos stopped drinking his tea and turned his head slightly to look outside. "Lord Hypnos, you don't have to do it yourself. Let us, the four dream gods, teach that arrogant guy a lesson for you." Before Hypnos could speak, 3 men and 1 woman suddenly appeared beside him, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Then I'll leave it to you," Hypnos said softly. "Yes." The 4 responded in unison and quickly disappeared from the room. "Phew!" Hypnos raised his hand gently and closed his eyes to sip the black tea in his cup. "Donados, stay in that sacred cabinet for a few hundred years and calm your mind. Anyway, for us gods, it's not a very long time," Hypnos whispered to himself. Outside, Seito, who was about to shout, had a slight change in expression. He glanced to his side. Beside Seito, a pretty and cute woman in gorgeous underworld clothes was kneeling in the void. She raised her hands and gently grabbed Seito's hand that was holding the sword. At the same time, 2 handsome men in gorgeous underworld clothes and a man in a strange armor appeared behind and in front of him, faintly surrounding him. "What a beautiful sword," the woman beside him said with a smile. "You don't feel it, do you?" "Okoi, Icerus. Stop fooling around, Phantom Taros," one of the 2 behind him said. "That's right. Don't forget our purpose," the other person said. "Oneiros, Icarus, Phantom Taros. It seems that you are the followers of the god of sleep, Hypnos, the 4 gods of sleep and dream," Seito said softly. "That's right. Phantom Taros, who had a cute woman's face, said with a chuckle. "Hee, you want to challenge Lord Hypnos? You're overestimating yourself. You'd better get past us, the 4 gods of dream, first," the man with the unflattering appearance sniffed and said with a chuckle. "In other words, I can only challenge Hypnos if I defeat you?" Seito raised his eyebrows. "I'm afraid you won't have that chance." One of the two behind Saito said. "Ah, that's not necessarily true." As soon as he said that, Saito suddenly turned around and slashed out a huge crescent-shaped blade energy at the two people behind him. The two of them disappeared under the saber chi. However, in the next moment, the saber chi suddenly flew out from his side and slashed at his arm. Saito's figure flashed and dodged his own blade energy by a hair's breadth. Spatial distortion. Huh. Saito said faintly as he reappeared. "You're quite knowledgeable," the man with the strange expression said with a chuckle. After getting a confirmation, Saito chuckled and slowly closed his eyes. "Close your eyes? Are you ready to accept your fate?" The strange man frowned. "So boring." Phantom Taros, who had a feminine face, said with a pout. However, as soon as the two of them finished speaking, an even sharper blade energy slashed at Phantom Taro's body. Phantom Taros' figure disappeared from where he was, and then the blade energy rushed out from under Saito's feet. With his eyes closed, Ito-sei's figure flashed, brushing past his own blade chi, and suddenly appeared behind Jintaro's, stabbing his blade chi into Jintaro's back. Blood immediately gushed out from Phantom Taro's chest. "How is this possible?" Phantom Taros turned his head and said with a face full of disbelief. Saito didn't answer. With a flip of his wrist, he turned the blade toward the sky and raised his hand to perform a slash. Under the dazzling blade energy that soared into the sky, Phantom Taro's body was immediately split in half. Then, Saito's figure flashed again and appeared behind the strange man, who acted like an animal and slashed at him. The strange man's expression changed, and he disappeared into the space. Chapter 2029. Found it. Saito, who had noticed the change in the convergence of the spatial point through his special spatial perception, moved quickly and appeared in front of the point of convergence. He swung his sword horizontally. A smear of blood immediately splattered from the body of the strange man, who had just escaped from the spatial point of convergence. How is this possible? The strange man moved to the side in a sorry state. He looked at Saito in disbelief. "It seems like you don't have any more tricks up your sleeve," Saito, whose eyes were still closed, said softly with a smile. "You'll find out soon enough if I don't have any more tricks up my sleeve." The strange man's expression changed slightly when he heard Shien's words. "Icarus, don't get entangled with him. Let's put him in the dream realm first." One of the other two men beside him said loudly. "Oomph." Icarus snorted coldly and jumped to the side. He formed a triangular formation with the other two men, surrounding Saito in the middle. Then, the three of them stirred up their own little universes together. In an instant, the entire present space became distorted and blurred. Then, a huge birdcage-like space with many stone doors in the style of a triumphal arch replaced the real space, enveloping Saito and the remaining three dream gods. "Welcome to the slumbering place of the gods, the dream realm, the one who dares to challenge Lord Hypnos." Among the remaining three dream gods, the most handsome man, who also seemed to be the youngest, said in a condescending tone, "As long as you enter this place, without our permission, you will never be able to leave. Prepare to sleep here for eternity. This place is great. Unfortunately, it doesn't suit me." Saito tilted his head slightly and chuckled. Then he raised his hand and slashed out a huge, dazzling sword gleam. Icarus, who had the ability to control space, twisted the space in front of the sword gleam, causing the sword gleam to shoot out from behind Saito and slash at Saito himself. Saito, who had been prepared for this, dodged in a flash. He dodged his saber light. Sorcerous, whose body was wrapped in the illusion of a wolf beast formed by the energy of the universe, immediately leaped out of the void in front of Saito and swiped its sharp claws at Saito. Saito remained motionless and raised his katana to meet the attack. Sorcerous instantly appeared behind Saito and clawed at him again. Pooh! With a dull thud, blood sprayed out from Icarus' body. "You Iceros turned his head halfway and looked at Sei Ito, who had suddenly appeared behind him, in astonishment. Also, I can't use my spatial ability after entering this place? You're really naive, Sei Ito said with a sneer. Iceros was enraged and instantly disappeared into the void. At the same time, a mass of messy vines suddenly appeared around Sei Ito and wrapped around his feet, blooming into bright white and red flowers. Sei Ito, who had no desire to appreciate the scene, waved his arm and chopped off the flowers and vines at his feet. With a stomp of his feet, he suddenly appeared in the void. He thrust his katana forward. Pooh! Immediately, a dull thud of flesh being pierced rang out from the void. Sei Ito swung his arm, and a large amount of bright red blood gushed out from the tip of his katana. When it comes to spatial ability, you really seem to be lacking a little. Sei Ito opened his eyes and looked at the corpse of Iceros, which had been split in half, emerging from the void, and said indifferently, "Now it's time for the two of you." Sei Ito ignored Iceros, who had fallen into the abyss below, and turned around to look at the remaining two dream gods floating in midair. "Haven't you noticed the abnormality on your body?" The man, who was slightly more muscular than the other, said indifferently. Sei Ito frowned. He lowered his head and looked at his own body. He didn't know when, but the remaining vines on his body had once again grown and spread out, and unknowingly crawled all over his legs, blooming into incomparably beautiful flowers. These are the flowers of the millet poppies that bloom in the dream realm. These blooming flowers will strip away the emotions of their opponents who are of the same color as them. Soon, you will become a lifeless shell. When that time comes, you will sleep here forever. Of course, when that time comes, you will no longer feel any joy or happiness. A sinister smile appeared on the man's face as he explained. "So that's how it is. Then I'll just destroy it," Sei Ito said indifferently. Then, the surrounding air heated up, and a reddish-gold flame blossomed from his body, instantly burning the millet flowers and vines to ashes. "All right, it's time to send you on your way." Sei Ito, whose body was covered in reddish-gold flames, raised his arms. He pointed the tip of his sword at the two in midair and smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, Sei Ito's body moved, and he appeared in front of the remaining two dream gods like a shooting star. He waved his sword, which was also covered in reddish-gold flames, celestial clouds. A wide flaming moon swept towards the two dream gods. Whoosh! The young dream god's expression didn't change. He raised one hand to the sky, and a black shadow appeared in front of the two dream gods, blocking Sei Ito's reddish-gold flaming moon. This was one of the stone doors that could be seen everywhere in the void. The reddish-gold flames slammed into the door and were immediately dispersed by a ripple. Immediately afterwards, however, a series of cracking sounds could be heard as large numbers of cracks appeared on the stone door. Then, with a loud boom, the door collapsed, and a jade-blue spiritual light floated out from within. From the energy fluctuations emanating from the light, it was clear that this was a human soul. "You actually shattered the dream door?" The young dream god's expression changed slightly as he spoke. "Are those stone doors called dream doors?" Sei Ito said in surprise as he glanced at the floating stone doors around him. "Onyelos, fuse with them," the muscular dream god said in a low voice. "All right." Onyelos fell silent for a moment before replying in a low voice. Then he suddenly ignited a miniature universe within his body as he yelled into the void, "Gather, brothers!" In an instant, two dream portals appeared beside Onyelos. Just like the dream god, they burned with purple light and connected to Onyelos through the purple light of the dream god. An instant later, the golden barrier between the dream doors began to ripple. Illusory Taros and Icarus, who had been slain by Sei Ito earlier, flew out of the dream doors and arrived next to Onyelos along with the muscular dream god. Then, a sudden burst of purple light fused into Onyelos' body. Then, Onyelos' aura began to rapidly expand. In the blink of an eye, his aura had reached the level of death god Danados. At the same time, his body began to undergo a strange transformation. First, a pair of arms appeared on his back, giving him 4 arms. Then, his lower body began to transform into something resembling a large beast's. Finally, his body began to expand several times in size, becoming incredibly large. Fusion? Seito couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw Onilos grow larger and mutate. But if it's just growing larger, it's still useless against me, Seito chuckled. Ignorant, let me show you the true power of the 4 dream gods. Onilos laughed coldly. He then raised his right hand and gathered a ball of purple light at the tip of his finger, exuding a powerful aura. It does feel quite dangerous, but I didn't say that I would just stand there and wait for you to unleash your ultimate attack, Seito chuckled. Then his figure flickered as he appeared behind Onilos. He raised his saber and slashed down, sending out a massive blade of light that slashed towards Onilos' body. Onilos didn't try to dodge. Instead, he just stood there and took Seito's attack head-on. Squelch! Amidst a clear, muffled sound, Onilos' body immediately split apart from his right shoulder, revealing a patch of purple radiance from the wound. It's useless. No matter how much you try to injure this body, it's a waste of energy. There are 4 souls residing in this body, each protecting the body while being united. In other words, one god is divided into 4 gods, and the 4 gods are united into one. Unless you can kill us all in one go, we're immortal, Onilos said proudly. Then Onilos turned around and pointed his finger at Seito, which contained the ultimate attack, Guardian's Oracle. In an instant, light blossomed, and a powerful energy rapidly expanded, crushing toward Seito. Seito, whose face had turned pale in the light, swung his saber. A profound wave spread out from his body, instantly descending upon Onilos' Guardian's Oracle. Instantly, the light stopped in front of Seito, maintaining its expanded state. What? Onilos' pupils constricted as he cried out in disbelief. You said before that unless I kill you all in one go, you're immortal? Seito, who was standing behind the motionless ball of light, said indifferently. Then what happens if I cut your combined bodies into pieces? As his voice fell, dozens of Edo Sei holding black swords appeared around Onilos. At the same time, they waved their arms and slashed the black swords in their hands at the huge body formed by the combination of the 4 gods of dreams. PFFF, 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 PFFF. A moment later, as Seito disappeared, Onilos' body also split apart, turning into nearly 1,000 fragments of similar sizes that scattered in all directions. The 4 dream gods screamed in unison as they shot out of their combined bodies in 4 streaks of light. Just as they were about to fly into the sky and flee, a golden barrier covered in golden inscriptions fell down, capturing the souls of the 4 dream gods. It quickly gathered them together into a sphere with golden inscriptions on its surface, which fell into Seito's palm. Chapter 2030. P.S. Thank you to support Fatbread and Load It Into the Sky for their precious monthly votes. P.S. What do you think if I suddenly ended it and want to open a new book? Boom! Energy erupted, stirring up a turbulent airflow that filled the entire dream space like a hurricane. All that's left is the god of sleep. Standing in the turbulent airflow and enduring the impact of the energy, Seito whispered, I hope the god of sleep of this world is not as strong as the legends say. In the legends, the god of sleep was of the same generation as Zeus, but his divine power was stronger than Zeus and most of the 3rd generation gods. The sleeping ability he mastered was not only effective on humans, but it was also effective on gods. For the god of sleep who mastered the strange rules of sleep, Seito really had no confidence that he could withstand it. If it were not for the fact that he felt that the opportunity now was relatively rare, he would have given up on finding trouble with Hypnos. Of course, the idea of giving up was just a thought. After all, since he had already sealed the god of death and participated in this holy war as an assistant, there was no way out. If he still had such thoughts in his heart, it would only make him less decisive in battle, which was not beneficial to himself. Therefore, Seito simply used the intellectual sword to cut off all distracting thoughts, allowing his heart to become as clear as glass again without any flaws. Then, Seito raised one hand and slashed at the border of the dream space. In the bright white light, a huge crescent-shaped sword light immediately slashed at the border of the dream space. With a boom, fine cracks immediately appeared on the border of the dream space and slowly spread. Then, Seito moved his arm again and slashed at the cracked border of the dream space again. Boom! Crackle! In the crisp sound, the border of the dream space shattered like glass, allowing the light of the outside world to shine in. Suddenly, Seito moved and flew out of the dream space, returning to the real world. "Hypnos, are you still not ready to come out?" Seito, who was suspended in midair, said softly. His voice was soft. However, the voice was extremely penetrative. It was clearly transmitted into Hades' castle and echoed throughout the entire castle. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the void, and a handsome young man with golden hair appeared. He was clad in gorgeous black armor and had a hollow pentagram on his forehead. It was none other than the god of sleep, Hypnos. "Humans really are interesting," Hypnos said calmly. "To be able to do this, I'm really impressed." Seito chuckled. He didn't say anything. However, this is the end. As someone who has surpassed the limits, your life is destined to come to an end here, as a great sinner who has defied the gods. Hypnos said. "Unfortunately, I haven't lived long enough, so the ending you spoke of is destined to never come true." Seito grinned. He said softly, "Did his confidence swell after successfully sealing Danados and defeating the 4 dream gods?" Hypnos said softly, "No, this is my confidence in myself." Seito retorted, "Very interesting. I'm often attracted by the many thoughts you humans have in your hearts. Dreams are like that, emotions are like that, arts are like that, flaws are like that, weakness is like that. Weakness, and the foolishness of defying even the gods." A smile appeared on Hypnos' face as he said slowly, "All right, let me see that so-called confidence of yours. If you're bored, then go to sleep." Seito raised his black blade and gently stroked the blade with his left hand as he said slowly, "The arrogance of the gods. If that's the case, then open your eyes wide and watch carefully." The moment he finished speaking, Seito's figure suddenly appeared behind Hypnos, and he swung his arm at Hypnos' neck. Whoosh, the long blade swung, and Hypnos' body was immediately split into 2. Seito, who did not feel the tangible sensation of the blade connecting with flesh and bone, narrowed his eyes slightly. The 2 halves of Hypnos' body slowly disappeared like a mirage. Immediately afterward, the space suddenly changed, and the clear blue sky turned into a pitch-black cosmic space. A huge meteorite with a long reddish-yellow flame and a sense of oppression hurtled toward Seito. "This is fantasy manifestation?" Seito narrowed his eyes as he looked up at the falling meteorite. Then he swung his blade and slashed out a huge blade of air. It instantly cut through the middle of the meteorite, splitting it into 2 halves. It brushed past his body and slid down rapidly from the left and right. Seito turned around and looked at Hypnos, who had not changed his posture not far away. "Alien exile. Everything I fantasize about will become reality." Hypnos laughed evilly. "Alien exile. In other words, this ability should have a range of effects, right?" Seito asked faintly. "So what if it does?" Hypnos asked back. "Then I'll destroy it," Seito said loudly. In an instant, an extremely condensed power erupted from Seito's body. In the air, a huge sword-shaped illusion was formed. It emitted a piercingly cold and sharp sword chi, cutting fine black cracks in the surrounding space. Then, Seito waved his right arm and slashed at Hypnos with the celestial clouds in his hand and the illusory sword behind him, the that was influenced by his spiritual will. The sword light was like a curtain, cutting a huge and terrifying crack in the space between heaven and earth. As the attacker, Hypnos' eyes narrowed. He stirred his little universe to gather an extremely pure and powerful force in his hands, and raised it high to meet the long sword that cut through the air. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. In a shockwave visible to the naked, I pushed the air in all directions like a violent storm and tsunami. It swept out a circular, cloudless sky and destroyed the forest on the ground below, creating a huge, semicircular crater. Then, the light dissipated, revealing Seito, whose face was slightly pale, and Hypnos, whose armor was full of cracks, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and brows furrowed. The two of them faced each other in the sky, with a few meters between them. As expected of the legendary god of sleep, Hypnos, who possesses great divine power, Seito, whose face had regained its rosy color, exclaimed in admiration. "Your performance also exceeded my expectations," Hypnos said faintly. "I have to say, you did very well. Should I be honored?" Seito chuckled. "You should indeed be honored and feel grateful in your heart because of the next attack. I will use my most powerful esoteric skill to bestow you with eternal end." Hypnos, who ignored the sarcasm in Seito's words, said faintly. Hearing this, Seito narrowed his eyes and restrained the expression on his face. He was extremely careful in his heart. This was because he only knew of one esoteric skill of Hypnos, which was the divine power that could be bestowed upon humans, and he did not know if it was also effective on gods in this world. Eternal sleep. At this time, Hypnos slowly raised his right hand, and his entire body burned with purple flames of inhuman quality. Suddenly, he pointed his palm at Seito. "Fall into that eternal sleep." In an instant, a purple mist of light enveloped Seito. "It's over." Hypnos lowered his arm and looked indifferently at Seito, whose eyes were closed and who was falling to the ground, and said faintly. But in the next moment, Hypnos' expression changed abruptly. With a soft poof, a piece of wood replaced Seito's body in midair. It fell straight to the ground below. Then, Seito's slightly relieved voice sounded behind Hypnos. "So your greatest esoteric skill is traceable. I thought it was the same as Donatos's invisible force, invisible and formless. You made me so nervous." Hypnos turned around abruptly and looked at Seito, who appeared behind him. But what greeted him was a bright and sharp blade light. Then there was a muffled poof. Hypnos' body slowly split down the middle with a look of shock on his face. In the next moment, the void trembled, and the huge, illusory figure of Hypnos appeared in the sky. However, before he could open his mouth to say anything, a strong suction force suddenly burst out, sucking Hypnos' whole body toward Seito. In Ito-Sei's hands, there was a small silver-white box that looked similar to a music box. On the surface of the box, there was a note written in dark red ink with the name of Athena written in Greek on it. The box was slightly open. A golden aura full of holiness bloomed from the box, and the strong suction force that pulled Hypnos was generated from the crack. It seems that I'm not qualified to laugh at you, Donatos." Hypnos, whose body was twisted as he flew into the holy cabinet, said in a low voice. Then his whole body was completely submerged into the holy cabinet. Seeing this, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately closed the lid with a snap and resealed Athena's amulet. Seito, who had put away the holy cabinet that sealed the twin gods, the god of sleep and the god of death, turned his head and said, "Phew, only Hades is left." He looked at Hades' castle not far away and whispered to himself, "It's just that for Hades, Ito-Sation doesn't have much confidence in sealing it." After all, as the lord of the underworld, the legendary Lord God, Hades was different from the twin gods, the god of sleep and the god of death. Although the god of death was powerful, he was either restrained by Seito's power or he did not have many attack methods. Moreover, his personality did not like to kill, so he would more or less go easy on him in battle, allowing Sei Ito to take advantage of him. The former was truly cruel, tyrannical, cold, and calm. Moreover, in the world of Saint Seiya, Hades, the Lord God, had the abilities similar to the Creator God. The underworld and the pure land of bliss used to store his and the twin gods' divine bodies were created by Hades with his own divine power. Although there were also existences like small universes that had the ultimate power to create universes, there was no doubt about Hades' strength. Therefore, according to Sei Ito's estimation, even if the complete Hades was not a Lord God like the Hades of the main world, that is, an existence above the zenith heaven golden immortal, he was definitely many times stronger than him, a mere true immortal who was only one step away from the golden immortal realm. But fortunately, this Hades was not in his complete state and was only in his divine body. Although the aura of power that he displayed when he first awakened still made Sei Ito's heart palpitate, it was not completely impossible to contend with him. In addition, the attributes of the two of them in terms of clergy, authority, and strength were overlapping. It was not impossible to use this world's Hades to seal him in his divine body. But before that, I should return to the Holy Realm to look for Athena to understand the Hades of this era. After a while, Sei Ito withdrew his gaze, turned around, and teleported away from Hades' castle, leaving only a faint lingering sound in the air. Poof! In the explosion of smoke, Sei Ito's figure appeared on a cliff not far from Hades' castle. Then he walked to the imprisoned Pandora's side and grabbed her arm without any explanation. Activating his spatial ability, he brought Pandora with him and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Sei Ito and Pandora's figures suddenly appeared in an incomparably spacious stone room in the lower level of the shrine of Athena in the Holy Realm. Sei Ito turned his gaze slightly and looked at the gold Saint Seiya, who was sitting on a stone bed at the innermost end of the stone room. He was wearing a golden Sagittarius gold robe, with his eyes closed and holding a golden bow in his hand. Sei Ito then looked at Athena, who was standing beside the Pope, and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. The twin gods have been sealed by me." After saying that, Sei Ito took out the sacred cabinet that sealed the twin gods and held it in his palm. "Really?" The Pope's voice was full of shock. "Of course." Sei Ito closed his palm and put away the sacred cabinet that sealed the twin gods. He said calmly, "I don't need to lie to you about this. After all, you can find out if I'm telling the truth after a little investigation." Phew, that's great. This is equivalent to opening up a path to directly face Hades. The Pope let out a long sigh, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and turned to look at Athena excitedly. "Yes," Athena said softly. "Lady Athena, please give the order to launch a crusade against Hades." The Pope suddenly knelt on one knee and respectfully requested, "This." Athena heard this and could not help but hesitate. "Athena, this is a rare opportunity. Let's end this holy war as soon as possible and return peace to the land," the Pope said loudly. "I understand. Seiki, issue the order to mobilize the Saint Seiya." After a moment of silence, Athena's expression suddenly changed, and she gave the order in a very imposing manner. "Yes." The Pope lowered his head and replied, "Thank you very much. If it weren't for your help, I believe this opportunity wouldn't have appeared so quickly." Athena looked up at Sei Ito and said softly, "It's nothing. After all, sealing them is also beneficial to me." Sei Ito smiled indifferently. Then he changed the topic and smiled ambiguously. "But if you really want to thank me, how about giving me another blessing?" Chapter 2031. The word blessing was emphasized by Sei Ito. Even the simple-minded Athena could not help but think of something. Her cheeks turned red as she glared at Sei Ito angrily. Seeing Athena like this, Pope Seth looked at Sei Ito thoughtfully. "Forget it. Let's stop joking around." Sei Ito waved his hand and smiled. Then he restrained his expression and said, Originally, after sealing the Gemini gods, I planned to seal Hades as well. However, I suddenly remembered that I don't know much about him. So, I had to give up on this plan and come back to ask you about some things. Athena and the Pope looked at each other. They kind of understood what Seito meant. What do you want to know? The Pope asked. A lot. For example, the attributes of Hades' power, the shape of his power, the strength of his power, his favorite fighting style, his weaknesses, and some legends about him. In short, all the information about Hades. Ito-sei looked at the Pope and Athena and said in a deep voice. Even the Pope Seth did not know much about the things Ito mentioned. He had no choice but to look at Athena next to him and called out softly, Lady Athena. Seth, you go and give the order. I'll answer the questions. Athena said softly. Yes, Lady Athena. The Pope replied and immediately left the room. Big brother. Hades. After the Pope left, Athena, who was silent for a while, began to tell Rode everything about Hades. At the same time, in front of the stargazing tower in the sanctuary, the Pope began his mobilization. Did you hear that? Warriors of the sanctuary. I'm commanding everyone as the Pope. The Pope slightly encouraged his little universe to amplify his voice so that it could be heard throughout the sanctuary. The time for the final battle has finally arrived. The 2 layers of enchantments surrounding the city of Hades had been broken, and the enemy's stronghold was exposed. Even though this sounded a little inconceivable, it came too quickly. But that's the truth. The opportunity to end the holy war is right in front of us. Although Jabaphica of Pisces and Asimida of Virgo sacrificed themselves in the process, and Sisyphus of Sagittarius is still slumbering under the power of Hades, the god of the underworld. Do not be afraid. Our strength lies in the small universe, and this is the strength of faith. For Athena, for the land, for our comrades, and for the next generation. Let's march. After a short pause, cheers resounded throughout the entire sanctuary. Long live Lady Athena. Long live Pope Seiki. After that, all the Saint Seiyas in the sanctum began to move towards the grand arena in the center of the sanctum. What a bunch of adorable fellows. This passion is like being together with comrades from 200 years ago. At this moment, a new voice rang in the Pope's ears. That's right. How nostalgic. The Pope sighed. Then, he turned around and looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was none other than Elder Gamel, who was wrapped in a white robe. Bai Li, since you've issued such an order, does that mean that person has succeeded? The elder who had his hands in his sleeves said, Yes, he has succeeded. He has single-handedly completed the long-cherished wish that we've held on to for more than 200 years. The Pope replied, Now that I think about it, it's still so unbelievable. That's right. The long-cherished wish of more than 200 years has disappeared just like that. For a moment, it really feels a little empty. The elder sighed in agreement. What do you think about him? After a pause, the elder asked, Mysterious and powerful. I really don't know if such an existence is a disaster or a blessing for this era. The Pope turned around again and looked down at the entire sanctuary. But for now, for this holy war, his existence is an advantageous factor. The elder smiled. I hope so. The Pope said calmly. What's wrong? The elder was puzzled. Pope Seiki did not answer. He silently looked at everything before him. In other words, Hades' weakness might be sunlight? In the stone house where Sisyphus was, Seito raised his eyebrows after listening to Athena's introduction of Hades for a long time. It should be. Athena's tone was also a little uncertain. It's really hard to believe. The weakness of Hades, who has existed longer than the universe, is actually the light emitted by the sun. It's ridiculous just thinking about it. Seito shook his head helplessly. All right, let's not talk about Hades. Athena, since there's no one else here, don't you think you should give me that blessing of gratitude? Then, Seito looked at Athena and chuckled. I didn't promise to give you any blessing of gratitude. That's your wild imagination. It has nothing to do with me. Athena's face turned red. She said forcefully, How can you do this? Athena, Are you going to ignore my hard work just like that? Ito shouted exaggeratedly. I can give you other blessings, Athena said cowardly. Oh, Ito's face showed a look of interest. I can help you add my power to certain things. It'll give you a better advantage in the battle against the underworld gladiator, Athena said. Not interested, Ito pouted in disappointment. Moreover, his straightforward manner made Athena's expression freeze. She did not know what to say. Forget it. I'll just do what I did before we set off and get my reward myself, Ito said. After saying that, without waiting for Athena to react, he immediately went forward and pulled her into his arms. He lowered his head and kissed Athena's lips. He skillfully stuck his tongue into Athena's mouth and entangled it with hers. Ugh, Athena, who was suddenly attacked again, opened her eyes wide. She subconsciously let out a low moan from her throat. At the side, Pandora, who had been listening to Ito and Athena's conversation without saying a word since they returned, widened her eyes in disbelief. She raised her hand to cover her mouth as she looked at the two people who were stuck together. She was speechless. After a while, Ito let go of Athena and returned to Pandora's side. He smiled proudly and said, As expected, I like this kind of blessing the most. You, Athena blushed. Her chest heaved up and down as she glared at Ito. She looked like she wanted to beat him up. Of course, if this Athena really had the combat strength of Athena in the Godslayer world, he believed that she would definitely not hesitate and decisively turn her thoughts into actions. All right, I won't disturb you from preparing for the holy battle. Goodbye. Ito reached out and grabbed the hand of the stunned Pandora. He chuckled and activated teleportation, disappearing from the stone room where Sisyphus was and appearing in Athena's temple with Pandora. You, Pandora, who had only just recovered from her shock, looked at him with her mouth agape. What? You want it too? All right, then I'll let you have a try. Ito said with a look of helplessness. Then, without waiting for Pandora's response, he pulled her into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her lips. He stuck out his tongue and went straight into her mouth, chasing after Pandora's tender tongue. Ugh! Pandora instinctively opened her eyes wider and let out a low moan. Then, Pandora's little universe erupted, transforming into dozens of pitch-black snakes that wrapped around Ito's legs and released powerful lightning bolts at Ito. This was the ultimate skill that Pandora had mastered. Noble venom. This little bit of power can't hurt me. Although Ito let go of Pandora's mouth, he still held her in his arms and let the purple lightning bolts that Pandora created roam around his body. He lowered his head to look straight into Pandora's eyes and whispered with a smile. Then his body trembled. Under the impact of a force, the lightning bolts on his body immediately exploded, turning into countless tiny sparks that melted into the air. You. Pandora looked shocked and angry as she said angrily, You'll be free soon. Instead of being angry at me here, you should think about how you're going to live your life in the future. Ito put his right hand on Pandora's cheek and gently stroked it while whispering with a smile. After all, I won't be like the gods, arranging your future life for you. After saying that, he gently pinched Pandora's cheek and let go of her. Then he activated instant transmission and instantly disappeared from her sight. The next moment, in a stone house in the Holy Realm, Ito's figure suddenly appeared. Who? A female voice shouted in a low voice. It's me, Ito said with a smile. Okay. Her legs, arms, chest, and long golden ponytail fluttering behind her head were covered with a beautiful armor that flickered with a silvery white luster. Moreover, she wore an iron mask on her face and called out to Zhang Che. Then, the woman raised her right hand, pinched the sides of the mask on her face, and gently removed it, revealing the face under the mask. It was the female Gamera warrior, Rangya. You succeeded? Rangya asked with some hesitation. Yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the face to see you. Ito knew what Rangya was asking, and admitted with a smile. Rangya's aura stagnated, and she fell silent. Ito didn't say anything else. He slowly walked to Rangya, then reached out his hands and gently cupped her cheeks. During this process, Rangya didn't stop him except for a slight flicker in her eyes. Then, she closed her eyes and didn't look at Sei Ito, who lowered his head. Rangya. However, the moment Sei Ito's lips touched Rangya's lips, the familiar shout of Jehovah came from outside the stone house. Shocked, Rangya quickly pushed Sei Ito away from her. The moment Sei Ito was pushed away, Jehovah, who was wearing the unicorn constellation saint robe, ran into the stone house. Chapter 2032. Okay. Why are you here? Seeing Sei Ito appear in Rangya's stone room, Yi-Rin was stunned. Why can't I be here? Ito Sei's tone was full of dissatisfaction. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. He was clearly about to kiss her, and he could even feel the soft touch of her lips. However, he was interrupted at the last moment. No one would feel good if this happened to him. Yi-Rin was speechless. What's the matter, Yi-Rin? Rangya's heart was beating fast, and she asked, resolving Yi-Rin's dilemma. Oh, by the way, the team is almost gathered and is about to set off. Let's hurry up. Yi-Rin, who came back to his senses, quickly said, Okay. Rangya agreed, then looked at Sei Ito and put the mask back on her face. Sei Ito curled his lips and did not speak. Let's go, Rangya said as she walked out of the stone house. Oh, okay, Yi-Rin responded. But just as he was about to leave the stone house, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Sei Ito in confusion. Aren't you going? I have other tasks, Sei Ito said lightly. Oh, then we'll go first. See you later, Yi-Rin said with a confused look. After that, he ran out of the stone house and rushed to the grand arena in the center of the sanctuary with Rangya. Be careful. At this time, Sei Ito's voice sounded in Rangya's ears. Rangya turned her head and looked in the direction of the stone house. Sei Ito, who was supposed to be in the house, appeared at the door of the stone house, quietly looking at them. Then, his silhouette flashed and disappeared from her line of sight. What are you looking at? Yi-Rin, who noticed Rangya's situation, turned his head and looked at the empty stone house behind him, puzzled. Nothing. Rangya retracted her gaze and said lightly. Yi-Rin scratched his head and did not say anything. He quickened his pace and rushed towards the grand arena. A moment later, Yi-Rin and Rangya arrived at the grand arena. At this moment, the entire empty grand arena was filled with people. Hundreds of Sanctuary Realm warriors had gathered in the arena according to their ranks. They were all staring at the 10 gold saints in the center who were clad in gold robes and had sparkling eyes under the sunlight. It's time. Didier, who was seated horizontally, stepped forward and stood in front of the other gold saints. Looking at the many silver and bronze saints in the grand arena, the soldiers shouted, From now on, we will attack Hades City with all our might. The enemy is in Italy. Everyone get ready. Obviously, before Sisyphus awakened, Didier, as the wisest person in the sanctum, became the acting commander of the sanctum's army. He commanded the sanctum's army when the Pope could not leave the sanctum easily. But how are we going to march to Italy with so many people? Tiger Cub asked. Tiger Cub, don't worry. Didier comforted him, then turned his head and looked to the side. He was wearing a cotton shirt, had short hair, and had a pair of eyebrows like Rangya, the Elder, the Pope, and Shurong. The boy, who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old, said, Atra, come here. This child has a very powerful superpower. He is the secret weapon that Lorbaili brought, Didier introduced to everyone. A child, Tiger Cub was stunned. Things like moving an army are easy for him. Ignoring Tiger Cub's surprise, Didier continued. The latter did not say anything. He simply extended his hands and brewed a cluster of blue energy that looked like a cosmic nebula and also like rapidly revolving ions at the center of his palms. He allowed it to expand and cover the entire grand arena. It engulfed everyone in the arena. Then, in the next moment, the blue light exploded and turned into a sky full of light fragments that melted into the air. But at this time, The Sanctum Saint Seiya's no longer saw the familiar Sanctum Grand Arena. Instead, they saw a barren land with a towering cliff in front of them. There was a luxurious house on the cliff that emitted a strong, ominous aura from time to time. That was the target of their crusade, Hades City. There is another barrier protecting Hades City. If we break in, we will only be able to use 1/10 of our normal strength, Didier said loudly. But Hades is in the depths of the barrier. From here onward, it will be a nearly hopeless battlefield. Everyone get ready. We must not let our fallen compatriots die in vain. Of course, at this point, the barrier is nothing. When we think of our fallen compatriots, there is only one thing we need to do, Tiger Cub said in a sonorous voice. Oh, the other Saint Seiyas heard this and responded loudly with their blood boiling. But just as they were about to rush to the cliff, Didier's voice sounded again. Wait! The Saint Seiyas were stunned and turned their heads to look at Didier with puzzled expressions. Don't panic. Everyone, get to your positions. Then stand by, Didier said loudly. Wait for the right time. This is the order of the Pope. Hearing that this was the order of the Pope, the Saint Seiyas who were ready to go all out immediately calmed down. They retreated to their original positions and waited patiently for the so-called right time, at the same time above the cliff. Look over there, there are a lot of Saint Seiyas gathered below. A group of underworld Seiyas who could be seen from the style of their armor pointed at the place where the Saint Seiyas gathered below. A bunch of fools. Do you think you can beat us with numbers here? Another underworld Seiyas sneered. Hey! Then, another underworld Seiyas said to the people beside him in an extremely surprised tone, someone is climbing up. On the rocky cliff, a figure wearing a white hooded robe quickly climbed up the cliff with a vigorous posture and stood in front of the underworld Seiyas. So many of you came just to deal with me alone. The person who came whispered to himself in a relaxed tone. Who are you? A Saint Seiyas? What are you doing here alone? The underworld Seiyas questioned. Say something, you bastard. The underworld Seiyas who did not get an answer after asking 2 questions in a row had a change of expression. He questioned loudly with impatience while waving the weapon in his hand to whip the person. The person who came dodged the attack nimbly. He raised his hand and took off the robe covering his body, revealing his true appearance. The person who came was none other than the elder of the Jamil family, Bailey. Although his long-cherished enemies, the god of death, Donatus, and the god of sleep, Hypnos, have been sealed by Ito Sei, as a warrior of the older generation of the Sanctum, he still wanted to help the new generation to survive. Hence, he decided to come to the city of Hades to help the army destroy the last barrier, the barrier of Hades. This was also the reason why he appeared here. An old man, you're underestimating us. It doesn't matter. Kill him. The underworld Seiyas clamored. Really, you guys don't respect the elderly. Who is the one underestimating who? As soon as he finished speaking, Bailey punched the underworld Seiyas in front of him in the face, causing the underworld Seiyas to bleed and his teeth to fly everywhere. His body was sent flying as if he was hit by a sledgehammer. Then he stretched his left arm forward and hooked the neck of an underworld Seiyas. With a forceful twist, the underworld Seiyas broke the underworld Seiyas' neck. After that, he leaped up and kicked the underworld Seiyas to send the underworld Seiyas flying. What? The quality of the underworld king's army is not as good as before, Bailey said in a tone that said, you guys are so weak. Then he raised his head and looked at the gate of Hades City in front of him. He continued, but the enemy's base will not be so smooth. The best part is yet to come. After saying that, he strode into the city of Hades without hesitation. Hey, there are so many people. After entering the hall of the castle, Bailey looked at the many underworld Seiyas blocking his path and laughed. I think you guys should have more backbone than those fellows outside. How dare you barge into Hades' castle alone? You must be tired of living. A underworld Seiyas who seemed to be the leader sneered. Go kill him. Immediately, the underworld Seiyas around him moved and rushed toward Bailey, who was carrying a single sword. Bailey chuckled. Instead of retreating, he advanced and rushed into the group of underworld Seiyas. He swung his fists and legs, spun his body, and swept his legs. With his powerful martial art skills, he sent the underworld Saiyas in front of him flying. In just a few moments, Bailey's surroundings were empty. You guys don't want me to go any deeper? Bailey asked softly as he looked at the underworld Saiyas who were still blocking in front of him with fear on their faces. This old man? Is the barrier of Hades' city useless against him? Why? The leader of the underworld Saiyas was puzzled. Is that so? But I feel more relaxed than usual, Bailey said with a mocking smile. Damn old man. Seeing the expression on Bailey's face, the surrounding underworld Saiyas were enraged. They rushed forward again and attacked Bailey. Bailey's face turned ferocious as if he was an evil spirit that had crawled out from hell. His body burned with bright white flames as he attacked mercilessly. Almost every time he attacked, underworld Saiyas would be sent flying. They crashed into the surrounding decorations and formations and lost all their ability to fight. Ow! How can he be so strong? The leader of the underworld Saiyas said in disbelief. Those who only know how to talk, if you want to stop me from moving forward, then you must have a greater awareness than I do. After sending the last underworld Saiyas flying, Bailey shook his arms and took off the robe he was wearing. His strong muscles were not like those of an old man. He shouted at the remaining underworld Saiyas in high spirits. Then appear in front of me again. Chapter 2033. P.S. Thanks to Gundam 0080 and 52005200520 for their precious monthly votes. In the depths of Hades City, in a room full of colorful oil paintings, Aaron, who had transformed into Hades, was holding an oil brush and drawing something on an oil canvas. You sure are calm. Aren't you going to stop him? Just then, a voice sounded out of nowhere in the room. So what if he destroyed the barrier? They're just a bunch of mortals. Do they think they can defeat a god? Aaron said without turning his head. You, on the other hand, are finally going to sell yourself to me? You're the one who calls yourself a foreign god. Ah, yes, for love and justice. Ito joked as he walked out from the darkness. Now, love and justice? What a ridiculous reason. Aaron turned his head and sneered at Ito from the corner of his eye. What about you? Are you going to fight me like this? Ito said softly. It's enough to deal with you, Aaron said calmly. Almost as soon as Alan finished speaking, a strange energy ripple suddenly spread out, causing the aura of the entire Hades city to change. Looks like he succeeded, Ito said with a smile. Then, his expression became serious, and he continued. The war to decide the ownership of the land is about to begin. So, in order to complete the eternal redemption of the humans on the ground as soon as possible, you should disappear completely now. Aaron turned around and looked at Ito with a cold expression and said calmly, Unfortunately, you don't have that ability now, Ito said softly with a smile. His expression changed as he waved his hand and shot out a blue electric light. The electric light was like a dragon, and it instantly flew in front of Aaron. What a beautiful color, but it's not the color I want. Aaron waved his right arm as he spoke, and the electric light that flew in front of him quickly went around him and reflected back to Ito from the other side. Whether it was the color of the electric light or the energy it emitted, it was much more profound and powerful than when Ito shot it. Ito pointed his right index finger forward, and the dark purple electric light that flew back immediately stopped as if a pause button had been pressed. Then, with a flick of his finger, it exploded with a bang and turned in a fine electric light that quickly melted into the air. Oh! Alan exclaimed softly. He raised his right arm and swung down the oil painting brush in his hand. A long black light suddenly appeared in front of Ito like a real blade and hit him in the chest. In an instant, with a muffled bang, Ito's body suddenly exploded into a pile of gravel and flew in all directions under the force of the impact. Seeing this, Aaron's pupils shrank slightly, and he turned around abruptly. The brush in his hand was like a sword as it faced the black shadow that was slashing down from the air. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing immediately echoed in the room. However, before his voice faded completely, another black shadow suddenly appeared behind Alan's back and reached out to press on his back. Alan's eyes turned slightly. He didn't seem to have done anything, but a rapidly rotating gust of wind suddenly appeared between Alan and the black shadow, blocking the attack launched by the black shadow. What a wonderful ability, Aaron said in a low voice. However, as soon as his voice fell, a palm suddenly reached out from the ground under his feet and grabbed his ankle. Without any explanation, he was pulled into the ground, leaving only his head outside. Puff! The two attacking figures disappeared in the smoke and dust, leaving only Sei Ito, who leaned over and pressed his hand on Aaron's head. Golden light surged from his hand, and a blood-colored golden secret word was transferred to Aaron's body. It quickly covered his body like oil. So, now you can't do it. Sei Ito looked condescendingly at Aaron, who was sunk into the ground with only his head outside, and smiled. You have successfully angered me. Aaron's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent, and he said in a cold tone. Then a majestic, dark force bloomed from Aaron's body, and it was very powerful, shattering the blood-colored secret word outside his body. It broke through the soil layer and forced Sei Ito in front of him away. He slowly floated out of the ground like a person descending from the sky. So, Sei Ito, who floated away, raised his eyebrows and asked back. Aaron snorted coldly. He used his actions to answer Sei Ito's question. He stretched out his right hand, and a purple energy ball that exuded a strong impact force and a sense of oppression appeared in his hand. Then, with a whoosh sound, the light ball immediately turned into a beam of light and shot toward Ito Sei. Sei Ito's figure flashed. He instantly disappeared from the front of the light beam. From this, it could be seen that Sei Ito's consciousness was different from that of the Saint Seiyas and the gods of this world. In this world, whether it was the Saint Seiyas or the gods, they all chose to fight the enemy head-on, not knowing whether it was due to their confidence in their own strength or some other reason. They did not know how to dodge the enemy's attacks at all, even if they were beaten until their noses were swollen and their faces were swollen. Although it looked very cool and tough, Sei Ito did not have the intention to learn from them. Of course, if he were to meet someone who was weaker than him, such as the dark gladiators that he met earlier, he wouldn't mind using this method to show off. Shortly after, Sei Ito appeared behind Aaron. He formed hand seals with both hands and bellowed, "Ja!" An invisible shockwave blasted Aaron, who turned his head halfway. Aaron felt dizzy, and his consciousness couldn't help but slow down by half a beat. Sei Ito seized this opportunity and stretched his arms forward, channeled the energy in his body, and yelled, "Binding path number 79. 9 luminaries bind." In an instant, several pitch-black energy chains as thick as an adult's arm emerged from thin air and wrapped around Aaron's body like snakes, binding him tightly. Do you think that these mere chains can restrain me? Relying on the powerful quality of his soul, Alan instantly recovered from the dizziness and sneered. "Of course I know these things can't restrain you." Ito Sei flexed his right index and middle fingers, and a slender silver needle with a faint glimmer on the surface appeared between his two fingers. He raised his hand and pointed the tip of the silver needle at Alan's forehead. "What I want is just a moment of delay." Without waiting for Aaron's response, he pierced the silver needle between his fingers into Aaron's forehead at lightning speed. Aaron's forehead tilted up after being pierced by the silver needle, and a dazed expression appeared on his face. Although it's a little tricky, it's fine as long as it works. Sei Ito withdrew his hand and let out a long sigh. This needle was called the spirit-piercing needle. It was a type of talisman artifact that was refined using a secret Taoist talisman technique. It was specially used to pierce the soul and wound the soul. Its effects varied according to the method of refinement and the number of talisman combinations. At its lowest level, it could only restrain the soul of an ordinary person or a martial artist. However, at its peak, it could even restrain the soul of a true immortal. Although this spirit-piercing needle was something Sei Ito had hastily refined in the Holy Realm it was still very powerful. It had more than enough time to restrain Aaron's soul, who had been contaminated by Hades' power, for a short while. Afterward, Ito raised his consciousness slightly and removed the 9 luminaries binding Tao from Aaron's body. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands and softly chanted a secret incantation with a strange pronunciation. Under Ito's incantation, strange golden characters that were filled with powerful divine power appeared in the air. Like meteors falling from the sky, they bombarded Aaron's body one after another and disappeared into his body. Along with the disappearance of these strange golden characters, the powerful aura of a small universe emitted from Aaron's body weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Aya, he's one of the main characters of the stage play that I'm looking forward to. I can't let you seal him just like that. Just as Ito was fully focused on sealing Aaron, a frivolous voice suddenly echoed in the quiet room. Then, ripples appeared in the air, and a man in a black evening dress walked out from within. He looked somewhat similar to Pegasus, but he was more than 10 years older. He had stubble around his mouth and looked a little sloppy. Upon seeing this man, Ito frowned slightly and stopped what he was doing. He asked, "Who are you?" "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Yao Ma, the leader of the Dark Gladiators, Mephisto. Nice to meet you." The man, who was Yao Ma, pulled down his hat with one hand and introduced himself with a frivolous smile. Ito didn't speak. Instead, he quickly searched his mind for information regarding Mephisto and Yao Ma. But it was a pity. There weren't any traces at all. No, it couldn't be said that there weren't any traces at all. At the very least, he found some information regarding Mephisto's name. Mephisto, also known as Mephisto, one of the 7 lords of hell, a fallen angel who controlled all hatred in the human world. "Little brother, can you release him?" Yao Ma asked again while Ito was deep in thought. "Do you think that's possible?" Ito sneered. "Aya, that's a pity. I'm very interested in you. A drop of water that has no past and no future. But if you ruin the script I've written, then I'll have no choice but to erase you from this world," Yao Ma said with a frivolous smile. After hearing this, Ito's pupils immediately shrank. It wasn't because of Yao Ma's threat. After all, he had traveled to so many worlds. What kind of threat hadn't he heard of? What kind of battle hadn't he fought? Wasn't he still living well? Naturally, he wouldn't be shaken by Yao Ma's threat. However, some of the information presented by Yao Ma's words made him extremely shocked. "What do you mean by there is no past and there is no future, like a drop of water falling into the great lake called the world out of thin air?" Wasn't that talking about the nature of his existence in this world? But how did he know? Could it be that the other party was the manifestation or possession of this world's will? This was the main reason why his mind was shaken. Just as Ito was thinking about the nature of Yao Ma's existence, Yao Ma's voice sounded again. "Little brother, it seems like you're planning to refuse. Since that's the case, I can only erase an unexpected variable like you." After saying this, Yao Ma raised one of his hands. A strange spatial energy twisted like a vortex suddenly appeared around Ito and enveloped him. Ito, who was in the distorted space, immediately felt his body tighten. A signal came from his skin that his body was about to disintegrate. Magical illusory space. Horse Yao lowered his head slightly, and a sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, "The vortex is a world without time and matter. If you're sucked in, you'll be decomposed to the quantum level and then scattered throughout the world. So the other side is that kind of space? I'm sorry, I just got out of that space not long ago. I don't have the mood to go back and experience life, so I'll pass on this invitation." After listening to Yao Ma's explanation, Ito said in a low voice. Then he spread his hands and completely stopped the incomplete sealing ritual. At the same time, he turned his palms outwards. His 10 fingers were like hooks, and he pulled forcefully to both sides as if he was tearing something. Suddenly, there was a tearing sound. Ito forcibly tore a hole in the distorted space created by Yaoma. It suddenly exploded and turned into a boundless quantum turbulence that swept in all directions. In an instant, the entire art room was blown into a mess by the quantum turbulence. Oh no, this isn't good. When Aaron wakes up and sees this, I'll be punished. Looking at the messy art room, Yaoma said with a frightened look. So, in order to reduce the punishment, it seems like I have to put in some effort to take you down. You're an unknown troublemaker. After saying that, Yaoma's face immediately became cold and was filled with killing intent. Ito-sei glanced at Alan and roughly estimated the time that the sealing ritual could last. Then he retracted his gaze and stared at Yaoma, who was also a complete stranger to him, with a dignified face. He was ready to deal with the upcoming battle wholeheartedly. Don't worry, the battle between us will end soon, Yaoma said softly. Then, without any movement, a transparent clock dial as tall as a person suddenly emerged from Ito-sei's body. Return to nothingness, troublemaker, Yaoma sneered. Immediately, the hands on the virtual clock began to reverse rapidly. As a recipient of the skill, Sei Ito frowned. He felt that something in his body was quickly flowing away. Sei Ito muttered. That's right. The time that is flowing away is the accumulation of time in your body, Yaoma said frivolously. After that, the time on the virtual clock began to reverse at an even faster speed. However, just as Yaoma was waiting for Sei Ito to turn into nothingness, the hands on the virtual clock suddenly stopped and began to turn at the same speed. Chapter 2034. Yaoma frowned and muttered doubtfully. Then, under the gaze of Yaoma, the needle stopped again after a few laps. Together with the illusory dial, it went back into Ito-sei's body. You're not the only one who knows how to use time, Sei Ito said indifferently. Of course, Sei Ito admitted that he was inferior to Yaoma when it came to manipulating time. At the very least, after using the time restriction technique of the Death God's world to gain a superficial understanding of the laws of time, apart from knowing how to stop time, accelerate time, and decelerate time, as well as using time acceleration to accelerate the aging of the human body, he couldn't do what Yaoma did. He couldn't manifest the accumulated time in a stranger's body with a single thought and use time reversal to turn the enemy into nothingness. Therefore, Sei Ito was extremely cautious of Yaoma. He was even more cautious than when dealing with Alan, the reincarnation of Hades. Oh, so you also know how to use the power of time? That's interesting. Yaoma looked at Sei Ito with interest. However, his eyes were filled with tyrannical emotions, as if he wanted to destroy the world. Sei Ito frowned when he noticed the emotions in Yaoma's eyes. In the next moment, a large amount of black gas appeared on Yaoma's body. Then, a pitch-black robe with a huge curved horn on his helmet appeared on Yaoma's body. Clearly, he was going to be serious. Since you also know how to use the power of time, let me see who's stronger between us, Yaoma said with a sinister expression after putting on the robe. Then, he waved his arm and a pitch-black clock made from the power of time flew towards Sei Ito. Sei Ito jumped to the side and dodged the clock's attack. But then, the clock suddenly drew an arc and flew towards Sei Ito's back. Sei Ito knew that this clock had the ability to track and lock the enemy, so he couldn't just dodge it. His eyes flashed, and he raised his hand and shot out a scarlet lightning. The lightning was like a snake and instantly collided with the clock. Boom! A large amount of energy smoke and a loud sound reverberated in the air. But in the next second, more than 10 pitch-black arrows flew out of the smoke and directly toward Sei Ito. Sei Ito jumped back and dodged the arrows. Pung, 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 pung. The arrows that missed and messily stuck to the ground. Looking at their shapes, they were the protrusions on the clock. Clearly, after colliding with Sei Ito's fire divine lightning, these protrusions broke free from the clock. They formed a second attack. Little brother, why aren't you using the power of time? Could it be that you've run out of tricks? Yaoma suddenly appeared behind Sei Ito and giggled. Sei Ito didn't say anything. He swung his hand and shot out a lightning bolt. Yao Ma didn't dodge and pointed forward. It was very in line with the style of this world's warriors. In an instant, the lightning stopped and abruptly dissipated. It was the application of the power of time, time stop. However, it was more precise than Ito-Sei's time stop. It simply stopped the time in front of the thunder and lightning, making the thunder and lightning think that it had reached the realm point and dissipated on its own. It was not like Ito-Sei's time stop, which made the whole attack stay in the real world like a still picture. Ito didn't have the mind to comprehend Yao Ma's method of using the power of time. He appeared behind Yao Ma and used the power of time to accelerate his attack. In an instant, he punched Yao Ma's face. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yao Ma's body spun and was sent flying. Ito didn't show any mercy. He immediately chased after Yao Ma and appeared beside him. He raised his right leg and chopped down like a blade. However, just as the chop was about to hit Yao Ma, time stopped. The power of time immediately affected Ito-Sei's body, causing his movements to stagnate. Although Ito-Sei used the power of time to recover, he had already lost the opportunity to attack, so Yao Ma used instant transmission to dodge. Ito-Sei turned around and frowned at Yao Ma, who was standing not far away from him. A 3-meter-wide crater appeared on the ground under his feet with a loud bang. Ito was really scratching his head against Yao Ma, who controlled the power of time and space. It was difficult to hit him, and it was difficult to catch him. Compared to Alan or Hades, who had great power and completely suppressed him, Ito-Sei felt that he was more difficult to deal with. Little brother, it seems like neither of us can do anything to the other. Yao Ma took out his black top hat from the void and placed it on his head as he chuckled. That's not necessarily the case, Ito said indifferently. As soon as he said that, a strange wave of energy spread out from Ito. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire Hades castle. Yao Ma frowned when he sensed the strange energy enveloping him. What did you do? Yao Ma asked with a sullen expression. I didn't do anything. I just sealed this space. In other words, from now on, you can no longer use the power of space, Ito said indifferently. Yao Ma's pupil shrank. Then, he relaxed and said in a low voice, You really are a good dancer. Your dance surprised me. That's why the battle has only just begun. After saying that, Ito's figure blurred. He appeared in front of Yao Ma like a bolt of lightning. A long saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Yao Ma's body. Yao Ma tilted his body and dodged the saber. Then, he opened his hand and created a palm-sized virtual dial in his palm. The dial exploded, transforming into a dozen pitch-black arrows that shot towards Ito. Ito spun around, and his long saber turned upside down. He used the saber to protect himself, forming a black saber armor. Ding ding dang dang dang. The black arrows bounced back. Then he stopped and swung his hand to execute a slash. A huge crescent-shaped saber light shot toward Yao Ma's body. Yao Ma's expression changed slightly. He used time stop to stop the saber light. But before he could make the next move, Ito-Sei's figure once again appeared beside him. He raised his hand and slashed down. With a poof sound, his arm was cut vertically. Blood splattered everywhere. Half of his arm flipped over and flew away. Yao Ma's face was filled with shock as he staggered to the side. Ito chased after him and swung his saber at Yao Ma's neck. Damn it! Yao Ma cursed when he saw the saber was about to land on his throat. In the next moment, a violent and majestic miniature universe energy erupted from Yao Ma's body. It formed an energy hurricane that forcefully blew Ito away from Yao Ma. This power, Ito-Sei took 2 steps back and stood still. He frowned and looked at Yao Ma, who was protected by the hurricane formed by the violent power of the universe, with some surprise and uncertainty. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. At this moment, the clear sound of a clock rang out. Then, the black wind surrounding Yao Ma dispersed. A huge figure covered in runes with the Greek word kairos appeared from the center of the huge clock that appeared above Yao Ma's head. His flaxen hair fluttered in the wind, emitting a strong sense of presence and oppression. As expected, this guy is also a god, Sei Ito said in his heart as he felt the special aura emitted by the figure. Kairos. Formless time, Sei Ito muttered as he looked at the runes on the giant's body. I didn't expect you to be so good, little brother. What do you think I should do? You forced me to reveal my true nature. At the same time, Yao Ma, whose eyes turned pitch black, slowly raised his head and looked at Sei Ito with a smile. But I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. You actually know the meaning of Kairos. What is your relationship with the god of time, Kronos, and the supreme god, Kronos? Sei Ito asked in a deep voice. Kronos and Kronos. The former was the child of Gaia, the father of Zeus, the second king of the gods, the god of the sky. However, because he was often confused with the supreme god, Kronos, who was above the gods and equal to the world's founding god, he also had the divine right of the god of time. The latter, on the other hand, was much simpler. The supreme god, the god of time, a concept god that had no form and no form. Kronos? Just hearing that name makes me sick. Yao Ma covered her face with one hand and said in disgust, My name is Kedius, another god of time who fell into the mortal world because of my brother Kronos. Sei Ito frowned and searched for information about the name Kedius. But just like how he didn't know the name of Yao Horse, no matter if it was the names of the gods in the main world or the names of the gods in the world of Saint Seiya, there was no such name. It was as if there were gods that shouldn't exist, just like him. Then why haven't I heard of you before? Sei Ito asked in surprise. It's normal that you don't know me. I was erased from the myths of this world because of Kronos. That's why I was very interested in you from the first time I saw you. Unfortunately, you got involved in the stage play that I wrote in advance and ruined it. But you shouldn't have forced me to reveal my true form. That's why destroying you won't be able to dispel my anger towards you. At this point, the aura of the small universe on Yao Ma's body became even more chaotic. Black smoke began to appear around her and on the huge dial behind her. Let me tear you to shreds as a declaration of the return of I, Keeds, and a challenge to the heaven realm. Chapter 2035. After saying that, the black gas around Yao Ma immediately turned into a large number of black arrows that rained down on Sei Ito. Sei Ito's expression became serious. He waved the celestial clouds in his hand and bounced the black arrows away. That weapon of yours, Yao Ma said in astonishment. Did you just notice? Your senses are too slow. Ito Sei, who blocked all the arrows, waved his arm, slanted his sword to the ground, and sneered. A divine weapon, Yao Ma said in a deep voice. Well, I won't talk nonsense with you. Alan is about to wake up. Let's end this boring battle. Ito Sei shook his hand and instilled his power into the sword god. A black light shot out and he said in a low voice, what shameless boasting. I'll let you see what a true god is. Yao Ma laughed loudly and said with a sinister expression. In the next moment, countless black gas filled with the dense aura of time shot towards Sei Ito. During this process, the space of Sei Ito's divine domain was shaken. Under the impact of the black gas, tiny black cracks faintly appeared. As the core of the divine domain, Sei Ito couldn't help but frown. He felt a faint stabbing pain in his head. This is the flood of time, Sei Ito thought to himself as he held the sword god with both hands and silently poured energy into blade, causing it to become even darker. He didn't dare to hesitate. He fiercely thrust out the black sword god, which had gathered a large amount of energy in his hand. Reverse 2, 5 elements destruction. In an instant, a black light flashed and a pitch-black pillar of light shot out from the sword god, the heavenly cloud fate. It quickly met the flood of time sent out by Yao Ma. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the ground cracked and turned into dust. The pillars were broken, and the furnishings were all destroyed into ashes. Alan, who was the only human in this room other than Ito Sei and Yao Ma, was blown away and disappeared from the room along with the light of the energy explosion. However, at this moment, both Sei Ito and Yao Ma couldn't care less about Alan. At the center of the collision between the two energies, a pitch-black circular hole quickly appeared. It devoured everything in its surroundings. "How did you block it? How did you block it?" "Turn into dust." Yao Ma shouted hysterically when she saw her attack was blocked. In an instant, the flood of time, which Yao Ma released, strengthened, pushed the black pillar of light, gradually pressing on Sei Ito. On the other hand, Ito Sei was still silent. He silently poured more power into the blade. He continued to inject more power into the pillar of light. However, in his heart, Sei Ito didn't feel good. Apart from the greater the damage to his divine domain caused, the greater the mental pain he had to endure, it was also because the move he used, Reverse Second 5 Elements Annihilation, wasn't a move that could last for a long time. It could be used against Yao Ma's Flood of Time for a short period of time, but it would become weak in the long run. In the end, he might be pushed back by Yao Ma, and that wasn't what he wanted. Thinking until here, Sei Ito suddenly changed his grip on the sword from 2 to 1. Then, he flipped his left hand and took out a black crystal cube from the void. He threw it at Yao Ma. The moment the black crystal cube left his hand, it suddenly expanded in midair. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to a length, width, and height of about 10 meters. Then, under the impact of the surrounding energy, it suddenly shattered, revealing a dog-like monster with 3 heads. This monster was the pet of Hades that Sei Ito killed in the underworld, the Hellhound, Sorcerous. As soon as Sorcerous appeared, it crashed into Yao Ma due to its residual inertia. If it were any other time, it would naturally crash into Yao Ma, who wasn't far away from it. However, at a time like this, it was immediately intercepted by the flood of time. Its momentum was greatly reduced, and it howled in pain as it struggled violently in the impact of the chaotic flow of time. It didn't take long for it to become a bloody mess. However, it was precisely because of Cybera's interference that the flood of time released by Yao Ma showed signs of weakening. Sei Ito, who had been paying attention to the changes in the flood of time, didn't hesitate and immediately poured more energy into the sword. The burst of energy forcefully pushed the flood of time away. The black light went straight in and bombarded Yao Ma's body. It went straight through and bombarded Yao Ma's huge divine soul. Boom! A strong gust of wind blew, and a powerful shockwave spread out, blowing away the dust, air, and Cybera's corpse that had yet to be fully decomposed. Damn it! As a god, how can I fail? Kylasi, whose huge divine soul was constantly changing between reality and illusion, roared loudly. However, Sei Ito couldn't be bothered to listen to Kylasi's nonsense. He rushed forward and appeared in front of Kylasi's divine soul. He put away the divine sword, celestial clouds, and reached out his right hand. A golden palm appeared and grabbed Kylasi's divine soul. At the same time, he flipped his left hand and a small silver box about the size of a music box appeared. He skillfully opened it, revealing a space emitting a golden holy light. It was the sacred cabinet that Athena gave him to seal the divine soul. Then, he pulled his right arm and forcefully threw Kylasi's divine soul into the sacred cabinet. Sacred cabinet. No, you can't do this. I'm a god. I'm destined to defeat Cronus and rule over this entire world. I'm the god who will create a new era. You can't. Kylasi's expression changed drastically. Shut up, you loser, Sei Ito said loudly, and then threw Kylasi into the sacred cabinet with even more force. No, Kylasi, whose divine soul was gradually being sucked into the sacred cabinet space, yelled loudly. A moment later, Kylasi's divine soul was completely sucked into the sacred cabinet. Pa! Sei Ito closed the sacred cabinet. Then, with a thought, he took out a talisman of Athena's divine power and written with the blood of the previous Athena. He placed it on the sacred cabinet, completing the final seal. Phew, I didn't expect to find such an unexpected reward. But now, The thing that was originally used to seal Hades is gone. Seito sighed softly as he put away the sacred cabinet that sealed Kylasi away. You want to seal me with that thing? What wishful thinking. At this moment, an extremely cold voice suddenly rang out. Seito's expression changed slightly, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. Then, Alan slowly walked out from behind the wall that was destroyed by the shockwave. He was wearing a long black robe, his black hair scattered, and his body exuding an aura that was many times stronger than before. It had also become extremely dark and obscure. At the same time, far away in the holy realm of Greece, Athena, who was silently praying for the holy Sayas, had a change in expression. She said softly with a sorrowful expression, "Brother." At the same time, Pegasus, who was advancing towards the city of Hades with Jaren, Rangyi, and the other holy Sayas, was also stunned. He felt as if he had suddenly lost something important. Hades? Seito, who slowly put away the divine realm, said in a deep voice with a solemn expression, "That's me." Hades stopped and said softly, "Just by relying on that simple obsession, he was able to suppress my awakening for so long. I have to say, this young man who was possessed by me is really an amazing human. But this time, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for the strange technique you used before and the aftershock of the battle with Mephisto, which injured his soul and caused him to fall into a deep sleep, I don't know how long I would have been suppressed by him." Hearing this, Seito couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. "But the timing is just right. I can take this opportunity to wipe out Athena's army in one fell swoop and end this holy war. I declare in the name of the real underworld King Hades." Ignoring Seito, Hades continued, "This way the land that I have been fighting over with the goddess of war for so long will belong to me." Then, Hades moved his hand and took out a pitch-black sword with a length of 3 feet and 3 inches. The sword hilt was in the shape of a spread-out wing, and the blade was straight and pitch-black. There were strange inscriptions engraved on the surface of the sword. It was his personal sword, the Underworld King's sword. But as the final obstacle of this holy war, as well as the reward for freeing me, I have decided to personally execute you," Hades said again. Then, a terrifying pressure enveloped Seito. In an instant, Seito felt his body sink, as if he was carrying a mountain of bones on his back. His whole body was cold and stiff. Hades raised his arm and waved the sword in his hand at Seito. A pitch-black sword light, emitting powerful energy, immediately flew in front of Seito. Seito didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly crossed his arms in front of him to block. Boom! In the midst of the explosion, a huge amount of energy, smoke, and dust immediately enveloped Seito. But after completing this attack, Hades didn't turn around and leave. Instead, he frowned slightly and looked at Seito with an interested smile on his face. Then at the next moment, a strong wind blew away the smoke and dust, and Ito Sei's figure appeared again. At this time, a red full-body armor covered his body. There were more than a dozen jades of different sizes on his chest, the back of his hands, his forehead, his legs, his waist, and other parts of his body, exuding a strange aura. Chapter 2036. P.S. Thanks to Halcyon and Duck Boy for their precious monthly votes. This red full-body armor was the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. The Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. After reaching Gauntlet, it transformed into the Red Dragon Emperor's armor. Yo, Padong, I didn't expect you to think of me. As the jade on the chest of the armor flashed, Drake's voice came out. Seito put down his crossed arms, straightened up, and looked at Hades opposite him. If I think of you, it means I've met a strong enemy. Don't you feel excited? You're right. I can already feel my fighting spirit surging. Drager agreed. Strange armor. Is it a dragon? Hades looked at Seito's red armor with interest and said softly, as expected of Hades. Good eyesight. Seito praised. That's right. Drake is a dragon. A red dragon that once scared many gods. Drake? Unfamiliar name. Looks like it's a demonic dragon from a foreign land like you, Hades said softly. At this time, a large amount of black smoke appeared out of thin air and wrapped around Hades's body like a cloud. The next moment, the smoke and dust scattered, and a gorgeous armor with a pure black luster appeared on Hades's body. There were 3 pairs of wings on the back of the armor, and they spread out to both sides as if they were about to fly. The armor on the shoulders extended outwards like the shoulder pads of a robe. The upper part of the armor was a streamlined, inverted triangle with exquisite patterns on the surface. The armor that extended downwards from the waist was like the 2 feathers of an insect that protected its wings, and half of the armor covered the legs. He still held the sword in his right hand, but the flickering black light on it was even darker than before. Ito lowered his body slightly and got into a defensive posture. Show me your full strength. Let me see what the so-called foreign gods are capable of. Hades, who had put on his divine armor, said softly. Boost! At this moment, a muffled shout came from Ito's armor. Ito didn't move at all. An even more powerful and surging aura immediately erupted from his body. Like a hurricane, it blew away the surrounding air. Oh! Seeing this, Hades's eyes flashed with interest. Since you want to watch, I'll let you watch as much as you want, Ito said in a deep voice. The moment he finished speaking, Ito's figure flashed and appeared in front of Hades, clenching his armored fist. He hit Hades on the cheek. Hades raised his palm slightly and blocked Ito's fist with his palm. Ha! His palm blocked Ito's fist. Your strength is not bad. You are indeed much stronger than those humans outside. Hades looked at Ito, who was close at hand, and said in a low voice. Then he raised his arm and swung his sword at Ito, just like when he blocked the fist. Almost instantly, the blade of the sword reached Ito's armor. Ito's heart tightened when he sensed this. He immediately retreated from Hades without hesitation. However, although he was fast, he was still much slower than Hades' attack that was close to the speed of light. Thus, with a crisp crack, a thin crack appeared on the Red Dragon Emperor's armor. It slowly emitted a pitch-black aura. Block, the enemy is very strong, Draeger said in a deep voice. Are you okay? Ito asked in return. The reason for this question was entirely because Hades' attacks were constantly imbued with the power of the underworld that could directly harm one's soul. Not only was the Crimson Dragon Emperor's armor a defensive tool, but it was also the Crimson Dragon Emperor's residence and the residence of his soul. It was hard to say whether Drake, who was inside, would be harmed. Fortunately, there is no problem for now, Draeger replied. It seems like we need to become stronger and faster, Ito said in a deep voice. Let's go. Block. I believe you can do it, Draeger encouraged. Of course, I never said I would give up just like that. Ito chuckled. Are you done discussing? At this time, Hades said, if this is all, I have no interest in watching anymore. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you, Hades. Ito chuckled. After that, with a deep voice, a series of muffled roars came from the Red Dragon Emperor's armor. Boost! 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 At the same time, an incomparably violent crimson aura erupted from Ito's body. It created a circular pit with a diameter of nearly 2 meters on the ground under Ito's feet. Like an immovable tornado, it spun rapidly around his body. However, Ito's movements did not stop there. He used a deep and strange rhythmic voice to send out a sentence full of power. Fear the one with wings. Evil people and powerful people are all afraid of me with wings. My wings will bring you a curse. Evil people can't hit me. It was the authority of the Phoenix, one of the 10 incarnations of the Eastern god of war, Urislagna. Its effect was to gain greater agility and leaping ability when attacked by an enemy. It was the best choice for someone like Hades whose attack speed was obviously over the top. Immediately, Ito's figure flashed and appeared in front of Hades again. Hades raised one hand and gathered a black ball of light in his palm. It shot out and turned into a beam of light that attacked Seito. Seito floated to the side and instantly dodged the beam attack that was close at hand. He slid in a small arc and appeared beside Hades. He swung his arm and punched Hades' cheek. Hades, who immediately sensed the change in Seito's attack speed, frowned slightly. He leaned back and dodged Seito's attack by a hair's breadth. At the same time, he thrust his right hand forward and stabbed the long sword in his hand at Seito. With the increase in agility, speed, and senses given by the Phoenix incarnation, Seito leaned to the side and dodged the attack. He stepped forward and got close to Hades' chest and punched him hard in the chest. Boom! In a loud explosion, Hades' body flew out like a cannonball. He crashed through a high wall and flew out of Hades City. At the same time, Seito stomped his foot and also turned into a red light and chased after him. What's that? At this time, the Saint Seiyas were fighting with the underworld gladiators led by the big three. Radamandes looked up at the sky and said with a surprised expression, "Lord Hades!" Radamandes exclaimed with a shocked expression. The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present could not help but change. Who's the other person? Someone asked in confusion. However, no one could answer this question. No one could answer him. Even Elder by Lee of the Jamil family couldn't tell whether it was Ito Sei or not from the red armor and the strange aura that came out of it. At this time, the red light dashed and rushed in front of the figure that was exuding a strong, dark universe. He swung his fist at him. Hades instinctively raised his sword and stood in front of him. However, in the next moment, Seito suddenly retracted his fist and flew behind Hades. He stretched out his palms and released 2 scarlet energy light balls. Hades, who felt the energy behind him, frowned. The power of the dark universe erupted from his body like a cosmic hurricane. Boom! Then a huge explosion reverberated in the sky. The shockwave visible to the naked eye quickly spread in all directions with an earth-shattering momentum. It blew away the clouds in the sky and revealed the dark sky without stars behind it. The great solar eclipse. Ito Sei, who was suspended in the air, raised his head and looked at the sky that was supposed to be bright and sunny, but now it's dark. The great solar eclipse, Hades' exclusive skill. With his enormous divine power, he could forcefully change the orbit of several major planets in the solar system and make the sky enter a state of eternal night. It seems that it's true that you're afraid of sunlight, he continued. Seito withdrew his gaze and looked at Hades, who still had no cracks on his armor, and said softly. Hades frowned, and his expression became gloomy. So what if you know this? With your strength, you can't do anything. Hades said in a deep voice. That's not necessarily true. Seito chuckled. Although it's a bit of a burden to use the power of Forbidden Hand, in order to seal you, I have no choice but to do so. Then, Seito's expression became serious. He gathered his power and said loudly, "The sun that rises in the east, give me power." As the words of the spirit of speech fell, an extremely dazzling sun suddenly appeared in the night sky in the east, instantly illuminating the dark night created by Hades' power. Almost as soon as the new sun appeared, Hades raised his head and let out a shrill scream. But at the same time, as the existence of the 2 sides of the same body, Mitra, the sun god of the east, Seito's power of the Eastern Army god in his body immediately became active and emitted various powers to help him reduce the burden on his body. Seito ignored the changes in his body and raised his hand. The new sun in the sky lowered a bit and shone a stronger light on Hades. Immediately, an even more intense scream came from Hades' mouth. How is this possible? How could someone like you create a new sun? Hades forced himself to stand up straight and stared at Seito with a face full of anger as he questioned with difficulty. That's because I'm also a sun god. Seito smiled. Damn it. Hades was enraged when he heard this. His body once again erupted with boundless dark energy, enveloping his body like a black hole. It seems that the power of a sun can't completely get rid of you. If that's the case, then I'll give you a hand. Ito tilted his head and joked. Then, without waiting for Hades to respond, he raised his head again and combined his mind and power to chant the words of power. For victory, come to me quickly. Undying sun, please give me a shining steed. Spirited steed, bring me the light wheel of your lord. In an instant, another blazing fireball like the sun suddenly appeared in the sky, emitting intense light and heat. Together with the other sun, it illuminated the entire pitch-black world. And Ito didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he felt that after the appearance of the fireball, the power of the sun summoned by the sun god Mitra's power suddenly rose. Then, even the fireballs summoned by the 10 Eastern War gods' incarnations of the white horses also increased. This situation seemed to have produced some kind of wonderful chain reaction. Unsurprisingly, under the strong light of the two suns, the darkness outside Hades' body was immediately dispelled, revealing his body. Then Ito waved his arm and pointed his finger at Hades. The fireball summoned by the white horse's power in the sky immediately turned into a meteor and flew towards Hades' body. Hades, disappear with that boy, Ito said indifferently. But just when the fireball formed by the white horse was about to fly in front of Hades' four limbs suddenly stretched back, and a shadow of Hades immediately separated from Alan's body, quickly dodging the attack of the white horse's fireball, leaving Alan, whose hair color had changed back to gold, to face the burning of the sun. Seeing this, Ito quickly launched instant transmission and instantly teleported Alan to his side, dodging the attack of the white horse's fireball by a hair's breadth. Then, with another thought, he sent Alan to the group of Saint Seiyas below. Ignoring him, he raised his head and looked at the underworld king Hades, who was opening the divine passage and preparing to escape back to the pure land of bliss. Since he was already here, how could Ito let Hades leave so easily? He immediately moved and appeared in front of Hades, who had just entered the divine passage, and punched him out of the divine passage. As soon as he came into contact with the sunlight, Hades let out a miserable scream. At this time, Ito, who was in the divine passage, waved his hand and used the power of the law of space to forcibly close the divine passage. Then, he turned into a red light and once again appeared in front of Hades, who was suffering from the burning pain of the sun, and grabbed Hades in his hand. "What are you doing?" Hades said sharply with a painful expression. Ito ignored him, opened his mouth slightly, and chanted a spell. Binding path number 61, 6 light prison. Binding path number 79, 9 glory bind. Binding path number 99 bind. In an instant, a yellow light mark and a black chain, as well as a dozen leather strips and nails, appeared from the void and fell on Hades' body one by one in their own way, imprisoning him in the air. Chapter 2037. Hades, whose body was imprisoned, shouted angrily. Under the illumination of the sun, Hades' power was obviously suppressed by a lot. Although he was still incomparably powerful, under the stimulation of the burning sensation, he was unable to concentrate on gathering a powerful force. In addition, the Ghost Way was a curse that specialized in targeting the soul. It had a very strong suppressive effect on him, who was in a soul body, so it was really difficult for him to break free in a short time. Mahavaro cannabis body viker 6 dadi, Thanavai Pulya Sutrendarajanamadarma Pariaya, Mahavaro Kanavism Bodhivikranita dis de Sutramindaraja. But this time, Ito, who had entered a certain state, formed a Vajra seal with both hands and chanted the Sanskrit version of the Mahavarakkana Sutra. In an instant, the surrounding void changed, and majestic Vairocana Buddha statues of various sizes emerged from the void. As they chanted the Mahavarakkana Sutra in Sanskrit, they surrounded Ito and Hades, who was sealed by the high-level Keto, and formed a mandala concealment formation. And all of this seemed like a huge golden ball of light had suddenly appeared in the sky, illuminating the surrounding void like the sun. Then Ito's hand seals changed, and in response, golden seed runes began to emerge from the Buddhist statues in the void, shooting toward the struggling Hades like meteors. Every time a seed rune branded Hades' divine soul, he would let out a shrill scream as if he was being tortured. "You blasphemer! Do you want to kill a god?" Hades roared loudly. Ito ignored him, lowered his eyes, and continued to chant the sutra. "The gods in the heavenly realm will not let you go. Even that little girl Athena, the goddess of war, will not let you go." Hades continued to threaten. Ito was still unmoved, and he didn't hesitate to use the spell. Hades, who was extremely angry, roared loudly. However, no matter how hard he struggled, all he could do was delay the time he was sealed. So after a long while, Hades was finally sealed into the mandala concealment formation with a cry of unwillingness. He turned into a golden ball of light with runes on its surface and flew into Ito's palm. Sure enough, this kind of thing should be sealed with the sealing method of this world. Ito couldn't help but sigh as he felt the dark power that was still surging inside the golden ball. He didn't hesitate. He teleported away from the battlefield and returned to Athena's side. "Athena!" Ito called out softly as he looked at Athena, who was in a daze. Athena was shocked, and she turned to look at Ito. "It's done," Athena said with a sigh of relief. However, she was secretly on guard. She was really worried that Ito would kiss her rudely again. "I have already sealed Hades' divine soul. It's just that I don't have anything suitable on hand, and I don't know if you have anything here," Ito said as he opened his palm, revealing the ball of light formed by the mandala concealment formation. "You sealed Hades' divine soul," Athena exclaimed in shock. Athena couldn't be blamed for being shocked. After all, ever since the start of the holy war between her and Hades, she had successfully sealed Poseidon, the god of the sea, countless times. However, she had never succeeded in sealing Hades, the god of the underworld, unless he escaped back to the Elysium at the last moment. Even after the holy war ended, she no longer had the strength to seal Hades and could only watch him leave. Therefore, Athena's ideal outcome for Hades was to force him back to the Elysium, and then go to the Elysium to fight against him. This would allow the holy war to enter a buffer period, just like the previous Athena's then brother Aaron. Athena asked anxiously with a face full of worry. "Yes," Ito confirmed with a smile. Then he asked again, "So do you still have something like the holy cabinet that can store divine souls? I need to use it to store Hades' divine soul. As for Aaron, he is still alive. I sent him to the Saint Seiya team before I left. I think after the battle is over, you will be able to see him when the Saint Seiya return to the Holy Realm." After a pause, Ito continued. "Thank you." A gentle smile appeared on Athena's face, and she thanked him sincerely. However, she was afraid that Ito would use this opportunity to make such a rude request. Then Athena, who had forcefully kissed him, quickly changed the topic and continued. "I have given you all the existing holy cabinets. If you want new ones, you can only make new ones. But if you use the holy cabinets, you won't be able to seal Hades for long. It won't be long before he escapes again. It doesn't matter, as long as it can be sealed for a period of time. After this period of time, I will have a way to completely seal Hades' divine soul." Ito, who did not notice Athena's thoughts, smiled and said. After a pause, Ito continued. "Besides, we can also join forces to cast a sealing spell on the holy cabinet to strengthen the sealing power of the holy cabinet, right?" Athena nodded in agreement, and then asked hesitantly, "You want to look after Hades personally?" "Of course. Why, is there a problem?" Ito raised his eyebrows. "Can we leave him in the Holy Realm?" Athena said softly. "Why? Don't you trust me?" Ito narrowed his eyes and asked softly. "No, that's not it. I just want to end this endless holy war in this way. After all, this has been going on for too long. Athena hurriedly shook her head and said with a pitiful expression, "If you really want to end this boring holy war completely, it's better for Hades to stay with me." Seito's lips twitched slightly, and he said softly. Athena raised her head and looked at Seito with a puzzled expression. "The Holy Realm is not as safe as you think it is." Seito's voice was a little shaky as he said, "Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the Dark Gladiators. Do you really think a Holy Realm can stop the Dark Gladiators from infiltrating if she wants to?" As soon as he said that, Athena's expression froze. Moreover, she's not the only Dark Gladiator who's adept at infiltration. Seito continued as if he didn't think it was enough. "You don't even need to infiltrate. You just need to let a Dark Gladiator who has the ability to control the thoughts of others to control a Holy Realm Gladiator. How difficult would it be to break the seal and release Hades?" This time, Athena had completely sunk into the abyss. "That's why I said that compared to the Holy Realm, it's safer here," Seito said softly. "Moreover, Hades is my captive this time." "I understand," Athena said softly. "All right, let's not talk about him." Seeing that the atmosphere had become a little gloomy, Seito relaxed his tone and changed the topic. "Now that the Dark Gladiators don't have Hades, and only Radamandes is left with their high-level combat power, I believe that the outcome of the battle will be decided soon. Do you have any plans after this?" "Plans?" Athena murmured in a daze. Then, she shook her head and said softly, "I don't know. I'll probably continue my current life with Pegasus and Brother Aaron." "Do you want to come with me?" Seito asked. "With you?" Athena was puzzled. "Yes, with me. We'll travel around the world," Seito said with a smile. Athena didn't know how to answer this question. She couldn't help but fall silent. "Hee, you don't have to answer me in a hurry. Think about it carefully. It won't be too late to answer me later," Seito said with a smile. "Okay," Athena replied softly. "All right, I'll get going first. Remember to make the Holy Cabinet as soon as possible," Seito said. "Okay," Athena replied. Seito smiled at Athena, then turned and walked out of the room. Just when Athena thought that Seito wouldn't do anything rude to her today, she felt her vision darken. Seito's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Then her body stiffened, and she bumped into a solid chest. Her lips were blocked by Seito's warm lips. Ugh, Athena's eyes widened. She looked at Seito with shame and anger. His eyes were full of smiles as he kissed her. After a moment, Seito let go of Athena and stepped away from her. "All right, I'm really leaving this time. See you later." Then, without waiting for Athena to respond, his figure flashed, and he disappeared in front of Athena's eyes. "Despicable guy," Athena whispered hatefully. On the other side, Seito's figure once again appeared in Athena's shrine. He sat down in front of the statue of Athena in the shrine. Then, with a flip of his palm, a square, ink-colored crystal appeared. He raised his hand and threw it into the sky. Almost at the instant the crystal left his hand, the ink-colored crystal expanded. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a rectangular black coffin that was nearly 2 meters tall, half a meter wide, and half a meter thick. "Ha!" A crisp sound rang out as the coffin exploded, revealing Pandora, who was wrapped within. The reason why Pandora appeared in this way again was entirely because Seito wanted to avoid trouble, lest Pandora do something irrational during the great battle. Therefore, he sealed her again when he set off to fight Aaron Hades. After all, there were no Saint Seiyas in the sanctuary at that time. If Pandora was left alone in the sanctuary, who knew if she would impulsively kill Athena, who had almost no combat power? As for bringing her to the battlefield, that was even more impossible. What if she went crazy during the battle between Seito and Aaron Hades? Chapter 2038. With the help of Seito's power, Pandora slowly floated to the ground. Then, she frowned and woke up from her coma. "Hades has been sealed by me," Seito said indifferently as he looked at Pandora, who gently opened her eyes and looked at him with a frown. What? Pandora was shocked when she heard this, and her expression was full of disbelief as she exclaimed, "This is Hades' divine soul." With a flip of his palm, Itose revealed the golden light ball transformed from the great enchantment of Mandala, which sealed Hades' divine soul, and said, "So it won't be long before this holy war ends, and you will regain your freedom." Pandora stared at the golden ball of light in Sei Ito's hand without saying anything, but her expression was extremely complicated. Freedom. After a moment, Pandora withdrew her gaze and said with a self-deprecating expression, "Didn't you want me to serve you? Then what freedom do I have?" Sei Ito closed his hand and put away the golden ball of light. He lightly rested his arm on his leg and looked straight at Pandora as he said indifferently, "I've said it before, I'm different from Hades, the gods, and the twin gods. I have no interest in playing with your fate and using all kinds of false truths to weave your world. So, apart from belonging to you and your emotions, you need to arrange your own life." Pandora's expression shook, and she looked at Sei Ito with eyes full of suspicion. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe me now. You will naturally know what the truth is in the future." Sei Ito withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes, ignoring Pandora. In his mind, he began to replay what had happened in the previous battle with Keeds, using it to comprehend the power of time. Gradually, a mysterious and obscure fluctuation began to spread from Sei Ito's body, causing his figure to become blurry, as if shrouded in clouds and mist, making it difficult to see clearly. Pandora looked at Sei Ito and did not disturb him. She walked to the side of the temple and squatted down. She wrapped her arms around her knees and rested her head on her knees. She looked like a confused young girl as she gazed into the distant sky and thought about her own matters. And just as Sei Ito and Pandora were busy with their own matters, the holy war in the nameless town of Italy finally came to an end after a period of fierce fighting. The result, as Sei Ito expected, there was no Hades, the twin gods, and the demigods. There was also leader star Yaoma, this half-human, half-god fellow, as well as Minos and Iagos, these two giants with such high-end combat power. The remaining underworld gladiators were unable to withstand a single blow when faced with the sanctuary army led by the 9 powerful gold saints. Their bodies were shattered one after another, and they were turned into ghosts. They were sealed by the prayer beads that Amida created using the Muluan seed and all the power of the small universe. As for Radamandes, the final leader of the underworld Seiya army, he naturally couldn't escape the fate of being sealed. He was killed on the spot by the Leo Gold Saint Regius, who was bent on avenging his father's death, time and time again, as if he was a cheat. Although in the end, there were still some casualties on the side of the Holy Warriors. But compared to the previous Holy Wars where only 1 or 2 Holy Seiya survived, this was much better. In fact, it could even be said that this was the most glorious victory the Holy Army had ever achieved since the Holy War began in the legendary era. This made Athena and the Pope, who knew the result, extremely happy. They were full of gratitude to Sei Ito, this ally. After that, there was nothing much to say. The army returned, and everyone returned to their positions. Under the management of Pope Sei Ito, they began to recuperate and return to peace. At the same time, in a room in the Holy Realm, Brother Aaron, dressed in a white dress, Athena, who was holding Athena's scepter, called out to Aaron, who was sitting on the stone bed with some scars on his body. Her face was filled with joy and worry. "Sasa." Aaron raised his head and looked at Athena with an innocent smile. "I'm sorry, Sasa Pegasus. I made you guys worried." Then, Aaron restrained his expression and said to Athena and Pegasus, who was wearing a linen short-sleeved shirt and trousers, solemnly, "Haha, it's okay. As long as you can come back." Pegasus raised his hand and rubbed his nose with his index finger. "Yes, brother, as long as you're back, everything will be fine." Athena agreed softly. "But I did that kind of thing," Aaron said in a low voice with a gloomy expression. Isn't that because Hades is controlling you? We understand. Pegasus walked to Aaron's side and patted him on the shoulder. No. Aaron shook his head. Athena and Pegasus looked at each other and looked at Aaron in confusion. Hades' goal is to exterminate the human race through condemnation. If I can't redeem myself, I originally planned to perish together with him. No, now all the things have come to this. Alan opened his mouth to explain, but halfway through, he realized that it was too shameless to talk to himself like this. So he fell silent again. Brother, you don't have to say anything. I understand. Athena shook her head slightly and said softly. Aaron raised his head and looked at Athena like an injured animal looking for protection. You just want to save everyone. You don't want to see everyone suffer. The sorrow in your heart is deeper than anyone else. So, brother, you don't have to explain. Athena said softly with a gentle smile on her face. Yes, Aaron, it's already in the past. Don't think about it. If you really feel that you can't get over it, then help others in the future. Pegasus said with a bright smile on his face. Sasa, Pegasus. Aaron's eyes overflowed with tears as he called out in a choked voice. We are friends, Pegasus said as he extended his right arm and revealed the bracelet that only had a single flower remaining. Athena didn't say anything and also extended her right arm, expressing her emotions through action. Yes. Aaron looked at Sasa and Pegasus and nodded heavily. He extended his right hand, which no longer had a flower bracelet, and touched Athena and Pegasus' extended fists. Several days later, in Athena's shrine, following a series of light footsteps, Athena, Aaron, and Pegasus walked into the shrine. At this moment, the sound of the harp reverberating in the shrine stopped, and a voice full of complex emotion sounded. Ha! Aaron and Pegasus turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. Pegasus's expression changed, and he stood in front of Athena and Aaron. He put on a defensive posture and shouted, It's you, Pandora. Pegasus, don't be like this. It's okay, Athena said with a gentle smile. Pegasus looked at Athena in confusion, then stared at Pandora and stepped back from the two of them. However, he was still secretly on guard against Pandora's existence. Hello, Pandora. Aaron's expression was full of innocence as he greeted Pandora. Pandora looked at Aaron with a complicated expression. Then she looked away and lowered her eyes. She silently played the harp again. Immediately, a pleasant sound of music rang out in the temple. Seeing this, Athena, Aaron, and Pegasus didn't disturb her. They walked slowly toward Sei Ito, who was sitting under the statue of Athena. Sei Ito, who sensed the arrival of someone, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Athena and the other two. Okay, Pegasus greeted with a smile, then thanked him seriously. Thank you for saving Aaron. Thank you. At the same time, Aaron walked to Sei Ito and bowed to thank him. There's no need for that. At first, I didn't want to save you. I even wanted to seal you and Hades together. Sei Ito shook his head slightly and said softly with a strange smile on his face. Aaron's expression froze when he heard that. He smiled again and said, No matter what, you saved me in the end, so I still have to thank you. You're quite open-minded. Sei Ito smiled, then turned to look at Athena. Here, this is the newly made holy cabinet. Seeing Sei Ito looking at her, Athena's heart skipped a beat. She was very afraid that Sei Ito would do something rude again, so she quickly handed over the silver-white holy cabinet in her hand. I can finally seal him. Seeing the holy cabinet, Sei Ito couldn't help but smile. Then he reached out to take the holy cabinet, opened it, and held it in his left hand. With a flip of his right hand, the golden Dachiro womb barrier that Hades was sealed and appeared. After chanting an incantation, the golden runes on the golden Dachiro womb barrier became even brighter. Only then did he press his hand, and the womb barrier that Hades was sealed and was suspended in the holy cabinet that was blooming with golden light. Pa! Sei Ito raised his hand and closed the holy cabinet. Talisman. Seito stretched out his hand in front of Athena. Athena, who was already prepared for this, quickly took out a talisman that emitted a powerful holy aura from her sleeve and handed it to Seito. Seito didn't hesitate and immediately sealed the talisman on the holy cabinet. After doing all this, Seito put away the holy cabinet and said with a smile, "All right, at least for a year and a half, we won't have to worry about Hades coming out." HM, how can it be so short? Shouldn't it be sealed until the next holy war? Pegasus was puzzled. Do you think Hades is the twin gods? Can a holy cabinet seal him? Seito said unhappily. Pegasus scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Then Seito ignored Pegasus and looked at Athena and asked, "Have you considered my proposal?" Pegasus and Alan looked at Athena in confusion, not knowing what Seito was talking about. "I can't leave the Holy Realm for the time being. Let's talk about this later." Athena shook her head gently. "All right then, but I have to leave for a while. Since you guys are here, I'll take my leave," Seito said. Chapter 2039. In the world of the Saint Seiya Pluto mythology, a man and a woman were walking slowly through the snowstorm in Siberia. The man and woman were none other than Seito and Pandora, who had left the Holy Dominion. "This is the place, right?" Seito asked as he looked at the dilapidated building covered in thick snow that gradually appeared in front of him. "Yes," Pandora, who was one step behind Seito, replied. "Looks like we're too late," Seito said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a rain of ice crystal blades shot towards Seito and Pandora. Seito raised his hand and pointed forward. Like a movie that had been frozen, the ice blades immediately stopped in midair. Then, they fell to the ground and shattered into a pile of ice crystal fragments of different sizes. Looking at the effect he had caused and comparing it to the effect caused by Seito's time-stop skill, Seito shook his head in dissatisfaction. "Who's there? Come out." At the same time, Pandora raised her voice and shouted. However, what answered her was still a rain of ice blades flying rapidly toward her. Pandora was enraged. Immediately, a dark aura of a small universe erupted from her body, creating a dark purple thunderbolt that collided with the ice blades flying toward her. In a split second, there was only a rumbling sound, and the ice crystals that filled the sky suddenly exploded under the bombardment of the purple lightning. They turned into dust that filled the sky and were blown away by the whistling, cold wind. "Come out." At this moment, Seito, who had found the enemy's hiding place through 2 attacks, sneered. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the air in front of him. Then, the void in front of his hand rippled, and the figure of a young man wrapped in a linen robe was pulled out of the void by Seito. "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" Seito asked coldly. "Bah, damn underworld gladiator." The man who was pulled out was very stubborn. He opened his mouth and spat at Seito. However, how could Seito allow such an attack to reach him? He did not see Seito move, but the man's spit hit the man's face faster than the speed at which it came. It was frozen into ice crystals in the whistling, cold wind. The man ignored it and cursed angrily. "So you thought we were the Underworld King's army," Seito said. "Although it's a misunderstanding, it's just nice we're still lacking a leader. You can be our lord." After saying that, Itosei's eyes lit up and shot out 2 bright silver lights. His mental power turned into an invisible blade, piercing into the man's mind through his eyes and quickly modifying his consciousness. After 3 or 4 seconds, Ito suddenly, Seito, "My lord." The man who regained his freedom immediately knelt on one knee and bowed his head. Seeing the change in the man, Pandora's pupils couldn't help but shrink. "First, tell me who you are," Seito asked. "My lord, I am the guardian of Bruglade, Ice Gladiator Yax." The man, Ice Gladiator Yax, replied. "In other words, this is Bruglade?" Seito raised his head and looked at the ruins in front of him. "Yes," Yax confirmed. "Then what about the people here?" Seito asked again. Because of the previous attack by the Underworld King's army, in order to ensure the safety of the people, Leader Unity moved everyone to the center of the town for protection, Yax replied. However, when it came to the Underworld King's army, Yax instinctively raised his head and looked at Pandora. His eyes flashed with vigilance. Ito nodded slightly and ordered, "Bring me to the center of the town." Yes. Yax lowered his head and responded. Then he stood up from the ground and led Ito and Pandora through the ruins toward the center of the town. Yax, can you introduce me to the two people behind you? Just as Ito and the other two walked a short distance, a soft and dignified voice sounded in their ears. Hearing the voice, Ito and the other two stopped and turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw less than 20 meters in front of them on their right. A young man with long blue hair, a handsome face, and a tall figure, wearing a set of luxurious red clothes, with a cape around his shoulders, and sitting high on a black horse, with two strong Alaskan dogs at his feet, appeared in front of them. Unity Lord. Yax's expression changed. He quickly knelt on one knee and saluted. They are. Then, Yax looked hesitant. However, as far as the situation was concerned, rather than saying that he was hesitant, it was better to say that he didn't know at all. After all, before his consciousness was modified by hypnosis, he was fighting with two people. He was in the middle of a battle with two people. Other than knowing that the two of them were very strong, and that one of them had a dark and gloomy aura, which was very similar to the dark gladiator of the Netherworld King's army, he knew nothing about their identities or intentions. At this moment, Ito suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at Unity, who was sitting high on the horse. Several bright ice rings suddenly emerged from the cold wind and instantly encircled Unity's body. They tightened and restrained him like a rope. You guys? Unity, whose body was restrained, changed his expression and shouted in a deep voice. Ito ignored him and changed his hand gesture to a grab. The next moment, Unity, who was sitting high on the horse's back, suddenly appeared in Ito's hand. Unity's neck was tightly gripped by Ito's. Who the hell are you? Under the push of the palm, Unity, whose face was slightly flushed, asked bitterly with his head tilted back. You don't need to know this, Ito said lightly. After speaking, the depths of his eyes lit up again, blooming with bright silver light. He released mental power to invade Unity's mind and quickly modified his consciousness. Interesting. During the modification process, Ito, who noticed that Unity's soul quality was much stronger than Ice Gladiator Yax next to him, sneered with interest. However, even if Unity's soul quality was stronger, he still had not broken away from the level of mortals. Naturally, he could not resist Ito's mental manipulation. After a while, he became Ito's puppet just like Ice Gladiator Yax. Sir, Unity knelt on one knee and saluted. It is said that the secret treasure of Sea Emperor Poseidon is placed in Bruglade. Is that true? Ito asked. That's right. The purpose of him and Pandora coming to this extremely cold place was to find the so-called secret treasure of Poseidon. When he left the Holy Land, Ito suddenly remembered that in the world of Saint Seiya, in addition to Hades, there was also a sealed existence of Sea Emperor Poseidon. However, because he was also an enemy of Athena, as an ally of Athena, Ito naturally could not directly ask Athena about the location of the seal of Sea Emperor Poseidon, so he wanted to try his luck. Instead, he asked Pandora, who had half surrendered to him. The result could be said to be very lucky. Although Pandora did not know the specific location of the seal of Poseidon's soul, she generally knew that it was somewhere in the North Pole and East and West Siberia, which directly reduced Ito's search work by more than half. But what was even more surprising was that Pandora actually knew the location of a secret treasure of Poseidon, which was Bruglade, where they were now. Bruglade was located in the depths of East Siberia. It was in the same area as the place where Poseidon's soul was sealed. Therefore, Ito, who learned the news, did not hesitate and immediately left Greece with Pandora, rushing to Bruglade without stopping midway. Yes, Unity replied with his head lowered. Take me there. Seito's eyes lit up and said quickly. Yes. Unity responded, then stood up. He turned his head to look at Ice Gladiator, who was still kneeling on one knee in the snow, and ordered, Yax, return to your post. Yes. The latter responded respectfully, bowed to Seito in Unity, got up, and quickly disappeared into the wind and snow. Sir, please come with me. Unity invited. Then the three of them moved toward the center of the town without stopping. After about 10 minutes, the three of them came to the center of the town. Under the guidance of Unity, they walked into a European-style stone castle and walked along the corridor paved with bricks. They went down the stairs. After walking for a few more minutes, the three of them came to a huge, thick stone wooden door. We're here, Unity said as he walked to the door. Then he stretched out his hands, pressed on the thick wooden door, and pushed hard. The wooden door opened with a slight friction sound. Then, Unity lifted its leg and walked through the door first. Seito and Pandora did not hesitate and walked in one after another. In an instant, a huge library that was almost bottomless stacked on top of each other, and each floor was filled with bookshelves filled with thick books. It looked similar to the dimensional library of the Space Administration. Seito and Pandora saw it. There are a lot of books. Seito praised. We, the people of Bruglade, are not only the guardians of Poseidon. We are also the guardians of the world's wisdom. These books can be said to be the most important treasures of Bruglade. Unity explained as he led Seito and Pandora into the depths of the library. Seito, who heard the explanation, nodded slightly and secretly made up his mind. After he reconnected with the Rubik's Cube that had completed the world's swallowing process, he would empty all the treasures of Bruglade to enrich his collection. You just said that you, the people of Bruglade, are the guardians of Poseidon. At this time, Seito suddenly raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes, Unity confirmed. Then do you know where Poseidon's soul is sealed? Seito asked. I know. Unity was silent for a moment and replied in a deep voice. Oh, where is it? Seito's eyes flashed and asked again. In the same place as Poseidon's treasures. Unity replied. Oh, this is really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. Seito shook his head slightly and chuckled. Then the three of them did not speak and walked the rest of the way in silence. Then a stone wall covered with dense patterns of Athena's tridents and strange rings appeared in front of the three of them. This is the inheritance of the gods that you are looking for, where Poseidon's secret treasures and Poseidon's soul seal are stored. Unity stood by the wall and looked back at Seito and Pandora. Then, he raised his hand and tore off the Athena's talisman on the wall. Almost at the moment when the talisman was torn off, a dazzling light immediately bloomed from the wall, illuminating the darkness around the bottom-level library. At the same time, a strong suction force suddenly appeared and pulled Seito, Pandora, and Unity in front of the pattern. Don't resist, Unity reminded. The moment his voice fell, the scene in front of the three of them changed abruptly. A group of buildings full of ancient desolation replaced the previous library space and appeared in front of Seito and Pandora. Although these buildings were still intact, the surface was full of the traces of time. Fine cracks and fresh green were all over them. A huge temple-like building with several stories high and connected by stone stairs was located in the center of the city. The huge statue of Poseidon sat on top of it. Light shone through the blue sky made of seawater and shone on the statue. The ever-changing appearance of the statue made it look very mysterious. This is, Pandora said with her eyes wide open. This is the place guarded by the people of Bruglade, the underwater city, Atlantis. Unity replied. Atlantis? Seito narrowed his eyes and repeated. Sir, please come with me, Unity said. Seito didn't speak. He followed Unity to the huge temple in the center of the city with Pandora. In more than 10 minutes, Seito and the other two came to the huge Greek-style temple-like building. This is the central temple, Unity introduced. Then, the three of them walked into the temple. The first thing that came into view was a spacious hall that was nearly 100 square meters in size. Round stone pillars stood on both sides as support. In the innermost position of the temple, there were two small doors that could allow two people to pass side by side. They were located on the left and right sides of the wall at the inner end of the temple. This way, Unity walked to one of the doors on the left and said, "You seem to be very familiar with this place," Pandora said with a frown. Oneti didn't say anything and walked into the door by himself. Seeing this, Seito smiled, reached out and patted Pandora's shoulder, and followed Unity into the door. Pandora had no choice but to follow. Then a long corridor appeared in front of Seito and Pandora. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.